Chapter 1305. To Duan Ling Xiao, losing to Lin Xian was a huge blow to him. What was his status? What was his strength? He actually lost to Lin Xian. Not only did he lose, he was also defeated by Lin Xian. Although it was a simulated battle in a virtual pod, it still proved something. However, he was unconvinced. He always felt that if they really fought, he could still win. But, once a person loses, especially for someone who was extremely arrogant and confident, the devil in his heart would be very big. Xiao Yun smiled and said, "It's very simple. There are a total of 3 rounds in the Sky Martial Assembly. Other than the first round, I don't know about the other 2 rounds, but they should be tests with a higher degree of freedom. Let's work together. At the same time, we'll stop Lin Xian from entering the God's Awakening door." Okay. Duan Ling Xiao nodded. Let's talk about it after the competition. After saying that, he walked away. To him, although he didn't think highly of these people, he had to admit that their strength was quite high. They should be able to rank in the top 50 of the 250 people. However, he obviously knew that these people wanted to use his strength to enter the God's Awakening door more effectively. However, if Lin Xian couldn't enter the God's Awakening door, that was the most important thing to him. Little Ling Ying. Lin Xian slipped into Ling Ying's tent. Ling Ying then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "What are you doing here? I missed you." Ling Ying then rolled her eyes again. "My dad knows that you, Chushue, and I are in a relationship. Uncle Han also knows." Lin Xian, What did he say? Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "He told me to find a chance to kill you." "Tisk, how is that possible?" Lin Xian hugged Ling Ying's delicate body. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. In other words, these 2 families tacitly agreed to this matter. Holy shit. What a happy life. My dad asked me when I'm getting married. Ling Ying then said in a low voice. Lin Xian, do you want it that early? Ling Ying tidied her hair and said, I don't want to either. Wait until we've all stabilized, okay? Lin Xian asked. Whatever. I'm just being casual. Ling Ying said. At this moment, Ling Hai came in and saw this scene. Cough cough cough. Uncle Ling. Lin Xian immediately released Ling Ying and coughed dryly. Come out, I have something to tell you. Ling Hai said to Lin Xian. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Ying pleadingly. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at him, meaning to tell him to do as he saw fit. I don't care. Uncle Ling, what's the matter? Lin Xian was simply too obedient. He had no parents and had never felt the love of his parents. It was the same when he was on Earth. This was also why the Dongfang family on Earth looked down on him so much. It was because he had no background. In comparison, Lin Xian liked this place more. Smoke. She seems to have been at the peak of existence 10,000 years ago, or even longer. Rumor has it that she's the only one who has the chance to step into the void. But until now, she hasn't. You can see how difficult it is to become a true god. I'll go take a look. Alright, since I'm handing Littling to you, I hope you can take responsibility. If you really can't, then there's no other way. I'm leaving. Then, Ling Hai patted Lin Xian's shoulder and walked away. Lin Xian clenched his fists and returned to Ling Ying's tent. Chapter 1306. When Lin Xian went in, Ling Ying hurriedly sat there. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. No, nothing. Ling Ying quickly shook his head. Lin Xian looked at this girl curiously. What was she doing just now? It felt like she was leaning against the tent and listening to their conversation. She couldn't have heard it, right? If Lingying released a bit of his power to increase his hearing, he should be able to hear it with his Empyrean level hearing. What did you hear? Lin Xian asked. Lingying looked at Lin Xian. What is an Azura? Lin Xian, it seemed like she heard it. It's nothing. Leave this matter to me. As your man, this is a small matter. Lin Xian said. It's definitely not that easy. Lingying shook his head and looked at Lin Xian, asking, what is it? Why did my dad and you hide it from me? It's nothing. It's really nothing. If there was really something, would I be able to leisurely participate in the Sky Martial Assembly? Lin Xian said. Oh. Lingying nodded. All right. Rest. It's daybreak. We'll prepare for the Sky Martial Assembly. The next morning, Lin Xian climbed out of Lingying's tent. When he came out, there was already a group of people standing outside. Then, Lin Xian and Lingying came out together. Many people saw it. Caw. Xiao Yun clenched his fist tightly. Lingying was the woman he had always liked. However, she was intercepted by this Lin Xian halfway. He really didn't understand. If it was the current Lin Xian, Xiao Yun admitted that he was quite outstanding. However, what about before? Previously, it was really a PS. What did he lack from Lin Xian? Why was Lingying his girlfriend before? Murong Feng glanced at Lin Xian and Lingying. This brat and Lingying are boyfriend and girlfriend. What a pity. He wanted to see if there was a chance for his daughter to. Little Yu, look at her. Murong Feng said to Murong Yu, who was beside him. Look at what? Murong Yu asked in surprise. When did Tiandu's Ling become Lin Xian's girlfriend? What about you? You and Lin Xian were in the divine domain for half a year, and nothing happened? Murong Feng, she glanced. As expected, Lingying was Lin Xian's woman, and this Lin Xian wanted to pursue her. Hetue. Dog of a man. It's not like I have to be Lin Xian's girlfriend. Murong Yu mumbled. Sigh, your father really has the impulse to be his father-in-law. Forget it. This Sky Martial Assembly is very important. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 10. However, there are many experts this time. Let's not talk about Lin Xian. Right now, those people around Lin Xian, whether it's Lingying, Han Chuxue, or those from the Martial Arts Academy, Wu Yuhan, etc. Including the Feng family, the Chu family, Duan Lingxiao, Qi Tianqing, etc. You mustn't be careless. If you, the daughter of the Temple Master, don't enter the door of God's awakening, your father's face will be gone. Impossible. Murong Yu said confidently. She had absolute confidence in her own strength. The main thing was that her realm had almost returned. In this 1 month, she had spent day and night in the dangerous areas of the Demon Beast domain. Her realm had also reached the 5 stars of the Sky Sovereign realm. Although there were definitely many people who were above the 5 stars of the Sky Sovereign realm, she was confident. It's good that you're confident. Everyone walked out one after another. The surrounding people stayed in the surroundings. Start the live broadcast. Murong Feng said. Okay. Then, dozens of staff members turned on the live broadcast in dozens of positions. The live broadcast was very necessary. Because it would allow the children of the continent to see the elegance of these people. Their ages were not too far apart, so why were they so lacking in this aspect? This would definitely stimulate the fighting spirit of the people of the continent. It's starting. The live broadcast is starting. Where's Lin Xian? Wow wow wow. This little brother is so handsome. He's really quite handsome. Miao Xiao Miao, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, Xiao Yunqi, Zi Qiue, and Xan, and of course, Lan Xingxing also came. They were not very familiar with each other, but they were still friends. They gathered together to watch the live broadcast of the Sky Marshal Conference. They had been waiting for a long time. On the other side, Ling Long Shui and the others were also sitting in the living room, watching the Sky Marshal Conference on the television. Let's watch the live broadcast together. Murong Qing carried a laptop to Luo Chenxi's office. What live broadcast? The Sky Marshal Conference. Sure. Then, the two women sat together. Of course, they usually did not pay attention to the Sky Marshal Conference. It was because of Lin Xian and some other good friends that they paid attention to the Sky Marshal Conference. On the other side, Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin sat together and watched the start of the Sky Marshal Conference. Let's stop for a while. In another unknown place, Zhao Mengyue said. Then, a few figures flashed to her side. Leader, what's the matter? Watch the live broadcast. The Sky Marshal Conference. Zhao Mengyue said indifferently. Then, she looked at Linya, who was in a daze, and said, Linya, you can see your brother now. Why don't you come? Linya walked over. Then, Zhao Mengyue said, in the future, these people will be our enemies. Now is the time for you to familiarize yourselves with them. I have to admit that some of them are very powerful. Don't hold the attitude of watching a show. Watch the Sky Marshal Conference with an attitude of understanding and learning. Okay. A few thousand outsiders, who were the relatives and clansmen of those who were participating in the Sky Marshal Conference, were watching from the sidelines, including Ling Hai, Han Guang, and the others. The 250 participants were gathered in the center. Then, dozens of experts from the three major powers walked to the center. Murong Feng, Duan Tianming, and Qi Tianshu, three middle-aged men, were the three leaders of the Sanctuary, the Trial Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Now, I will announce some of the details of the Sky Marshal Conference. Murong Feng glanced at the crowd and said, this Sky Marshal Conference will be divided into 3 rounds. The total points of the 3 rounds will determine the final ranking. The top 10 will be rewarded with the right to enter the God's Awakening door. The top 30 will enter another secret realm. Although it's not as good as the God's Awakening door, it's not bad either. The first round of the competition is a martial arts competition between martial artists. This time, the entire competition will be broadcasted live. I hope that everyone in the continent will be able to see the glory of these children and become existences like them in the future. Become Empyreans in their 20s. Become the pride of the continent's people. Murong Feng then said, in this competition, there will be a total of 250 people. The number of people is not large, but the significance is huge. The rules are as follows. Each person will fight a total of 15 rounds. If you win, you will gain 1 point. If you lose, you will lose 1 point. The system will automatically arrange those martial artists who have the same number of wins or losses as you. Simply put, except for the first round, in every other round, your opponents will have the same number of wins or losses as you. Chapter 1307. The rules of the Sky Marshal Assembly were different from before. The previous rules were a random 1v1. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. This time, although it was also a random 1v1, the rules were changed. No matter who won or lost, they would have to fight 15 matches. Winning a match would earn them 1 point, and losing a match would cost them 1 point. If your opponent was close to you, For example, if you won 5 matches without losing a single match, then your points would be 5 points. Then, your opponent would also win 5 matches without losing a single match. If not, then you would meet someone who won 4 matches. In any case, the closer you were to your opponent. Try to make both sides have the same strength. Lin Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. This is quite interesting. Fighting 15 matches is exhausting. Ling Ying stretched his body. There's nothing we can do about it. This Sky Martial Assembly is too important, so it must be especially strict. It's normal for it to be a little complicated. Mainly, if it's a normal match, it's very easy for someone in the top 10 to be defeated by someone in the top 10. Wouldn't that be very sad? Moreover, this time, it's not just a match that can determine the winner. It should be a point system. The match is just a part of the competition. Wu Yuhan shrugged and said with a smile. Lin Xian glanced at Wu Yuhan. It was clear that his sister had appeared. Then, try your best to fight. Lin Xian said. Alright, now, do you have any questions? Murong Feng swept his gaze over everyone. No one replied. Then, let's prepare for the martial arts competition. During the martial arts competition, there is an important rule. You are not allowed to use any spirit weapons or props. Although spirit weapons are also a part of strength, everyone comes from all over the world. Some have big families and businesses, while others may only be ordinary. The disparity between the spirit weapons you take out is relatively large, which will have a greater impact on your combat strength. Then, we have powerful martial skills that can only be used with spirit tools. What should we do? Someone asked. Murong Feng said, there are all kinds of offensive weapons here. All of them are of the same grade, Earth rank 5-star. Take them before you go on stage. In addition, during the match, you are only allowed to use healing potions and spirit energy recovery potions. All the potions you need are also here. Only 5 bottles are allowed. These are the rules. The entire North Pole will be your battlefield. Flying out of the edge will be considered a failure. Any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Now, all viewers, please move out of the fighting area. The live broadcast will begin. The system will now match the participants for the first round. After that, a powerhouse tossed a small object into the air, which transformed into a screen. The information of the 250 participating cultivators was recorded on the screen, and the screen began to randomly select them. Lin Xian vs. Xiao Haiyang. You'll be the first. The girls glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and walked out. On the other side, when the girls saw Lin Xian enter the arena, they were all extremely excited. Lin Xian is up. Lu Yufan was still holding 2 small hammers in her hands. Although she wasn't present, she hoped that cheering for Lin Xian would liven up the atmosphere. Xiao Haiyang felt terrible. He had heard of this Lin Xian. It was said that he had defeated the heavenly venerable Duan Lingxiao when he was in the domain realm. How could he fight him? Although he was powerful, and to be precise, the people who could come here were not weak, he admitted that he couldn't beat Duan Lingxiao. As for this Lin Xian, no. He, Xiao Haiyang, was not that weak. Xiao Haiyang, 4 stars heavenly venerable, please advise me. Xiao Haiyang then cupped his fists towards Lin Xian with a sword in his hand. Lin Xian cupped his fists with a sword in his hand. Lin Xian, 6 stars heavenly venerable, please advise me. 6 stars heavenly venerable? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Duan Lingxiao and some people who were paying attention to Lin Xian frowned. After losing to Lin Xian last time, Duan Lingxiao had gone crazy to raise his cultivation realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation realm had improved very quickly, he hadn't improved at all in the following month. His cultivation realm had improved a lot, but it was only 1 star higher than Lin Xian. Lin Xian defeated him last time when he was in the domain realm. This time, he was only 1 star lower than Lin Xian. Could he still win? He could definitely win. He didn't lack Lin Xian. He could definitely win. Who was he? He was Duan Ling Xiao. Why couldn't he win? Zhao Haiyang frowned. 6 stars Heavenly Venerable, 2 stars higher than him. Lin Xian indicated that if he wanted to properly farm monsters every day, he would be far beyond the 6 stars Heavenly Venerable realm. Humph. 6 stars Heavenly Venerable, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Feng Ling snorted. His cultivation realm was the same as hers. But she didn't care. She could definitely defeat this Lin Xian. Whoosh! Zhao Haiyang waved his spirit artifact and his aura surged. Come on! He shouted and charged toward Lin Xian with a thunderous roar. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Get out! Whoosh! Following which, Lin Xian released his spatial attribute and Zhao Haiyang, who was charging over, disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the battle arena at the North Pole. Everyone, the release of the space attribute can't be blocked at all. Yeah. As long as his cultivation realm is lower than Lin Xian's, he can use the space attribute to send him out of the competition area. This is the brainless part of the space attribute. However, even if his cultivation realm is lower than Lin Xian's, if he's strong enough, he can still break free from the space attribute. It's a pity that he was sent out of the competition area by the space attribute without any chance to fight back. If they really fight, he won't be Lin Xian's match. The strong cultivators discussed fervently. Zhao Haiyang clenched his fists. That's it. Ah! He couldn't accept it. If he had a good fight with Lin Xian, he might have had a chance. However, this Lin Xian used the space attribute to send him out. He had no chance at all. Who could he blame? He could only blame his cultivation realm for not being as high as Lin Xian's. He could only blame himself for not having the space attribute. First round, Lin Xian wins, 1 point. Next round, the selection will begin. Oh, this is so boring. Miao Xiaomiao rested her chin on her hand as she watched the live broadcast. Then, she glanced at the bullet screen. There were still many people scolding Lin Xian. Why? Because he didn't even dare to fight and just sent him out. If this wasn't cowardice, then what was? Of course, some of them were rational. Those comments were pure idiocy. The space attribute didn't count as one's own strength. He could still preserve his strength for later battles. There was nothing wrong with that. It'll be interesting later on. After Lin Xian wins 8 or 9 in a row, his opponents will all have 8 or 9 in a row. He'll be very powerful. Yi said softly. Chapter 1308. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours passed just like that. Some matches were really fast, and some were really a waste of time. Lin Xian and the rest had already fought 9 matches, and the next match was the 10th match. Everyone, including Wang Xintong, had won 9 matches in a row. Those who weren't their match couldn't do it. One had to know that the people they had met before were people who had won 7 or 8 matches in a row, but their skills were a level higher. There were many people who had won 9 matches in a row like them, but there were definitely not many. Next, they would definitely meet those who had won 9 matches in a row. The next matches would be even more difficult. What made everyone want to curse was that bastard Lin Xian. In every match, he relied on his powerful spatial power and his high realm advantage to send people out. That's right, Lin Xian hadn't really fought a match yet. Then, those people who were defending Lin Xian before really started cursing. Fuck. Shameless bastard. Next match, please look at the big screen. Following that, the big screen began to scroll, and finally, Lin Xian appeared again. Lin Xian's name showed 9 matches in a row, and Lin Xian's opponent, Su Jiming, 9 matches in a row. In fact, it had to be said that Su Jiming was indeed powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have won 9 matches in a row. At the very least, this Su Jiming should have the strength to be in the top 50, or even the top 30. It was a pity that he met Lin Xian. It was really a small world for enemies. After Su Jiming saw his opponent, his brows suddenly furrowed. Although he was very unhappy with this Lin Xian, he had to admit that this Lin Xian was indeed powerful. Oh ho, this match is going to be interesting. Finally, this Lin Xian met Su Jiming. I know this Su Jiming, the eldest son of the Ice Country's Su family. He's very strong, and his realm has also reached 6 stars of the Sky Venerable Realm, the same as Lin Xian. At the very least, Lin Xian's space shouldn't have much effect on him, and can only slightly restrict him. This match is definitely going to be interesting. Fuck. Look at the other spatial attribute warriors. Out of the 250 people, there should be at least a few dozen with spatial attributes. Although spatial attributes are rare, these people are all top-notch, selected by the continent. It's normal for them to have spatial attributes. I don't see anyone else like this. Bastard. Bastard. This bastard, give him a good beating. This Lin Xian, Murong Qing glanced at the bullet screen. They were all begging Su Jiming to beat him up. If you said that Lin Xian was despicable, then he was indeed despicable. But at least in this match, he didn't do anything. Wasn't he the only one who used the spatial attribute to send his opponents out continuously? There was nothing wrong with that. This bullet screen, these people were very unhappy. It couldn't be helped. This Lin Xian had a despicable physique. No matter what he did, people would always magnify his despicable nature. This match is going to be interesting. Those experts were also whispering to each other. The 10th match, all 9 consecutive victories. At this point, spatial attribute warriors are basically not allowed to send their opponents out directly. As their winning streaks increase, their strength will be closer and closer. Moreover, at the same realm, this Su Jiming can easily break free from Lin Xian's spatial jump power. This is going to be interesting. Humph. How despicable. A spatial attribute warrior has been defeating his opponents like this for 9 consecutive victories. This young lady wants to see how long you can last. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. No matter what this Lin Xian was doing, she just couldn't stand him. Very, very unhappy. Lingling, he's a spatial attribute warrior. There's nothing wrong with his fighting style. You can do it too. I don't care. But you can't say that it's wrong for him to fight like this. Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter helplessly. Humph. Lin Xian and Su Jiming held their spiritual weapons and faced each other. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian in front of him. He only knew one thing. When facing this Lin Xian, he couldn't think of holding back because he knew that once he held back, he would lose the chance to fight. Lin Xian. We're facing each other again. Su Jiming looked at Lin Xian and said. Use whatever moves you have. Don't make me send them out directly. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. That won't happen. Strengthen the laws of nature. Following that, Su Jiming's aura soared. That's right, this was his laws of nature. It wasn't top-notch, but it was definitely not bad either. It could directly strengthen his strength by up to 80%. That was close to doubling his strength. 6 stars Heavenly Venerable Realm meant that his strength was close to doubling. How was he going to fight him? Thunder Domain. Following that, he stomped his foot and the entire battlefield at the North Pole became his domain. The Thunder Domain was a simple domain. In this domain, one could forcibly increase one's lightning attribute strength by several times. Although directly releasing the laws of nature and the domain consumed a lot of spiritual power, he knew that this was a must to fight Lin Xian. Hiss. He's going all out. This Lin Xian is so powerful. Who is this Lin Xian? Why haven't I heard of him before? I've heard of this Su Jiming. Is he the singer Lin Xian? Ha ha ha, how is that possible? How can he be the singer Lin Xian? This Lin Xian is so shameless. How can he be the same person as my idol Lin Xian? That's true. Not many of these people knew Lin Xian, and not many knew about Lin Xian. Lin Xian had won first place in the Martial Arts Academy competition. This news was only known to the insiders. Many martial artists didn't know about it. Apart from that, Lin Xian was really a nobody. On the other hand, Su Jiming was quite famous. It couldn't be helped. This Su Jiming had never kept a low profile since he was young. Therefore, when they saw that Su Jiming was going all out to fight Lin Xian, they were stunned. This Lin Xian was actually so important to him. Take this. Heaven Tier Martial Art Technique, Lightning Bird. Following that, the lightning condensed and then converged into the shape of a few birds. They even let out a cry and carried a huge power. Under the amplification of his strength and the power of the lightning domain, they charged towards Lin Xian with unimaginable power. Hiss, this power should be able to cause harm to those in the virtuality stage, right? More or less. This Su Jiming's law and domain seemed to amplify his strength. How terrifying. Indeed, those who can participate in the Tianwu tournament are not weak. Yeah. Then how is this Lin Xian going to dodge? Use the power of space to dodge. That should be the simplest way. What? He is actually condensing lightning. He wants to compete with this Su Jiming in strength. Is he crazy? This Su Jiming has already released his law domain. With this martial art technique, he wants to compete in strength. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1309. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In terms of strength, he had never been afraid of anyone. Your laws and domain were amplified, but Lin Xian naturally had an amplification, and it was a 100% amplification. Heaven Tier Martial Technique, Thunder Surging Heavens. The purple lightning rushed towards the extreme electric birds. You're courting death. Su Jiming was already prepared for Lin Xian to release space to dodge his martial technique, then he would immediately approach and launch a series of attacks, but he wanted to compete with him in strength. Normally, he would be a little afraid, but his martial technique was amplified by both laws and domain. He dared to compete. Attribute exchange, double strength. Create laws of nature, raise. Boom. When the two lightning bolts collided, everyone was stunned. Those strong people also did not understand why Lin Xian wanted to compete with Su Jiming in strength, but when they saw this scene, they understood. This Lin Xian's strength was actually not weaker than Su Jiming's. Su Jiming was stunned. His strength was amplified by both laws, and this Lin Xian's martial technique was not a god-tier martial technique, so how could his strength be on par with his? Could it be that he also released his domain? No, I didn't feel any domain power. Laws. And there was indeed a surge of law power emerging, that should be his laws, but was his laws also amplifying strength? Why could it amplify so much? Brother, it's a big taboo to be in a daze during a battle. Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from behind Su Jiming. Su Jiming's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly turned around to attack, but Lin Xian's figure disappeared again. Eat shit! Bang! Lin Xian kicked his back, and then he fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Get out! In the next instant, Su Jiming appeared outside of the arena with his aura in disorder. Everyone. Why is it like this again? It's like this again. Both of them have 9 consecutive victories, and this Lin Xian actually defeated Su Jiming in a crushing manner. Why? Why is it like this? How is he stronger than Su Jiming? Why is his strength so strong? His laws and domain double amplification, and then it was blocked by Lin Xian's strength. Is it a tie? Su Jiming was really stupefied. He was still watching the two powers colliding, and then Lin Xian appeared behind him. Damn it! Space attribute really was really powerful. It could only be limited of time. Otherwise, there was no way. He just lacked a space. This was something that everyone couldn't figure out. At the same level, Su Jiming released his laws and domain to double amplify the power of his martial arts, but he didn't release his domain. He only released his laws. As for what kind of laws it was, it didn't increase his aura, but it should be a kind of laws that increase strength. Then, how could his laws be comparable to Su Jiming's combined laws and domain? They were both top experts, but was there really a better genius among the top geniuses? Even if there was, how big was the gap? Lin Xian had shown them. However, everyone couldn't understand. Lingling, are you still saying that Lin Xian is inferior to you? Feng Qingyang asked. It's just a powerful law, and the amplification isn't weak. So what? My laws aren't weak either. Feng Qingyang shook his head secretly. This girl. When the time came for her to experience a real failure, she would probably understand. Lin Xian wins. Lin Xian won, but everyone was baffled. How did he win? Lin Xian stretched his body and walked to the girls. To be honest, I really don't know why you're so strong. How much did your laws of creation increase? Ling Ying elbowed Lin Xian and asked. The few of them who were most familiar with Lin Xian knew about Lin Xian's laws. Lin Xian was so strong that he could defeat Su Jiming in terms of strength. But wasn't the increase a little too much? Not much. Lin Xian said. It's definitely not little. In fact, Lin Xian didn't increase his strength by much. The main thing was that no one knew that Lin Xian had a law that could double his strength. It could increase his strength for no reason. This was equivalent to the power of a law. The system was still awesome. Next round, Ling Ying and Li Tianchao, please come on stage. I'm going. Then, Ling Ying walked over. How do you feel? Su Jiming walked to the side of Xiao Yun and the others. They quickly asked. I don't understand. I don't understand why he's so strong. We're both using heaven-ranked martial skills. Even my martial skills are stronger than his. My strength increase and domain increase only tied with him. I really don't understand. He released his law. Xiao Yun said. And he released his law, but I didn't feel his aura rising. It should be his law power. But, can his law compare to my law and domain combined? It's really scary. Su Jiming gritted his teeth. Although he lost, it was not a big deal. He only lost 2 points. On the contrary, he would be able to fight against the 9 winners and 1 loser. his chances of winning would be higher. Moreover, there were still 2 more rounds of the Sky Marshal Assembly. He might not necessarily lose. Top 10, he might have a chance. How many people could win all 15 rounds? If he lost the first round, the people he would fight later might be weaker. This could be considered good news. But he couldn't understand. Duan Ling Xiao then said indifferently, when I fought with him in the simulation pod, he was also like this. He erupted with power that didn't belong to the domain realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him as an Empyrean. But I don't understand where that extra power comes from. Laws. Can his laws really increase his power by so much? I don't know. Let's see what he can do later. Anyway, I lost. But it's not a bad thing. Our cooperation will continue. We can't let this Lin Xian continue to get good results. Su Jiming said. Ling Ying's battle was still in a stalemate. Ling Ying was also a 6-star Empyrean, and his opponents were also 6-star Empyrean. Basically, these people were 5-star and 6-star. There were also 7-star, but not many. There were also 8-star, but even fewer. The highest was 8-star. They were all martial artists of the same level. The gap wouldn't be too big. The gap between realms wouldn't be too big either. The final battle was won by Ling Ying. He won 10 consecutive rounds. His luck was quite good. He met someone powerful, but not the most powerful. Someone like Duan Ling Xiao. After meeting Duan Ling Xiao, Ling Ying wasn't easy to fight. The others weren't easy to fight either. Although the gap between realms was almost closed. The battles continued one after another. Then, next battle, Lin Xian vs Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian, wow. It's him again. Chapter 13:10. When Zhuge Feng saw that his opponent was Lin Xian, he smirked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at Zhuge Feng. How should he put it? No matter what others said, Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng was stronger than those so-called Duan Lingxiao and Qi Tianqing. For some reason, Lin Xian felt that Zhuge Feng was stronger. Fuck, I'm meeting him now. When Zhuge Feng saw that his opponent was Lin Xian, he let out a long sigh of relief. He finally met him. He had wanted to have a good fight with him for a long time. During the Martial Arts Academy competition, he was tricked by Lin Xian. They hadn't even fought yet, but this time, they should be able to fight, right? Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian walked together. Zhuge Feng then smiled and said, let's have a good fight. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Why don't we not do it? After all, we're on the same side. If one of us forces the other party to use his trump card, it would be a little troublesome. Zhuge Feng shrugged and said with a smile, but in my eyes, being able to have a good fight with you might even be more important than ranking in this competition. Lin Xian, wow. Are you crazy? Lin Xian touched his forehead. I've been wanting to have a good fight for a long time. Zhuge Feng cracked his neck and stretched out his hand. A sword flew from the armory into his hand. Come on. I'm also a 6 stars heavenly venerable. This battle should be considered fair. Lin Xian held the spiritual weapon in his hand and said, come on then. This battle, we should be able to see a beautiful and shocking battle. Both of them have a 10-win streak. If they don't meet each other, both of them might achieve a 14-win streak or even a 15-win streak. However, this time, one of them will definitely break their winning streak. Old Feng, who do you think will win this battle? The head of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Qi Tianshu, looked at Murong Feng and asked. Lin Xian. Murong Feng smiled and said. Oh. Old Feng, do you think so highly of this Lin Xian? Although he is indeed the champion of the martial arts academy, this kid from the Zhuge family is not simple. Qi Tianshu glanced in the direction of the Zhuge family. Although his family was worried about Zhuge Feng, they trusted him more. Actually, I also think that Lin Xian has a higher chance of winning, but, Duan Tianming hesitated for a moment and said, the Zhuge family, as the only warlock family in the continent, this Zhuge Feng has mastered all types of spells. Dealing with this Zhuge Feng is equivalent to dealing with a martial artist with all types of attributes. Moreover, Zhuge Feng's strength is also top-notch. Although my son lost to Lin Xian, and was even defeated by Lin Xian, I still think that he can't beat Zhuge Feng. Oh. Old Duan, even a proud person like you can say such words. Murong Feng smiled and looked at him. I'm just stating an objective fact. However, this Lin Xian is not simple either. Let's look forward to the battle between the two of them. In front of their phones and computers, everyone was nervously watching the battle. Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian were the same. They were relatively low-key. When they saw Zhuge Feng's name, most of them did not know who he was. However, since he had won 10 consecutive battles, he was definitely not weak. Moreover, the most exaggerated thing was that Zhuge Feng did not use any spells in his previous 10 consecutive victories. Because he did not use any spells, the people watching the live broadcast could not recognize him as a member of the Zhuge family. However, as soon as he used his magic, many people would instantly realize who he was. This was because the only family in the continent that knew spells was the Zhuge family. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng's aura rose at the same time. Open! In the next moment, Zhuge Feng stomped his foot, and the ground of the entire North Pole flashed with a blue array. The 8 gates, the 5 elements, and the 4 divisions. Lin Xian was currently standing at the Gate of Death. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. It seems that in Zhuge Feng's heart, Lin Xian is indeed a strong opponent. Duan Tianming nodded and said, Zhuge Feng is a smart person. It can't be, big brother. He's already playing this. Lin Xian frowned when he felt the power. I have to. What if I don't have a chance to use it? Zhuge Feng smiled and said. Then come. Whoosh, Lin Xian suddenly increased his speed. Lightning flashed as he rushed toward Zhuge Feng. The array has been set. It's not that easy. Zhuge Feng stomped his foot. Death Gate, close. In the next moment, Lin Xian found that he could not rush out. Space jump. Lin Xian tried to use it, but found that he could not jump out of this death gate. He was tightly confined to this small area. 5 elements, wood, bind. Whoosh, the array rotated. Countless vines rushed toward Lin Xian from all directions. Fire, burn. Whoosh, then, violent flames rushed toward Lin Xian. Earth, pierce. This is the power of the Zhuge family. This array can even restrict the space attribute. Now, let's see if Lin Xian can break through the death gate. If he can't, then he will be passive throughout. He won't even be able to attack Zhuge Feng and will be attacked by Zhuge Feng until the end. It's difficult, right? How many people in this world know about the 8 gates of mystic arts? If no one knows anything, how can he break through? Some of the strong people were discussing. No wonder Lin Xian always said that Zhuge Feng is very, very strong. Now it seems that it is true. Even in the martial arts academy competition, he did not use his full strength. Ling Ying said after some thought. In the martial arts academy competition, he did not meet the strongest people. In the battle with Lin Xian, he was tricked by Lin Xian and did not use his full strength. But now it is different. Murong Yu also looked at Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng was a member of the Storm Squad. He was the only male other than Lin Xian. It was enough to see how much Lin Xian valued Zhuge Feng. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian was engulfed by flames, vines, and earth thorns. For a moment, no one could see him. Zhuge Feng frowned. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and blocked Lin Xian's attack from behind with his sword. What? How did he suddenly break through the death gate and appear behind Zhuge Feng? I didn't see it clearly, I really didn't see it clearly. The Gate of Death is a very powerful place. It can ignore everything in the world and space. Could Lin Xian have found a way to break the Gate of Death? No way. Isn't the Death Gate the hardest to break? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 13:11. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng's powers collided, and Zhuge Feng staggered backward. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Sizzle, the lightning struck Zhuge Feng. Earth Wall. Swoosh! In the next instant, a huge earth wall appeared in front of Zhuge Feng, blocking Lin Xian's 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon and shattering it. As the dust settled, the two of them switched positions. Zhuge Feng was also puzzled. How did you come out of the Death Gate? He asked Lin Xian. See for yourself. Lin Xian smiled. Zhuge Feng took a look, and his pupils shrank. The Zhuge family's experts also widened their eyes. The Death Gate was not broken, it was destroyed. How did he destroy the Death Gate? Once the Gate of Death was forcefully attacked, it would cause the power of the 5 elements and 4 symbols to bombard it violently. Trying to destroy the Gate of Death directly, in a situation where both parties were evenly matched, was definitely courting death. However, he really did it. The point is, I still don't know how he did it. The group of experts was shocked. Perhaps the people watching the live broadcast did not understand, but they could roughly understand that Lin Xian seemed to be in a very dangerous place, but he managed to avoid danger. Lin Xian smiled and said, I can't tell you. Zhuge Feng's sword was surrounded by lightning. Then let's not play this game anymore. Let's have a good fight. Speed, strength, spirit. Then his aura rose rapidly. Lin Xian, damn. The Zhuge family's technique was really powerful. It could directly increase speed, strength, and other attributes. Lin Xian felt that the increase was not weak. How could Duan Lingxiao compare? In Lin Xian's opinion, if Duan Lingxiao and Zhuge Feng were to fight at the same level, Duan Lingxiao would have no chance of winning. Attribute exchange, strength, speed, spirit. Go all out. Boom! In the next instant, the two of them collided, and the whole ground cracked. Zhuge Feng frowned. How did Lin Xian's strength increase so much? Then, the two figures attacked, defended, and shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed and frequency. It looked like they were evenly matched. This Lin Xian feels so strong. He really isn't as weak as before. Nonsense. He was too lazy to fight properly before. Those people before couldn't make him fight properly. But now, he will definitely take this opponent seriously. Looks like we've misunderstood this Lin Xian. He really is an expert. Just from the scene of the two people fighting, these people could see the strength of one person, or at least how strong one's combat power was. Lingling, no matter if you meet Zhuge Feng or Lin Xian later on, just admit defeat. Feng Qingyang said as he watched the battle. Why? On what basis? It's not like I can't beat them. Feng Ling clenched her fists and said. It's not that you can't beat them, but even if you can, you will expose a lot of your strength. This is only the first round of the Tianwu conference. There are still 2 more rounds. It will be useful to preserve some strength. It's better to take less points. Humph. I don't want to. Even if I don't enter the God's Awakening door, I will still fight with my full strength. Especially this Lin Xian. Feng Ling stared at Lin Xian, who was at the top of the North Pole. Yes, he was very strong now, and he definitely had a lot of trump cards that he hadn't used yet. But she felt that she wasn't weak. Seal. Zhuge Feng suddenly pulled away. Then, Lin Xian suddenly realized that he couldn't move. He lowered his head and saw that a talisman had been pasted on his arm at some point. Young Master Lin, the battle is over. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. It wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't strong, but he didn't know that there was a talisman. It was said that one couldn't use tools, but talismans were an exception. You could think of it as a shaman's ability, just like a martial technique. Shamans spent a lot of time and effort to study these things, which was equivalent to learning martial techniques. So why couldn't they use them? Young Master Lin, you can't use your spiritual energy, and you can't move your body. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded, that seems to be the case. Then, young Master Lin, do you admit defeat? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. No matter what method he used to defeat Lin Xian, as long as it was a legitimate method, it was a victory. There was no point in continuing to fight with Lin Xian. The 2 of them were evenly matched, so there was no point in using big moves. It was better to end the battle with this move. Of course not. Lin Xian shook his head. Then you might get hurt. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian. 10,000 swords. Swish swish swish, in the next moment, countless shadows of swords danced along with Zhuge Feng's 2 fingers. Defense, double. Lin Xian could only forcefully block this move. Then, he could use Zhuge Feng's attack to break the talisman. Damn it. He was tricked by Zhuge Feng. Damn it. Swish swish, in the next moment, countless shadows of swords engulfed Lin Xian. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It should be over. It should be over. A martial artist can't use his spiritual energy, how can he block it? Those experts also felt that the battle should be over. Zhuge Feng didn't show any mercy, because this was respect to his opponent. When the dust settled, Lin Xian was half kneeling there. His clothes were ragged, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't believe it. He was injured, but he wasn't defeated. Divine body. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian, his eyes twinkling with radiance. He could only think of the power of the divine body. This was one of the reasons why he was so confident in Lin Xian. The divine body could heal quickly. If not for the double defense, Lin Xian's current situation would be even worse. Zhuge Feng frowned, then subconsciously took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between him and Lin Xian. This feeling was not good. You're injured, can you still fight? Zhuge Feng asked. Who said I'm injured? Lin Xian stood up and smirked. Zhuge Feng sensed that Lin Xian's aura was so stable that it was terrifying. The divine body, the power of the law of creation, allowed Lin Xian's injuries to heal instantly. The battle has just begun. Unfettered under the heavens. Lin Xian disappeared in the next moment. He rushed over. Space didn't have much effect on him in this battle, because Zhuge Feng had the ability to control space. Zhuge Feng greeted him with his sword, then stabbed Lin Xian's afterimage. Seeing this scene, the expert's pupils suddenly shrank. What a ghostly movement technique, what a fast speed. This movement technique's grade is definitely not low. Of course, having grade 10 star was definitely not low. Zhuge Feng stood in place, frowning. Heavenly thunder, 10,000 thunder blast. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying power erupted. No matter how fast he was, as long as his attack covered the entire North Pole, there was no place for him to escape. Law, infinite shadow doppelganger. Swish, 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 thousands of Zhuge Fengs appeared beside him. Everyone. It's useless, break them all. Everyone. Chapter 13:12. This was the first time Lin Xian saw Zhuge Feng using his own law, so it was enough to see how strong he was. He didn't even use his own law before. The infinite shadow doppelganger law was very powerful, and Zhuge Feng's law was definitely not weak. The doppelganger wasn't just a flower vase. The doppelganger also had the ability to attack. The most terrifying thing was that it didn't only have the ability to attack, but it also had any of Zhuge Feng's abilities. Simply put, there were thousands of doppelganger. Although each doppelganger couldn't have all of Zhuge Feng's abilities, they could still release various elemental powers, martial arts, and even the Zhuge family spells. However, a very powerful law should be a very troublesome power, but Lin Xian had the ability to restrain it. The law of destruction. Without the law of destruction, what was the same as? It was equivalent to Lin Xian facing thousands of Zhuge Feng's doppelganger. Even if he destroyed all of Zhuge Feng's doppelganger, he would have to spend a lot of energy and spiritual energy. However, the law of destruction, no matter how powerful the doppelganger was, they were still formed by the law. No matter how many of them there were, they were still laws. Wasn't it easy for the law to break the law? Swish swish swish. Before Zhuge Feng could give the order, his thousands of doppelganger disappeared just like that. What? Zhuge Feng was completely confused. His law, his thousands of doppelganger, how did they all disappear suddenly? Infinite shadow doppelganger. Then, thousands of Zhuge Feng's doppelganger appeared again. Break. Then, it was gone again. Zhuge Feng was speechless. Really, this was the only time he had encountered such a thing in his life. It was too fucking exaggerated. This. How did the infinite shadow doppelganger get broken? I can't see it. It seems like Lin Xian also released his law power, law against law. But, what is Lin Xian's law power? Why can I only feel the law but can't see anything at all? The law of destruction. Suddenly, someone shouted. What? The law of destruction. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The legendary law of destruction. How else can it be explained? The law of destruction can be released with one's will. It can destroy anything within one's ability. It's impossible to see how it's released. There's no chance to react or resist. Hiss, he actually has the law of destruction. Doesn't that mean he's definitely going to win? It's probably the case for this round, but it's not necessarily the case for the later rounds. This kind of powerful law is very useful when the opponent's realm is lower than his. However, if the opponent's realm is higher than his, the effect of this law is extremely limited. Murong Feng also looked at Lin Xian. The laws of creation and destruction. Alright, even if he was number 1 today, even if he was number 1 in the entire Tianwu assembly, he would absolutely accept it. His daughter only knew the laws of destruction, but this Lin Xian, damn, there was really a mountain taller than the other. How is it? I told you, this Lin Xian is definitely not simple. Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter and said. So what if you break the laws of nature? Win Chime's eyes shone with fighting spirit. That's right, although she was stubborn, she had already changed from looking down on Lin Xian to seeing him as a strong opponent. The law of destruction. However, she had the law of creation. This was why wind chimes was called the rare genius of the Feng family. The Feng family was originally a top family. Although wind chime's status was not comparable to the daughters and young masters of the three major forces, the Feng family was not weak. It was definitely a T2+ force, which meant that it was only weaker than the three major forces. Her law of creation had always been hidden. In the entire Feng family, only Feng Qingyang and her grandfather knew about it. However, it could be revealed now. This was because she was already in the heavenly venerable realm. She had the absolute ability to protect herself. Sigh. Feng Qingyang shook his head helplessly. This daughter of his was just too competitive. She was even a little arrogant. Feng Qingyang felt that it would be best if she failed. If she failed, she would only lose a battle. However, she might be able to obtain a better life. She would be able to change herself. This was what her father wanted to see. Young Master Lin, your law is amazing. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. It's still okay. How about we decide the winner with one move? Sure. Zhuge Feng smiled. Then, his face turned serious. He stomped his feet and the array began to hover around him. I haven't used this move in a long time. His clothes and hair danced wildly. In the next moment, flames, lightning, ice, and other forces erupted from the array and gathered in the air. Whoosh! Zhuge Feng leaped into the air and stood in the air. All things become one. Swoosh! It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. All the power gathered at a certain point in the sky and locked onto Lin Xian. When Lin Xian felt the terrifying aura, he was secretly speechless. As expected, Zhuge Feng was definitely stronger than Duan Lingxiao and the rest. However, he might not be stronger than him. Divine rank martial skill, world. Return to 0. Swoosh. The wind and snow had stopped. However, at this moment, a hurricane came and a blizzard came. These two forces are so strong. Will they be all right? It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. If these forces collide, something might really happen. But they should know what's going on. Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng are really strong. When the bullet screen saw the strange phenomenon, they were all dumbfounded. I'll take back what I said earlier. This Lin Xian is really not weak. From the moment he used the spatial attribute to teleport his opponent out of the arena, I knew that he's definitely not weak. Then, who will win this move? Yi and the rest watched nervously. Who will win? Ling Longyue asked. Lin Xian. Ling Longshui and Yi Renbing said in unison. With the law of creation and the law of destruction, it's impossible for him to lose. He will definitely be the first in this competition. Ling Longshui said. Little Shi, who was in her arms, and little Tianyi in Yi Renbing's arms, were excitedly watching Lin Xian on the television. Divine rank martial skill, myriad lightning heavenly prison. Lin Xian once again summoned a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Lightning, wind, and snow intertwined, and then his figure slowly rose into the sky. Come! Come! Break! Boom! In the next instant, the two terrifying forces collided. At the moment of contact, they had already disappeared from everyone's line of sight. They were completely unable to see them clearly. Boom! Those who were very far away retreated. They even had to release their spiritual power to resist this terrifying force. How is it? Chapter 13:13. The two forces calmed down after the collision. The wind and snow stopped, and the phenomenon disappeared. The dust slowly dissipated. A figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The figure slowly became clear, and at the same time, he slowly stood up. The other figure was half kneeling there, and did not stand up. When the dust completely dissipated, everyone's pupils shrank. The ground had been destroyed by the powerful forces of the two people. And Lin Xian won. Zhuge Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Xian, then laughed, so that's how it is. Losing is not unjust. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and his bleeding arm instantly recovered due to the divine body and stopped bleeding. Without these, I really wouldn't be your opponent. Lin Xian said. What was he referring to? Of course, it was the two great laws. Destruction and creation were really invincible laws. As Lin Xian's cultivation level increased, he could release more of the two great laws, and he was closer to being invincible. But what if he didn't have these two great laws? Lin Xian really couldn't say how strong he was. And now, he was indeed somewhat invincible. At least in Lin Xian's opinion, Zhuge Feng was definitely in the top 3, and this top 3 did not include him. Murongyu, Zhuge Feng, and Lin Xian did not know, but Zhuge Feng was definitely in the top few. But he probably could not beat Murongyu. This girl was really powerful. Next time. Let's fight again. After saying that, Zhuge Feng's body fell down weakly. Little Feng. A few people from the Zhuge family rushed up, checked Zhuge Feng's injuries, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, he will wake up in a while. Then, they looked at Lin Xian, and said, You are an opponent worthy of Little Feng's respect. Thank you, uncle, for your affirmation. Then, they brought Zhuge Feng away for treatment. Duan Lingxiao and the others' pupils constricted as they watched this scene. That power just now, if they were the ones to block it, what would happen? Probably. No, they would definitely lose, right? Duan Lingxiao gritted his teeth. No. He wasn't certain yet. In terms of destructive power, he had never feared any of the young geniuses of the same level in this world. If Lin Xian insisted on competing with him in terms of strength, it would be Duan Lingxiao's opportunity. However, in his heart, he was becoming less and less confident. When the time comes and you fight with Lin Xian, don't fight like this. It's too dangerous, and it might even affect the following matches. If you don't handle it well, you might even miss the opportunity to enter the top 10. Do you hear me? Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Ling and asked. Wind Chime's gaze fell on Lin Xian. I didn't. Feng Qingyang, you. He sighed helplessly. This daughter of his was really spoiled. I will definitely defeat him. At this moment, the bullet screen was going crazy. Lin Xian had won, and it looked like he had defeated Zhuge Feng without much trouble. Although they weren't there, the visual impact was enough to stun them. This was also a win. Moreover, it seemed to be a crushing victory. Lin Xian sat there, recovering his spiritual power. He did not need to worry about his injuries as his divine body would heal in no time. The most important thing was to recover his spiritual power. Are you all right? A few girls walked over. I'm fine, I just need to recover my spiritual power. You guys should get ready for the next match. Okay. Ling Hai and Han Guang gathered together. In such a short time, this Lin Xian has already grown to such an extent. Ling Hai sighed. Yeah. Han Guang nodded. In fact, when he found out that his precious daughter was Lin Xian's girlfriend with another girl, he felt terrible. However, his daughter was Han Chuxue, and he knew his precious daughter too well. She would not do anything rash, but she still chose to do so. This proved that she had truly fallen in love with this Lin Xian, and now, Lin Xian's performance had indeed satisfied him. Previously, Lin Xian only won against Xiao Yun by a hair's breadth, but now, Xiao Yun should not be worth mentioning in front of him. The current Lin Xian should be in the top tier. Ling Hai said. In the future, he will definitely become a heavenly Dao expert. As for how many stars he can reach, no, in the future, he might become a god. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said calmly. After that, one match after another, Zhuge Feng had already woken up and was recovering his injuries and spiritual power. It would definitely affect his future matches, but it was not too big of a problem. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Murongyu, and Wu Yuhan all won 11 matches in a row. The girls had simply stunned the entire audience. Not only are they all beautiful, but they are also so powerful. It was too exaggerated. Only Wang Xintong was slightly lacking. After winning 10 matches in a row, she met Duan Ling Xiao in the 11th match and was defeated by Duan Ling Xiao. There was nothing he could do about it. Wang Xintong's dual attributes of light and water were simply too weak. However, Lin Xian had watched her climb step by step to reach her current level. To win 10 matches in a row like this, she was really, really strong. In the following matches, they all won 12 matches in a row. Wang Xintong also won. In the 13th match, they all won 13 matches in a row. Wang Xintong won another match. And now, it was estimated that there was a high chance that they would meet each other. Next match, Lin Xian vs Duan Ling Xiao. Murong Feng's voice sounded, and Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He met this Duan Ling Xiao again. Duan Ling Xiao stood up. Meeting Lin Xian, he was excited and nervous. If he was excited, he could really prove himself in this match. If he won, he could make a comeback. But, in this match, there was a high chance that he would lose. If he lost again, it would prove one thing. He, Duan Ling Xiao, really couldn't compare to Lin Xian. In the eyes of the world, he, the son of the dignified trial union's leader, couldn't compare to a person with no background. If word got out, it would be too embarrassing. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Feng Ling was anxiously pacing back and forth. It was the 13th match, the 13th match. After this match, regardless of whether Lin Xian won or lost, it meant that he still had 2 matches left. If she didn't meet Lin Xian in the last 2 matches, then she really didn't have a chance. That's right, they had finished their matches. This was Lin Xian's 13th match. Why couldn't she meet Lin Xian? Young Master Lin, we can finally have a good match. Duan Ling Xiao took out a sword that was used for matches and looked at Lin Xian in front of him. Didn't we fight before? When you were in the heavenly venerable realm and I was in the domain realm. Lin Xian said as he picked his ears. Duan Ling Xiao, damn it. Chapter 13-14. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Lin Xian's words, some people couldn't help but cough dryly. Wow! This Lin Xian was really a dog. He didn't do anything else but liked to poke at other people's sore spots. This was definitely Duan Ling Xiao's sore spot. As a top-notch martial artist, one of the best among geniuses, what he should have done was to defeat someone of a higher realm with a lower realm. However, he was defeated by someone of a lower realm. Wasn't that embarrassing? So embarrassing. Then, that bastard Lin Xian had purposely brought up the matter of the heavenly venerate realm and the grand domain realm. Duan Ling Xiao clenched his fists, then snorted and said, "Last time, we fought in a virtual pod, so it wasn't quite the same as in reality." However, I did lose to you, young Master Lin. I admit that, but this time, I won't do it again. Then, he waved the spirit weapon in his hand and looked at Lin Xian with bright eyes. Lin Xian shook his head. It's useless. You don't even have the space attribute. How are you going to fight a martial artist with the space attribute? To be honest, this Duan Ling Xiao was indeed powerful. Even without the space and time attributes, he was still so powerful. This was something that one could not help but admire. My realm is higher than yours. Your space attribute won't have much effect on me. So, you don't have to worry about that at all. Duan Ling Xiao said calmly. Also, who told him that he couldn't fight without the space attribute? Who told him that he didn't have the time attribute? As a top-notch existence, he had to have either time or space. That's right, he had time. Unfortunately, he was too conceited in the battle with Lin Xian in the virtual pod last time. He didn't even use the power of the time attribute, which led to his defeat. If he had used it, he definitely wouldn't have lost. So this time, he still had a chance. His realm was higher than Lin Xian's, his attributes weren't much worse, and his martial skills weren't bad either. How could he lose? All right. Lin Xian shrugged, then stretched out his hand and a spirit weapon flew into his hand. Duan Lingxiao took a deep breath. This battle was a battle to wipe away his humiliation. The auras of the two of them surged, and at the same time, lightning surrounded them. Blue and purple. There's something else that's surprising about this Lin Xian. His lightning is actually purple. The purple thunderbolt should surpass any other thunderbolt in terms of destructive power and intensity, right? Yes, this purple thunder can at least make up for the difference of 1 star in the Empyrean realm. So, if they were to compete in thunder, there shouldn't be any difference in their realms. Last time, Duan Ling Xiao lost to Lin Xian. This time, it looks like he wants to avenge himself. The reason he lost last time was probably due to his arrogance. This time, however, it's hard to say. But I really think that Lin Xian is really powerful. The battle with Zhuge Feng before has already proved that. Whether it was the experts from the surrounding families, the experts from the 3 forces, or the people in front of their phones and computers, all of them were talking about it. Boom! The battle was about to begin. Do you still remember? Last time, I didn't even use my laws and domain. You should know that, right? Duan Lingxiao and Lin Xian's swords, which were surrounded by lightning, clashed continuously. Then, Duan Lingxiao gritted his teeth and talked to Lin Xian. Bang bang bang. The two people's sword moves were extremely fast. Yes, it's useless. Why? So, you're going to use it this time. This time, I'll definitely avenge myself and tell the world who's the strongest. Bang! In the next moment, he was kicked by Lin Xian, who then slashed the clothes on his chest with his sword. In terms of swordsmanship, Lin Xian had never been afraid of anyone. He had received the inheritance of that mysterious demon clan expert at the foot of the mountain. He also had a sacred weapon and all of his understanding of swordsmanship. Perhaps some of the older generation experts might be a match for him, but for someone like Duan Lingxiao who had only lived for 20 years, how could he be Lin Xian's match in terms of swordsmanship? But he did not believe it. He had to spar with Lin Xian and talk to him. If not for his quick reaction, Lin Xian's sword would definitely have given him a hard time. Duan Lingxiao kept retreating, frowning. Why was Lin Xian's sword different from before? It had become much faster and much sharper. He even had a feeling that he would not be able to beat Lin Xian in terms of swordsmanship. How was that possible? He had been wielding a sword since he was 3 years old. Furthermore, he had an extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship and sword intent. At such a young age, he had already grasped some of his own. In terms of swordsmanship, even Murongyu might not be his match. Yet, he had lost to Lin Xian. No, no, no. It must be because I was talking to him just now that I was distracted. Again. Duan Lingxiao wanted to get to the bottom of this. He did not believe that Lin Xian was stronger than him in this aspect. Then, he directly charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to spar with him in terms of swordsmanship. He could not afford to lose. He felt that he was invincible among his peers. Especially in terms of swordsmanship. If that happened, Lin Xian might crush his confidence again. The strength of this Duan clan boy is obvious to all, especially his understanding of swordsmanship. It has reached a certain level. In 100 years, I'm afraid there will be very few people in this world who can compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. But, this Lin Xian is actually inferior to him in terms of swordsmanship. No, 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 it's useless. This is just the beginning. They are just testing each other. Although it seemed like Duan Lingxiao lost by one move, it was probably because he was talking to Lin Xian and got distracted, right? As soon as that person finished speaking, Duan Lingxiao was already retreating. He purely wanted to test the waters and compete with Lin Xian in terms of swordsmanship. In less than 10 seconds, he was already defeated. His arm was once again slashed by Lin Xian's sword, and he staggered backward. Everyone. This Lin Xian's swordsmanship is actually so much stronger than Duan Lingxiao's. This is unbelievable. This Lin Xian is so young, but his swordsmanship has already reached the Grandmaster level. This should be the Grandmaster level, right? What do you think, fellow swordsman experts? I got it. I definitely got it. Duan Lingxiao's mastery of swordsmanship is godly. He should be able to reach the Grandmaster level at such a young age. Lin Xian only used 10 seconds to defeat Duan Lingxiao with absolute swordsmanship. This is definitely the Grandmaster level of swordsmanship. Sir Swordsman, what do you think? A middle-aged man hugged his sword and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he said calmly, I might not be able to defeat him with just the sword. What? Hearing the swordsman's words, the group of experts was dumbfounded. Although this swordsman was not the strongest swordsman on the continent, he was still famous for his swordsmanship. He actually said that he might not be able to defeat Lin Xian. What a monster. Chapter 13-15. The other girls were also very surprised. They had never felt that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was so strong before. How did he reach such a level in such a short period of time? Could the sword improve so much in such a short period of time? Unless he had an epiphany. Otherwise, it was impossible. How could an epiphany be so simple? Feng Ling clenched her fist. Although she did not want to admit it, his swordsmanship was indeed above hers. How powerful was Lin Xian? As Lin Xian's battles progressed, the confidence in her heart disappeared bit by bit. Duan Lingxiao's expression was terrible. He had lost. Fuck your mother. Why did he have to compete with Lin Xian? Wouldn't it be fine if he did not compete? Now, his and Lin Xian's swordsmanship attainments were clearly displayed in front of everyone, and his loss was also real. Duan Lingxiao gritted his teeth. Young Master Duan, your swordsmanship still needs to be improved. Lin Xian's voice entered his ears. Cough cough, Duan Lingxiao almost could not catch his breath. 8 Desolation. Sword Aura. Duan Lingxiao did not want to drag things out with Lin Xian. A golden light appeared on his sword, and then his aura rose rapidly. Swish swish swish, Subsequently, a continuous stream of powerful sword aura slashed towards Lin Xian. This was not a simple sword aura, but the 8 Desolation sword aura. If Lin Xian dared to clash with his strength, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. You're cultivating this kind of 8 Desolation sword aura. Then how about mine? Great Void. Sword aura. Swish, Lin Xian only slashed out 1 sword aura. When the 2 sword auras collided, Lin Xian's sword aura was like a gluttonous snake, and Lin Xian's terrifying sword aura was devoured by Lin Xian's gluttonous snake. It was instantly devoured clean. Everyone. Duan Lingxiao. How was that possible? Whoosh, he leaped and dodged the sword aura. This was the 8 Desolation sword intent that had been passed down from an expert 1,000 years ago. He lost. Had he lost completely? Arg, Duan Lingxiao shouted angrily and condensed a lightning dragon. Break! Groaned, the thunder dragon even let out a long roar, shattering the ground and blasting towards Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then I'll show you this move, for tails against 1,000 caddies. Lin Xian did not move from his original position. When that terrifying power was about to touch him, he stretched out his sword and stirred the lightning dragon released by Duan Lingxiao, continuously dancing. Everyone. What kind of sword art is this? He was actually able to block his opponent's martial skill. 4 ounces to 1,000 caddies. Is it really that easy to achieve? This Lin Xian is really not simple. 1,000 caddies into 10,000 caddies. Arg, in the next instant, Lin Xian flung the lightning dragon that Duan Lingxiao had conjured with all his might. The moment the lightning dragon rushed over, everyone felt its strength increase by several times. Even the eyes of the lightning dragon silhouette turned red. Duan Lingxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Invincible domain. He stomped his foot and the power of his domain directly erupted. Then that terrifying power directly bombarded his body, but he did not even take a step back. Lin Xian, fuck. This domain is amazing. Sure enough, this genius was a genius. The domain he comprehended was actually invincible. This was really amazing. However, Duan Lingxiao's domain was directly forced out by Lin Xian. The invincible domain has been released. Next, let's end the battle. Duan Lingxiao did not want to be flashy with Lin Xian. He realized that if he continued to be flashy, he would be the one to lose, so it was better to honestly defeat him. Slaughter Law. His power, his laws were all born for battle, and coincidentally, his domain was an absolute defense. This was definitely a very powerful combination. This Slaughter Law was a little similar to the Destruction Law, silently surging power to the opponent, causing damage to the opponent. However, the gap between it and the Destruction Law was too big because it still needed power to surge, but the Destruction Law did not need that at all. The Destruction Law only needed a thought. This was an absolute gap. Lin Xian felt the aura of slaughter surrounding him, then directly exchanged for the attribute that doubled his defense, and then the aura on his body surged. Then, come at me. Chi chi chi. Everyone only saw that Lin Xian's clothes were constantly being torn, but nothing happened to him. Duan Lingxiao frowned. His Slaughter Law only had this little destructive power? Was this a joke? Let me show you this, the Destruction Law. Since Lin Xian's Destruction Law was already exposed, he could not be bothered to hide it anymore. Lin Xian, use it carefully. Ling Hai shouted. Knowing that Lin Xian's Destruction Law, he was very shocked, but he also understood that this law was extremely effective against people of the same realm and lower realm, but against people of a higher realm. The damage to himself was a little too great. Lin Xian nodded, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Duan Lingxiao's aura surged, and he directly released his divine rank martial skill. He wanted to use this power to resist the effect caused by the destruction law. However, he realized that it seemed like nothing happened at all. Humph. Is this the destruction law? I'm only one realm higher than you, and it's useless. Duan Lingxiao continued to condense his divine rank martial skill. Is that so? Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Look at your invincible domain, do you still have it? What? Duan Lingxiao then carefully sensed it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His invincible domain was actually destroyed. It could not be activated again. Hiss. This is the power of the destruction law. The destruction law can destroy everything. This Lin Xian is very smart. Using his realm lower than Duan Lingxiao's to destroy his body and cause him harm, this is definitely more difficult. But if it's just destroying Duan Lingxiao's invincible domain release, it's much easier. Without invincible, I want to see how strong you can be. Divine rank martial skill, Myriad Thunder Heavenly Prison. Arg! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, and a thunderstorm-like scene appeared in the void. It was very normal. Releasing a divine rank martial skill with the strength of a heavenly venerable could indeed attract this heaven and earth phenomenon. Boom! In the next instant, two terrifying divine rank martial skills collided together. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Strength doubled. In the Heaven Martial Arts Conference, one could only use their own strength, and could not use any of their own spirit weapons or some special tools. This led to Lin Xian being invincible. Yes, his realm was indeed 1 star lower than Duan Lingxiao, but he could double his strength. Double it, he did not even use the creation law, how could you compare to him? Everyone stared with wide eyes. Why did this Lin Xian's strength surpass his own 6 stars Empyrean realm by so much? They sensed it for a moment, then were all shocked. Chapter 13-16. Previously, Lin Xian had indeed displayed such strength. His strength could suddenly be much stronger than others. The strength he displayed was not something he should have at his level. In the beginning, many people thought that it was some kind of prop, but now that he could not use props, it should not be a prop. He did not dare to use it. Then, was it a martial technique? Amplification of martial techniques. Was this the only possibility? Or was it a law or a domain? In any case, the amplification was too much. Bang! Duan Lingxiao's figure flew out. He was completely crushed by Lin Xian. That's right, from the very beginning, he had already lost completely. Invincible domain, N, was very powerful, but it was directly broken by Lin Xian's destruction law. Slaughter law, seemed to be nothing in front of him. Then, Lin Xian's strength doubled. How could he fight against the same divine rank martial technique? Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked in front of them. Duan Lingxiao flew out. Whoosh! Duan Tianming leaped and caught Duan Lingxiao, who flew down from the peak of the North Pole. This match, Lin Xian wins. It was true. They hadn't even felt their true strength in this match, and then Duan Lingxiao had lost. In other words, Lin Xian did not display his true strength. Actually, Duan Lingxiao did not display his true strength. He could only release a divine rank martial technique. Of course not. However, in this collision, Lin Xian's strength was too strong and crushed Duan Lingxiao. Cough, cough, Duan Lingxiao clutched his chest and stood up. Lin Xian, why is your strength so strong? Are you sure you did not use any props? Duan Lingxiao was unwilling to believe it. He, Duan Lingxiao, was famous for his strength. However, he was crushed by Lin Xian. He was unwilling to believe that he could still be crushed by Lin Xian's divine rank martial technique after he released it. This was impossible. This was the effect of attribute exchange when one's realm was higher. Was doubling your strength in the mystic heaven realm and doubling your strength in the heavenly venerable realm the same concept? Completely not. Everyone was confused when they heard Duan Ling Zhao's words. To be honest, they also wanted to know. Lin Xian smiled and said, "My spatial ring is there, and I've checked my entire body. What do you think I have?" That's not necessarily true. Who knows if you have other ways to hide it? Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Well, I couldn't have used props when I fought you in the virtual gaming chamber, right?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Duan Ling Xiao was suddenly enlightened. That's right. Previously, when he was in the virtual reality pod, his strength had also far exceeded the realm he should have been in. However, the virtual reality pod was filled with spirit. How could he bring in real-life items? So, he really wasn't using a prop. Young Master Lin's strength is really strong. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. After Duan Ling Xiao finished speaking, he left to recuperate. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian. This kid was becoming more and more outstanding. Yes, I have the urge to be his father-in-law more and more. Alright, Lin Xian, you should also go and rest, Murong Feng said. Lin Xian cupped his fists and left. The girls beside Lin Xian knew that he was enhanced by the law of creation. However, they didn't know that it was actually the system. The matches continued one after another. After the first round, it was Lin Xian's turn again. Next round, Lin Xian versus Murong Yu. Lin Xian, the two of them looked at each other. Both of them had a 13-match winning streak. As expected, they still met. The possibility of them meeting each other was too high. Then, the two of them walked over. Feng Ling clenched her fists. The 14th round, the 14th round. She still hadn't met Lin Xian. She still had the 15th round, the last chance. If she still didn't meet Lin Xian, then she really wouldn't meet him. Even though Lin Xian had displayed such a powerful ability, she still felt that she could win. She was definitely not weak. Among all the people here, she was only worried about Murong Yu and Zhuge Feng's strength. She didn't care about the others. Perhaps there was still Lin Xian. Because of her dual laws, she was destined to be able to crush everyone. Let the battle begin. Lin Xian and Murong Yu faced each other. Shua, Murong Yu's aura rose. She wanted to have a good fight with Lin Xian. Last time, she didn't have enough fun. Still want to fight? Lin Xian said helplessly. Fight. Murong Yu stared at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Alright. I admit defeat. Everyone. Murong Yu, why do you admit defeat? Murong Yu frowned. I don't want to fight with you. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Murong Yu secretly clenched her teeth. You're not allowed to admit defeat. Lin Xian smiled. I'm leaving. I'm going to prepare for the last round. After saying that, Lin Xian walked down. Murong Yu, despicable. Despicable. He admitted defeat just like that. Looks like he has absolute confidence in himself. Even if he loses this round, he still has the confidence to get into the top 10 of the Tianwu assembly. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Let's see how he performs later. Palace Master Murong, your daughter seems to have a good relationship with Lin Xian. Duan Tianming glanced at Murong Feng and asked. Ha, it's alright. They should be very good friends. Not boyfriend and girlfriend. To be honest, he was a little worried that Murongyu and Lin Xian were boyfriend and girlfriend. One Murongyu was already troublesome enough. His son, the future palace master of the Trial Union, was not even a match for Murongyu. Now, there was also Lin Xian. If Lin Xian and Murongyu got together, the palace master would become stronger because of Lin Xian. At the same time, they would also have the Yixian group and the Azura Palace. Moreover, he knew that his son liked Murongyu. I don't know either. The younger generation's matters are up to them. We old guys definitely won't care. Murong Feng knew what Duan Tianming wanted to say. He wanted to talk about the marriage between the two families. Therefore, he directly talked about the younger generation's matters and let them decide for themselves. This way, Duan Tianming wouldn't be able to ask the question. Next round, Feng Ling vs Han Chuxue. Following which, the two girls walked up to the stage. This Han Chuxue from the Han family is quite strong. However, it will be difficult for her to fight against Feng Ling. It will be difficult. However, it's hard to say. In terms of individual ability, Feng Ling might not be comparable to Han Chuxue. Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter. I admit defeat. Feng Ling said straightforwardly. Everyone was speechless. Feng Qingyang staggered. Admit defeat. To Feng Ling, the reason for admitting defeat was simple. Lin Xian had won 13 out of 14 matches. If she wanted to fight against Lin Xian, she had to lose this match. She didn't know if she could win against Han Chuxue. Therefore, she didn't want to waste her spiritual energy. She directly admitted defeat. Chapter 13-17. Feng Ling's admission of defeat stunned everyone. She was a top-notch genius. She should at least be in the top 10 or top 20. Although Han Chuxue was strong, she should be evenly matched with her before the fight. Why did she admit defeat just like that? Feng Qingyang's mouth twitched. That girl. That girl. He was about to go crazy with anger. Of course, he knew why his daughter had admitted defeat. Was it really that important? Dad, did Ling Ling admit defeat just to fight Lin Xian? Feng Qinghao asked. What do you think? Feng Qingyang sighed helplessly. My second sister is so honest. She admitted defeat just to fight Lin Xian. She's so cool. Feng Qinyu looked at Feng Ling, who was walking over with admiration. Bang! Feng Qingyang slapped him on the head. Cool. That's called brainless. Han Chuxue was strong, but his daughter was not weak either. She might not lose. She had a high chance of winning because she had the space attribute. But she admitted defeat just like that. This was the Sky Martial Assembly, the final Sky Martial Assembly. This girl actually, she was so angry. There was another reason why Feng Ling admitted defeat. Even if she had the space attribute, weakening, and the law of creation, she felt that the fight with Han Chuxue would be a tough one. She would definitely reveal a lot of her trump cards. So, she admitted defeat. If she did not fight Lin Xian in the next round, there was nothing she could do. But if she did, You little girl. Feng Qingyang was exasperated with her failure. Feng Qinghao shook his head helplessly. He, Feng Qinghao, had won 13 out of 14 matches. He had lost one match to Han Chuxue. He wanted to win 14 matches in a row, but his second sister gave up on her own accord. I want to fight with Lin Xian. Feng Ling stood there with his arms crossed and said. Then do you know that if you don't handle things well later on, you might. There are countless people with special abilities in the Tianwu tournament. do you think you can easily get into the top 10? Let's not talk about Murongyu, Duan Ling Xiao, and Qi Tianqing for now. Just those people around Lin Xian, which one of them can you say for sure that you can beat them? Feng Qingyang could only sigh. I just want to beat him up. Wind Chimes gritted her teeth. Sigh, there was nothing Feng Qingyang could do. The bullet screen was also filled with question marks. They didn't understand. Wasn't this girl very fierce before? 13 consecutive victories. Why did he admit defeat without even fighting? Could it be that this cold and super beautiful goddess was so powerful? Hey, that Feng clan's daughter seems to have set her eyes on you. She directly admitted defeat to Chushue just to have the same number of points as you. That way, she would have a chance to meet you. Ling Ying elbowed Lin Xian's waist and said. There's something wrong with that woman. She's really sick. Lin Xian had seen many strong-willed women before, but he had never seen one as strong-willed as her. She could not be called strong-willed. She was simply condescending. There was no one or thing that she could set her eyes on. What she did was right. She was a typical spoiled brat, a typical princess syndrome. She felt like the whole world revolved around her. Fuck, which girl around him wasn't as beautiful as her? Wasn't Murongyu prettier than her? Her status was also high, but she was just arrogant. That was normal. Helpless. This girl even triggered a mission. Since she triggered a mission, it meant that she was not bad and had a good personality. Then, he would just leave her to Lin Xian to train. After fighting for so long, the experts in the surroundings had a rough idea of the strength and abilities of the people they paid attention to. The subsequent battles continued one after another. Speaking of which, it's really amazing. Lin Xian used to be a piece of trash. In such a short time, he has become such an existence. He even made me feel pressured. What do you think he went through? Zhao Mengyue sat there and looked at Lin Ye. Weren't you also a piece of trash before? Lin Ye said indifferently. That makes sense. Boss, do you want us to kill him? Blood Demon asked. He was the one that Lin Xian met earlier and was heavily injured by Dragony. Shut up, you piece of trash. Last time, you didn't get the power of the void killing eyes because you were too useless. Are you also Lin Xian's opponent? Zhao Mengyue trembled with anger when she thought of this. She didn't know how the power of the void killing eyes was now. She didn't dare to go over for fear of an ambush. You can't blame me. Who knew that he had such a powerful little guy in his arms? What kind of little guy? Zhao Mengyue asked. I didn't pay much attention to it. It looks like a fairy. Anyway, it looks like a human, but it's very small. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. I hope that power didn't fall on Lin Xian. Otherwise, he's too big of a threat. Zhao Yingmeng gritted her teeth. The void killing eyes was one of the strongest powers among the 12 demon gods. It had the strongest attack power. In the entire continent, the void killing eyes attack power was almost unparalleled. If it fell on Lin Xian, it would be really bad. Lin Ye looked at the screen. Little Xian had grown to become more and more powerful. Moreover, he must have gotten the news that she left in Drunken Pavilion. She hoped that everything would go well. Next match, Lin Xian's name slowly appeared on the screen. Feng Ling nervously clenched her fist. It must be her. It must be her. Then, Feng Ling's name slowly appeared behind Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian versus Feng Ling. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Xian, wow. Did he really meet this chick? Whoosh! Feng Ling directly appeared on the North Pole's arena and looked at Lin Xian. Good luck. A few girls cheered for Lin Xian behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and walked over. I hope you don't admit defeat. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Admitting defeat is impossible. I can see that you've always wanted to beat me up. What do you think? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and extended her hand. A public Earth Stage 5-star sword flew into her palm. What kind of enmity does this Lin Xian have with Feng family's Feng Ling? From the beginning, Feng family's Feng Ling seemed to be targeting this Lin Xian. Murong Feng looked at the two people in the arena with interest. I heard that they had some friction in Ice Sea City. It seems that Feng family's Feng Ling was taught a lesson by Lin Xian. Oh. No wonder Feng Ling was so unconvinced. Interesting. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Let's begin. You're not using your sword. Feng Ling frowned and looked at Lin Xian. I don't need it to deal with you. Everyone, hiss. Isn't this Lin Xian too arrogant? He's really arrogant. He doesn't need it. Is he pretending or does he really not need it? Chapter 13-18. Everyone only knew that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was really powerful. If he used a sword, his combat power would definitely increase tremendously. If he didn't use it, it would be equivalent to him giving up his powerful swordsmanship against Feng Ling who used a sword. It was a natural disadvantage. On the other hand, Feng Ling felt a strong sense of mockery from Lin Xian. Damn it! Whoosh! She then raised her hand and her sword flew out. Since you don't use it, I won't use it to bully you. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and said. Everyone, this girl. This girl. Feng Qingyang was really convinced by his daughter. She didn't teach her well. Lin Xian gave her a chance to win. She had such a big advantage, but she still threw her sword away. He was furious. Lin Xian smiled. Although this chick is spicy, a little chili pepper, she is really interesting. Are you sure you don't want to use it? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Feng Ling's aura began to surge. Lin Xian smirked. Don't cry when you lose. Don't find excuses to lose to a woman. After Feng Ling finished speaking, her wind attribute power surged. She didn't even use her space and rushed directly in front of Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. She was a proud woman. If Lin Xian didn't use her space, she definitely wouldn't. Whoever used it first would prove that they lost in terms of aura. It proved that whoever didn't use it couldn't win. She had to use it. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. As expected of the Feng family, her wind attribute power was really strong. Her speed was really fast. Then, Lin Xian's wind attribute also surged. Whoosh, bang, the two charged at each other and their fists collided. The moment their powers collided, the ground under their feet cracked and the two sank directly. The surrounding air exploded and dust was directly shaken up. So strong. Both of them are so strong. They're really strong. They should be the top existences in this competition. I don't know who will win. I feel that the two of them didn't reveal too many of their trump cards in the previous matches. Sister, who will win? Ling Longyue also asked Ling Longxue curiously. Although her realm wasn't low, she didn't have much experience. Lin Xian. Ling Longxue said without thinking. Is this Lin Xian really that powerful? Ling Longyue said unhappily. All you need to know is that Lin Xian is absolutely invincible in the same realm. Ling Longxue said. At least in Ling Longxue's eyes, there was no one in the world who was a match for Lin Xian in the same realm. Even being 1 star higher than Lin Xian was useless. It was also an absolutely invincible existence. It couldn't be helped. This was what this person was showing Ling Longshui. You're courting death. When Feng Ling saw that Lin Xian was actually competing with her in terms of strength, she sneered. Following that, her fist didn't move, but a hidden force exploded. This feeling was like a nail being nailed into a wall. The nail couldn't move, but there was a hammer behind it that suddenly increased the force of the nail. That was the feeling. Hidden force. Lin Xian instantly retreated a few meters. This was a very powerful ability of Feng Ling. Her strength was normal, but she had a hidden force. To put it simply, as long as she released this hidden force, every time she attacked, there would be two forces, one from the front and one from the back, and the hidden force would be even stronger. For example, when she and Lin Xian fought, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, if the hidden force successfully hit Lin Xian's arm would look fine on the surface, but the tendons and even the bones in his arm would directly shatter. This was the terrifying part of the hidden force. When Lin Xian fought with her before, he already knew that this woman had such a power. What was this? Lin Xian didn't understand. This wasn't a law, nor was it a martial technique. He didn't understand, but it was indeed a little tricky. It was very dangerous. Upon seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Lin Xian had lost in the first move. Take this. Whoosh, following that, Feng Ling charged forward fiercely. Their fists and feet began to collide at a very fast frequency. Impact. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was only the muffled sound of their fists colliding with each other. Lin Xian didn't plan on exchanging for attributes. He didn't plan on exchanging for strength, speed, and defense to fight this girl. He wanted to have a good fight with her without using any of the system's powers. He wanted to see what he could do without the system's powers. In fact, it was too easy for Lin Xian to win. They were in the same realm. If Lin Xian directly doubled his strength, Feng Ling would definitely not be a match for Lin Xian. She would even be tortured by Lin Xian. But this time, Lin Xian wanted to use his true strength to fight with her. At the same time, he wanted to know how strong his strength was compared to the top powerhouses of the same realm. Was this Feng Ling strong? Of course she was. Although Lin Xian had fought with Murongyu many times, winning and losing, Lin Xian wanted to try fighting with someone else. Ripping Hurricane. After Feng Ling punched at Lin Xian, her aura surged. From behind her, the terrifying hurricane force attacked Lin Xian like a sharp blade. Whirlwind clouds. Swish swish swish, it was like countless sharp blades colliding with each other. Bang! Following that, the two of them pulled apart. The moment they pulled apart, Lin Xian's body began to be surrounded by lightning. He then took the initiative to charge forward. Bang! This time, Lin Xian's every punch was accompanied by the power of lightning. As for Feng Ling, she also had the lightning attribute. But this time, under Lin Xian's attacks, she was forced to retreat. Why? Lin Xian's lightning was much stronger than hers. When others saw that Lin Xian's lightning was purple while Feng Ling's was only blue, they knew that Lin Xian would never lose to anyone in the same realm in terms of lightning. Rage of thunder soaring. Feng Ling pulled apart the distance once again. Then, she pointed to the sky. Terrifying lightning fell and condensed at her fingertips. Then, she suddenly waved it at Lin Xian. Hundreds of lightning condensed into phoenix-like phantoms charged at Lin Xian. Thunder surging heavens. Sizzle, boom, their powers collided once again. No one could do anything to the other. You still don't want to use the space? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. You don't. Feng Ling was not afraid of Lin Xian at all. Why should she use it first? After you use the space, you will know that there is always someone better in this world. Hee hee. Feng Ling laughed in disdain. Divine level martial arts technique, myriad thunder falling. Rumble, Lin Xian smirked. Divine level martial arts technique, myriad thunder heavenly prison. Boom, everyone in the distance released their powers to resist the terrifying shockwave from the collision of the two divine level martial arts techniques. Whoosh, Feng Ling's figure flew out from the lightning and landed on the ground. She retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. Damn it! She could not withstand it. She really could not win in terms of lightning. However, in the next moment, a red mark suddenly appeared under her feet. Chapter 13:19. Feng Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. Whoosh! In the next instant, she released a space jump and disappeared from her original spot. The moment she disappeared, a pillar of raging flames rose into the sky from where she had been standing just a moment ago. Everyone was secretly shocked. This Lin Xian, space, wind, thunder, fire. He had many attributes. And those who were familiar with Lin Xian knew that he was far more than that. Feng Ling was secretly shocked. If that flame touched her, she was afraid that her match would be over. Hey, let's release the space. Lin Xian's lips curled as he looked at Feng Ling. Humph. Space seal. She then directly sealed Lin Xian. Space blast. Boom! When the dust dissipated, Lin Xian's figure was no longer in the space where he was. Clearly, Lin Xian had directly broken through her space power. Space seal. Lin Xian then released a space seal on Feng Ling. Space blast. When the dust dissipated, Feng Ling was half kneeling there with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. What? Everyone revealed a shocked expression when they saw this scene. Feng Ling's space seal and space blast were directly broken by Lin Xian, and she was hit by the space seal and space blast that Lin Xian released on her. This can only mean one thing: Lin Xian's space attainments are stronger than hers, and much stronger. Is this Lin Xian really so terrifying? His space is much stronger than others. They're about the same age. Isn't this kind of space or time attribute only revealed a few decades later? Why is there such a big gap now? This scene made many people very puzzled. Wind Chime slowly stood up. She should be the one who found it the most inconceivable. Previously, she had compared space with Lin Xian and felt that it was about the same. However, this time, she felt that she had been crushed. His space power was stronger than hers. That was absolute. Perhaps she had been too careless. Because she had fought with Lin Xian once before, she probably thought that she could directly break through. Then, she tried again, but this time, she actually did not break through. It was too late to use any other method. If she hadn't been so careless, she would have definitely been able to break through Lin Xian's spatial seal with her spatial power and her own powerful attack power. Even if that didn't work, she could at least create a law to increase her strength, right? But time couldn't be reversed. Now that she was injured, the situation was even worse. Law of weakening. Without hesitation, she stood up and unleashed the law of weakness on Lin Xian. Take this. Fierce wind rolling waves. Feng Ling's hair was dancing wildly, and the wind was so strong that the spectators could not open their eyes. Even breathing was difficult. Law of creation, buff me. Feng Ling knew that if she were to continue fighting like before, she would definitely lose. She immediately released 2 laws to reverse the situation. Lin Xian's law of destruction was useless because she had already weakened him. It wasn't useful before, but it's useful now. Lin Xian directly created a law to increase his strength that was weakened by her, and then thunder erupted. Thunder rolling heavens. Boom! The two forces collided. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, and even Lin Xian's thunder rolling heavens had a slight advantage. But in the next instant, her wind attribute martial skill instantly crushed his thunder attribute power. What caused Lin Xian to be stunned for a moment was that they were both heaven rank martial skills, and her martial skill should also be around heaven rank 1 star. Why was it that the power of her wind attribute martial skill crushed his lightning attribute? Could it be that she had some kind of buff? No. He had seen this kind of situation many times. Even if you had some kind of buff, when you released it, it was already at that level. How could you increase your strength midway? He had only seen this kind of situation when he released the law of creation. It was exactly the same. Law of creation. This woman also had the law of creation. No wonder she dared to fight with him even though she knew that he had the law of destruction and was not weak. In principle, her confidence came from the law of creation. But there was no use. Lin Xian's law of creation directly increased his thunder rolling heavens again. Then, the thunder rolling heavens that was just crushed instantly rose again. Fengling. This, law of creation. She was too familiar with this scene. She had only seen it when she released the law of creation. This Lin Xian, other than the law of destruction, he also had the law of creation. Two top-notch laws gathered in one person. No wonder. It was really no wonder that he could use some kind of power to make up for it when she directly weakened his strength by 50%. So it was the law of creation. I want to see. You've already used up a lot of spiritual power to use the law of creation to make up for the debuff that my law of weakness gave you. I'll directly compete with you in spiritual power. Can you still win? Then, Fengling continued to use the law of creation to increase the power of her martial skill. Lin Xian, damn. This girl actually wanted to play with him like this. Competing to see who had more spiritual power. Then why would Lin Xian be afraid of her? Then, Lin Xian continued to use the law of creation to increase the power of his thunder rolling heavens. The two forces gradually became stronger. If you don't give in to me, I won't give in to you. Everyone. This? What the hell is this? These two martial skills have already been released. Why are they still increasing their power? Fengling's martial skill increased and wanted to suppress Lin Xian's martial skill. However, the power of Lin Xian's martial skill suddenly increased again. Can this be? These two martial skills have already been released. Why is the power still increasing? What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. Many of these people had not even heard of the law of creation, and those who had heard of it had never seen it at all. It was very difficult for them to directly link it to the law of creation. However, there were a few people who could see through it directly. This Lin Xian. Feng Qingyang's eyes widened. Feng Qingyang already thought highly of Lin Xian's law of destruction. After all, it was an ultimate law of the same level. However, Lin Xian actually had the law of creation. This person was simply terrifying. How could he be so good-looking? There was no way for his daughter to win. Unless her spiritual power was much higher than Lin Xian's, otherwise, however, Lin Xian was so heaven-defying. Could his daughter's spiritual power really be higher than his? This Fengling actually has the law of creation. No wonder. Ling Ying was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she dared to continue fighting with Lin Xian. So that was it. How envious. This is bad. After seeing this scene, Murong Feng frowned. If these two people continued to fight like this and continued to increase the power of their martial skills, they might be able to increase their power to the level of the higher void stage. However, once it exploded, they would definitely die since they did not have the cultivation of the higher void stage. Chapter 13:20. As for Feng Ling, she did not care about anything else. She just wanted to defeat Lin Xian. She did not care about the consequences. As for Lin Xian, don't worry. How could he be worried about this? Hey, aren't you afraid that when the time comes, your power will be too condensed and you will die? Lin Xian kept releasing the law of creation and then said, "You're almost out of spiritual energy, right?" Feng Ling then said, and then the power of the law of creation increased again. Lin Xian, this woman must be crazy. All right. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Xian's law of creation also continued to increase. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. The martial skills released by the two 6-star heavenly venerables had already reached the level of power of the Great Void stage, surpassing the 3rd stage. More and more people felt that something was wrong. The law of creation. It's the law of creation. Both of them have the law of creation. They are now competing with the law of creation. Competing with the density of their spiritual energy. Suddenly, someone discovered this matter and shouted out, "The law of creation." Hearing this, they came to a realization. So it's the law of creation. No wonder they can continue to increase their power after releasing their martial skills. What is this law of creation? It's one of the strongest laws in the world, as famous as the law of destruction. Wait. This Lin Xian already has the law of destruction, and now he is releasing the power of the law of creation. He actually has the two strongest laws in the world. Suddenly realizing this matter, those people revealed shocked expressions. The law of creation. So it's the law of creation. Xiao Yun, Duan Lingxiao, and some others who had lost to Lin Xian but did not know why Lin Xian was so strong suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Lin Xian's power is so strong. So this is the reason. He used the law of creation to strengthen his own power or martial skills, which is why he displayed a power that does not belong to his realm. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Why? Why was this world so unfair? He did not have the law of creation or the law of destruction, but Lin Xian had too. Why? His loss was justified. At the same time, he understood that it wasn't Lin Xian who was strong, but the laws. He had simply lost to the laws. If Lin Xian did not have a law of this level, how could he have lost? Keep increasing. Feng Ling shouted and her strength soared again. Give me more points. Lin Xian did not cower in the slightest. Gradually, their spiritual energy was almost depleted. Of course, Lin Xian definitely had more spiritual energy than Feng Ling. Wind chimes gritted her teeth. It was one thing for Lin Xian to have the law of creation, but did he have more spiritual energy than him? Boom! She finally retracted her hand, and the two forces officially collided. Prepare your defenses. Murong Feng loudly shouted. He was speaking to the other contestants and the people who had come over. There were many strong people here, but there were also some whose cultivation was not that strong. When the martial skills of these two people collided with each other, the resulting power was simply unimaginable. Boom! The entire Arctic summit trembled violently. Dust flew everywhere, and the airflow was chaotic. Who won? The dust slowly dispersed, and everyone swallowed their saliva as they watched. The people in front of their phones were all motionless. They nervously stared at the thick dust on their phones. They were looking forward to what kind of scene would appear after the dust dispersed. Although the others were very nervous, they were not too flustered. These two people both had the space attribute. With the space attribute, they would not be directly injured by this kind of power, right? As the dust slowly dispersed, a huge crater that was over 200 meters wide gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss! When they saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power they had erupted with. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Quickly go and see if the two of them are all right. Then, a group of people ran over from all directions. Then, they saw the two people face each other in the deep pit. Seeing this scene, they let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that they are fine, it's good that they are fine. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This woman was indeed powerful. How should he put it? She might not be as powerful as Murongyu, but she was definitely not inferior to Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the rest. She was strong in the creation of the law, including the space attribute. Murongyu had the destruction law, so she could fight with her. As for Ling Ying and the rest, they did not have such a level of law. At the same level, it was very difficult to beat her. Top-level laws were not just for show. However, if she gave up this power and fought in other ways, she should not be a match for Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Xiao Xingyue. Lin Xian also realized that without the power of the system, although he was still not weak, he was not as brainless as before. However, he still could not lose. Still fighting. Lin Xian looked at Feng Ling in front of him and asked. Wind Chimes gritted her teeth tightly. Her butt. Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and threw a stone at her butt. Now, even if it was not bleeding, it was definitely purple. I'm not done with you. Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian angrily. Even if you're not done, you have to have the ability. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Domain, infinite replication domain. In the next moment, Feng Ling's aura surged and her pupils suddenly shrank. This Lin Xian still had so much spiritual energy. He even had the time attribute. From the beginning of the battle with him, he had not used his full strength. That's right, this was Feng Ling's domain. If this domain was said to be strong, it was extremely strong. If it was said to be weak, it could also be very weak. Anyway, if it was really in terms of domain power, Ling Ying and the rest's domains were not weak. They were all very strong, but the effect was different. This Feng Ling's domain was infinite replication. What effect did it have? Choosing a target, she could replicate his state, his attributes, and his abilities. For example, now that Feng Ling had replicated Lin Xian's power, she had the same remaining spiritual energy value as Lin Xian. She had the power of ice, time, fire, darkness, and other attributes. She had Lin Xian's law of destruction power. Of course, she could not replicate the void-killing eyes. In this domain, she had almost all of Lin Xian's power. Of course, she had to give up her own power. Therefore, the more powerful the opponent, the more powerful she would be after the replication. If the replicated opponent's strength was not as good as hers, then it would be terrible. However, after the replication, she would have to consume spiritual energy every second. Therefore, this domain could not be said to be particularly strong, but it could not be said to be very weak either. Feng Ling was stunned on the spot. His domain could actually reduce the opponent's cultivation by 3 stars regardless of the realm. Feng Ling felt it and was even more stunned. Therefore, he still held back a lot in the battle with her. Otherwise, she would have lost long ago. Caw. Feng Ling clenched her fists and then her spiritual energy dissipated. I admit defeat. She gritted her teeth as she finished speaking. Then, with a leap, she flew out. Chapter 13:21. This inexplicable scene caused everyone to be stunned. She looked fine, and didn't she just release her domain power? Why did he admit defeat before even fighting after releasing his domain power? What was going on? Lin Xian was also stunned. This was not her personality. Could it be that she knew she couldn't fight? No, no. With this girl's personality, even if she couldn't fight, she would still fight. Lin Xian felt that this girl would not admit defeat so easily even if she died. Lin Xian returned to Ling Ying's side. Why did she admit defeat? Maybe she knows she can't beat me. Lin Xian shrugged and said. But she's really powerful. She even has the law of creation. Xiao Xinyue said. It seems like she has 2 laws. Wang Xintong said. Lin Xian nodded. 2 laws were rarer than 4 laws. Murongyu only had 1 law. You can imagine. Anyway, Feng Ling was the only person Lin Xian had met who had 2 laws. There must be more. After Lin Xian's battle ended, there were still other people to fight. However, it had to be said that Lin Xian had shocked everyone. Although Feng Ling lost, she also surprised everyone. Why did you admit defeat? Feng Qingyang looked at his daughter. He knew his daughter too well. Even if she died in battle, she would not admit defeat so easily. Feng Ling said, I can't beat him. Second sister, this is the first time I've heard this from you in so many years. Feng Qingyu looked at Feng Ling in shock. Feng Ling was helpless. She looked at Lin Xian. She couldn't beat him. Indeed, she had replicated Lin Xian's power and could still fight with him. However, she also knew that if Lin Xian had used his domain, time, space, or even the law of destruction that he hadn't used in his battle with her, she would have lost long ago. Although she was strong, she was very rational. She knew that she was no match for Lin Xian. However, she was unwilling to accept it. He was really unwilling to accept this. Why did this person have to provoke him, and why couldn't he beat him? Damn it. You've replicated his power. He must have some powerful abilities that he hasn't revealed yet, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Time and space, dual laws of creation and destruction. His domain can reduce an opponent's strength by 3 stars regardless of their realm. Even a heavenly Dao realm expert can be reduced by 3 stars. If he were to fight in such a manner, I would have long lost. Feng Ling said. What? Feng Qingyang was shocked when he heard Feng Ling's words. The strongest powers in the world, time, space, creation, and destruction, were all in his hands. Then, his domain reduced his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. This wasn't a big deal, but the most terrifying thing was that it ignored the reduction in cultivation level. When this person grows up in the future, he will be invincible. Feng Qingyang said as he looked at Lin Xian. Feng Ling also nodded in agreement. Although it was very unpleasant, it was the truth. Creation, destruction, space, and time were already invincible, and he even had such a domain. Seriously, they really didn't know how he could lose. As long as he didn't overestimate himself and grew up completely, his ability and terrifying level would increase along with his cultivation level. If such a person can become a member of our Feng family, Feng Qingyang looked at Lin Xian with a burning gaze. Feng Ling, Lin Xian's dual laws of destruction and creation had caused an uproar among this group of experts. Everyone thought that Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and the others were the strongest, but they soon realized that wasn't the case. This unknown Lin Xian was the most terrifying person. However, they didn't know much about the people sitting in front of their phones and computers. They only knew that Lin Xian seemed to be very powerful. Even if they heard about the laws of creation and destruction, how many of them actually knew or had heard of them? Sigh. It seems like there's still a huge gap between me and Lin Xian. Zhuge Feng sighed. He originally thought that there wasn't much of a gap between him and Lin Xian, but he lost. He felt that his loss was justified, but he still thought that he had a chance to catch up with Lin Xian. Now, he had completely given up on that thought. With Lin Xian's strength, he couldn't catch up with him even if he worked hard. Do we still want to work together? Xiao Yun asked. Su Zhiming clenched his fists. He had a strange feeling that even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop Lin Xian. Work together. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Now that Lin Xian was so powerful, if he was allowed to enter the God's Awakening door, his strength would soar. If he stopped Lin Xian from going to the God's Awakening door, he would be able to shorten the gap between him and Lin Xian. He might even surpass Lin Xian. Rumor had it that he had heard from the higher-ups of the Enforcement Union that the God's Awakening door had an almighty ability that could reshape one's life. What did it mean to put it simply? As long as one was alive, even if one's attributes and laws were already set, one would have a chance to obtain other attributes, laws, and even domains. One could even obtain other things. The God's Awakening door wasn't built by the three major factions. No one knew how the God's Awakening door had been passed down. In any case, it had been around for a very long time. There were too many things that could be obtained from it. As long as he obtained the power of time, space, creation, and destruction, he would definitely be able to crush Lin Xian. Hence, it was necessary to stop Lin Xian from entering the God's Awakening door. But with just the few of us, I'm afraid, that's right. The current Lin Xian had already caused them to fear him to such an extent. Not to mention killing him, they didn't even have the confidence to stop him from entering the God's Awakening door. Duan Lingxiao said calmly, "Don't worry, I can find him. There's no need to kill him, just stop him." He believed that with his talent and ability, he would definitely be able to surpass Lin Xian once he entered the God's Awakening door. In this competition, the difference between everyone isn't that big. That Lin Xian didn't have 15 consecutive victories. He also admitted defeat once and only has 13 points. It's about the same as us. Hence, he doesn't have much of a lead over us. The possibility of stopping him from entering the God's Awakening door is very high. All right. Since young Master Duan has said so, then let's work together to stop Lin Xian. All the best. Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong and the others. All right. The next match would be Murong Yu's 15th match. She already had a 14-match winning streak, and her next opponent was someone who also had a 14-match winning streak. Just how strong was a person who could achieve a 14-match winning streak? How many people could there be? Therefore, it was very easy for Murong Yu to run into his own people. However, her luck wasn't bad. She didn't meet her own people. Murong Yu's 15th opponent. Chu He. Who was Chu He? An expert with 14 consecutive victories. Chu Feng's elder brother, the eldest young master of the Chu family from the Feng country. Chapter 1322. Anyone who was able to obtain 14 consecutive victories in this competition was definitely at the top. Who did this Chu He even defeat? That's right, he beat Qi Tianqing. Qi Tianqing was the young master of the Bounty Hunter Guild. How strong was he? That went without saying. However, he was defeated by Chu He. Lin Xian also secretly praised. Indeed, the world was big, but there was always a higher mountain. There was always a higher mountain. It didn't mean that the most famous people were the strongest. It was hard to say. Wasn't this an example? However, no matter how strong Chu he was, Lin Xian felt that he couldn't be Murongyu's opponent. Lin Xian knew Murongyu too well. Inside and out, from top to bottom. Lin Xian dared to say that even Murongyu's father and mother didn't know her as well as he did. That was for sure. Therefore, in this round, Murongyu would definitely win. As expected, although Murongyu didn't crush her opponent, she still ended the battle with an advantage. However, it could be seen that Chu He was also very strong. He actually forced Murongyu to use her law of destruction. However, Lin Xian knew that she still had trump cards that she hadn't used yet. For example, 1,000 ice pupils. This was normal. After all, Lin Xian felt that there weren't two people here who could force Murongyu to use her full strength. After that, the battles ended one after another. Everyone had a rough idea of who were the stronger ones among the contestants here. Too cool. It's so cool to watch these people fight. Yeah, they are the strongest group of martial artists in our generation. They really live up to their names. Especially a few of them, wow. They're just too cool. However, did you guys notice that this era seems to have changed? The most amazing thing is that there are more girls than guys. It seems to be true. There seem to be more powerful girls. Times have changed. Alright. Now, the first round of the Tianwu Assembly has ended. Let's take a look and see which ones are at their peak. Murong Feng said. Then, everyone gathered there and raised their heads to look at the big screen. Everyone knew how many rounds they had won and how many rounds they had lost. The list of 15 victories: Murongyu, Xiao Xinyue, Wu Yuhan. That's right. There were only 3 of them. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying both lost a match. There was nothing they could do as they still had some tricks up their sleeves. However, Lin Xian told them not to push themselves too hard. It was just one match, and they were only 2 points behind the winner. What was the point of that? If he were to injure himself and affect the Tianwu Assembly, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, how many people could achieve complete victory? Most of the strong ones actually had 14 wins and 1 loss. They weren't too far behind, so they didn't go all out. Wang Xintong was a bit worse, only winning 12 matches. There was nothing she could do as her attributes were there. Although she had tried her best to improve herself, with only water and light attributes, how could she fight against lightning, dark, space, and time attribute warriors? Indeed, there were strong and weak attributes. You really couldn't lie through your teeth and say that water attribute was stronger than time attribute. However, every attribute had its own special effect. It wasn't something that could be divided by strength. In the Storm Squad, Wang Xintong's position was never a warrior who would charge into the enemy's ranks. However, she was definitely an indispensable member of the squad. It's a pity. If Lin Xian didn't fight against Murongyu, he might also have a 15-win streak. Xiao Runing, who was standing beside Xiao Zun, secretly said. That can't be helped. This Lin Xian and Murongyu are good friends. Moreover, the 2 of them are very strong. If there was a winner, it wouldn't be good for their future. This kid is very good. He only lost 2 points. I believe he will be able to catch up later. However, there are a lot of people with 14 win streaks. Xiao Zun looked at the people with 14 win streaks. There are a lot of people. The competition later on will be even more brutal. I wonder what the content of the last 2 rounds of the Tianwu Assembly will be. This was also what everyone was looking forward to. The people who knew about the last 2 rounds of the Tianwu Assembly were Murong Feng, Duan Tianming, and the others. Even the leaders of the 3 major factions didn't know. There was only one person who knew, and that was the president of the Radiant Association. An existence that had lived for thousands of years. He didn't come, but he had been paying attention. In order to ensure fairness, he had told one of the representatives of the three major factions. After all, the sons and daughters of the three major factions had also participated in the Tianwu assembly. It was normal to have selfish motives. If they had prepared in advance, they would have a great advantage. What kind of organization was the Radiant Association? A long time ago, the human race had an organization. Murong Feng and Lin Xian had said that it was this organization that had dealt with Di Lin and the 12 demon gods, saving the human race and the demon race from calamity. However, the current Radiant Association was unable to contact the three major factions. Only they could contact the three major factions. They weren't very strong. It was said that the Radiant Association didn't even have 10 members. Those people would only appear when the human race was facing a great crisis. Of course, there was also the special occasion of the God's Awakening Door. This was the first time the Radiant Association had interfered with the God's Awakening Door. This caused the people of the three major factions to be very shocked. However, it was true that the quality of this Tianwu assembly was higher than any of the previous ones. Now that the situation had changed, it was indeed somewhat different from the previous ones. Next, I will talk about the scoring of this competition. The final top 10 will be ranked according to the points. The total points of the first round will be multiplied by 1,000. Every victory will give you 100 points. The total points will be your current total points. Lin Xian, what the hell? Multiplied by 1,000. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Wow! This group of people are really despicable. 15 consecutive victories, multiplied by 1,000, that would be 15,000 points. 14 consecutive victories would be 1,000 points less than 15 consecutive victories. 1,000 points would be a huge difference. Moreover, there would be additional rewards for winning. In other words, those who had 10 consecutive victories would have 1,500 points. His 14 consecutive victories would only have 1,400 points. With this added up, 14 consecutive victories would naturally have 1,100 points less than 15 consecutive victories. Wow! Despicable. In other words, those who had 15 consecutive victories, as long as they didn't make any major mistakes in the later rounds, they would already be in the top 10. I believe that you all have a clear idea of your points. Now, let me announce the content of the second round of the Tianwu assembly. The content of the second round: strength and resistance to beatings. Everyone. To be honest, when Murong Feng heard the content of the second round a few seconds ago, he was completely dumbfounded. This round could be said to be very simple. It could be said to be a competition, but it was still a competition. However, wasn't it a bit too sloppy in this level of the Tianwu assembly? Generally speaking, this was the entrance examination of an ordinary academy. Moreover, he could understand if it was a competition of strength. However, he really couldn't understand if it was a competition of resistance to beatings. Chapter 13:23. Not to mention Murong Feng, the other experts, the people from the clans and powers, including the people in front of their phones and computers, were all dumbfounded. This assessment seemed to be very sloppy. Moreover, what was the point of taking a beating? Murong Feng really didn't understand the Radiant Association's intentions. Old Feng, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Duan Tianming asked. Murong Feng nodded his head, that's right. The information sent by the Radiant Association's experts is here. He then showed them the information on his phone. Comparing strength is reasonable. Comparing the ability to take a beating is to test the strength of their physique. What's the point of this? Indeed, the more resistant a person is, the higher their survival rate after getting injured in battle. However, forget it, they must have their own intentions. Murong Fong nodded his head and said, their intentions should be inside the God's awakening door. That's right. No one knows what's inside the God's awakening door. However, everyone who enters and exits the God's awakening door has their memories erased. No one knows what's inside the God's awakening door. Maybe these experts from the Radiant Association know something about it. Forget it, let's not think about it. We are all humans. This is for everyone's good. They must have their own intentions. Then Murong Fong looked at everyone and said, everyone, rest for a few hours. I will tell you the details later. Then, the crowd dispersed. Murong Fong and the others also didn't know how to compete. They had to see what the Radiant Association would give them and some rules. Lin Xian and the others released their space attribute and went to the foot of the mountain. They sat in a corner and Lin Xian created his own law to create the ingredients and hotpot base. The few of them sat there and ate the hotpot. It was very beautiful. The elders didn't disturb them. The children were together, why would they disturb them? Dad, I'm going to find Xinyue and the others. Xiao Runing said and walked away. You guys are really beautiful. Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian and the girls cooking hot pot. There were even big bones in the hot pot. This was simply too satisfying. Sister, let's eat together. Xiao Xinyue said. When they were with Lin Xian, they didn't learn anything except how to eat. In Lin Xian's words, only when one was full would they have the strength to do strength training. Only when one was full would they be able to endure more vicious beatings. Thinking about it, it did make some sense. Sure. Of course, as Xiao Runing didn't stand on ceremony. She sat beside them and started eating hot pot. I don't know how this round of assessment is going to proceed. Looking at my father and the others, it seems like they don't know the content either. Murong Yu said. Lin Xian nodded, it seems so. I saw him looking at his phone. Isn't the content of the Sky Martial Assembly decided by the three major powers? Murong Yu shook her head. Yes, it used to be like this, but it might not be this time. Could it be that there's another force behind the three forces? Lin Xian asked in shock. Radiant Association. Wu Yuhan said. Ah. What is the Radiant Association? Wang Xintong asked with a puzzled expression. Wu Yuhan said, previously, when I was investigating the Feng family and Chu family, I accidentally found this. The Radiant Association might not be the strongest, but there are many highly respected human experts there. If there's a force behind the three forces, then it's the Radiant Association. Lin Xian had also heard about the Radiant Association from Murong Fong. The rules set by the Radiant Association. But this second round is a little inconceivable. Ling Ying frowned. Han Chuxue also nodded. However, they should know better than anyone else. They must have their reasons. It's related to the God's awakening door, Lin Xian said. Murong Yu nodded. It must be, but how do they know about the God's awakening door? What do you mean? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian and said, didn't my father tell you? What did he say? The people who came back alive after entering the God's awakening door, they, Ling Ying quickly said, I know. They can't say anything about the God's awakening door. Murong Yu shook her head. That's what they say to outsiders. One of my brothers came out from the God's awakening door. After he came out, he became a core member of the sacred palace. Then, I realized that all his memories about the God's awakening door had disappeared. Disappeared? Yes, it's not that they can't say anything, but they have lost their memories. I don't know if they lost their memories in the God's Awakening Door, or if it was done by the Three Forces or the Radiant Association. My father said that he didn't do it, but I don't know if I should believe him or not. Lin Xian nodded. Then it shouldn't be a problem. This is to protect the secrets of the God's Awakening Door. Yes, that's why I'm even more curious about the God's Awakening Door. Also, to be honest, from what I know, 10 people who enter the God's Awakening Door in less than 5 years might not come back alive. But the truth is that those who come back alive have undergone a qualitative change. Murong said. This is making me a little scared. Ling Ying shrunk his head. In short, it's good to go, but it's not necessarily bad if you don't go. It's just that no one knows what secrets are hidden in there. Murong shook her head. Forget it, forget it. Let's not think about this. It's fine as long as we work hard. If we can't go, then there's nothing we can do. Those who can go will definitely not give up such an opportunity. All 7 of us have to go. When the time comes, we can take care of each other. There won't be a problem. Wang Xintong said, I might not have a chance. The difference in points is too big. Lin Xian stared at Wang Xintong. What are you saying? You're doing this again. Have some confidence in yourself. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue. But this second round of assessment is more advantageous for me. Yes, yes, yes. Your skin is thicker than a centipede. You'll definitely be able to take a beating. Xiao Runing said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then, they laughed out loud. On the other side, Xiao Yun, Duan Ling Xiao, and the others gathered together and smoked. This isn't good. We can't cooperate in the second round of assessment. Xiao Yun said. There will always be a chance. I don't believe that every round of assessment is to test some personal things. There won't be a segment to go out. Don't forget where we are now. We're at the peak of the North Pole. The North Pole. The first and second round of assessment can be carried out in any other city. Why do we have to be at the North Pole? It must be related to the third round. The third round is definitely an open topic. It's definitely related to the North Pole. Duan Lingxiao said. That makes sense. After 2 hours, the bell rang. Then, everyone gathered at the peak of the North Pole again to prepare for the second round of assessment. Chapter 13:24. Everyone once again gathered at the top of the North Pole. Murong Feng swept his gaze over everyone and said, Now, we will begin the first test of the second round, the strength test. He pointed at the stone beside him and said, This is an ore. Then, he pointed to a stone at the side and said, This is the raw power stone. Its effect is similar to some of the talents that you have appraised before. You only need to bombard this stone with your power. The stone will emit a 7-colored light of red, orange, green, cyan, blue, and purple. However, each color of the 7-colored light, such as red, is further divided into light red, medium red, and deep red. Therefore, there are a total of 3,721 levels. Each level that you can reach will give you 500 points. The highest score you can get is 10,500 points. Murong Feng then said, Remember, this round is much faster and simpler than the first round of the martial arts competition. It can even be said that you'll be able to pull more points. Aside from using spirit tools and other tools, you can use all of your own strength to increase your own strength and bombard this raw power stone to obtain even higher points. Therefore, don't say things like other people have space, time is unfair, and so on. Space and time are the most useless attributes in this round. At this time, Xiao Xinyue was puzzled and asked, "But, our realms are different. The power that we produce should be unfair, right?" Yes, this is a good question. However, you don't need to worry about it. This ore has already been modified. Simply put, for example, for a 5-star Empyrean realm expert, the difficulty of producing a deep purple color is 100. For a 4-star Empyrean realm expert, the difficulty is 90. In short, you don't need to worry about it. It means that it is more difficult for those with lower realms to produce a high score. This is absolutely fair. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Then, they could only bombard it with all their strength. Good, now, we will ask the Bounty Hunter Guild to prepare to record. Please stand in an orderly manner. The screen will randomly display your order. One by one, you will undergo the strength test. Remember, you only have one chance. Don't tell me that you made a mistake or didn't use all of your strength. You only have one chance. Then, 250 people lined up and stood in a line. What attributes would benefit the most in this round? Attack attributes, fire and thunder had the best effect. Metal attributes could increase strength and the effect was also very good. Wind, ice, and water attributes were a little worse. Time, space, light, wood, and earth attributes were almost useless. No, time and space attributes were completely useless. This was because it required physical strength. You couldn't just release a martial skill and use a martial skill to attack. That was impossible. You could release a martial skill, but you had to use a fist to support the martial skill. As for why, that was the Radiance Association's idea. They didn't know either. Then, their names were displayed on the big screen, and they were all arranged in order. Yi Tianyi touched the tip of his nose. Interesting, I'm the last one. Just nice, I can show off now. This was not a test of talent or anything like that, it was purely a test of strength. However, in terms of strength, Yi Tianyi was definitely the strongest, there was no other. Not to mention other things, his system had something that could double his strength. Next up was Feng Qingyu. And all of this was being broadcasted live. Everyone was only curious about a dozen or so people. Feng Qingyu walked in front of the origin stone. Wind. Shua, following which, he unleashed the wind attribute on his right arm. When he swung his arm, it would contain the power of the wind attribute. Fire. Then his fists burst into flames. Heavenly fire heart-burning fist. Ha! Then, with a loud shout, his terrifying fist landed on the origin stone. Following which, the origin stone began to glow. Finally, it stopped at the green color. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Feng Qingyu is also a top-notch fighter. He won 11 out of 15 matches. He's definitely stronger than most of the people here. Can he only produce a green light? And it's even a light green. So difficult. It's really difficult. I suddenly have no confidence. Attributes are also one thing. Moreover, he has the fire attribute, but he can only produce a light green when he uses both wind and fire. It's really difficult. Feng Qingyu's fist gave everyone a rough idea of what to do. It was very difficult. Moreover, no one could say that Feng Qingyu was holding back or not using his full strength. That was impossible. This was related to his ranking and results. How could he hold back? Feng Qingyang frowned when he saw this scene. Although his youngest son's talent was not as good as Feng Ling and Feng Qinghao, it was definitely not bad. It was only a light green and only 6,500 points. His score would be pulled down in an instant. Feng Qingyu lowered his head and walked back. Light green, 6,500 points. It's a total of 17,500 points. Next, the second contestant. One by one, the contestants gave their scores. There were no particularly strong contestants. What surprised everyone was that the highest score was the same as Feng Qingyu. No one could produce a score higher than the light green color. Next, Duanling Xiao. Duanling Xiao walked up confidently. This round was very friendly to him because he was most famous for his strength. His strength was extremely strong. Sizzle, terrifying lightning wrapped around his right fist. Thunderous sky-shattering fist. Boom, a terrifying force bombarded the origin stone. Finally, the light stopped at a light purple color. Hiss, everyone's pupils constricted and they sucked in a breath of cold air. It's a light purple color. That's a little exaggerated. Duanling Xiao is indeed Duanling Xiao. He produced a light purple energy. But this Duanling Xiao's strength should be the strongest among all of them, right? He only produced a light purple color. Who else can compare to him in terms of strength? Lin Xian. Not necessarily. Although Lin Xian beat him, his strength might not be higher than his. However, this Lin Xian is a famous cross-level expert. Can he get a higher ranking? Whether it was the people here or those in front of the screen, they were all amazed. Duanling Xiao frowned slightly. He was somewhat dissatisfied. His strength was only a light purple color. He was really dissatisfied. However, he could only produce a light purple color. It would be difficult for the others. Then, one after another, Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, Qin Ming, these top contestants could only produce a medium blue or dark blue color. No one could even produce a purple color. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. It's so difficult. Wang Xintong shrunk her head beside him. It's okay. I'll try my best. Okay. Next, Wang Xintong. Then, Wang Xintong walked up. Go Xintong. Ling Ying shouted. Okay. Wang Xintong took a deep breath. Then, she condensed her water elemental energy in her right hand. At the same time, she increased the temperature of her water elemental energy. Boom, she threw a punch. Light green. Wang Xintong walked down. It's okay. That was great. That Feng Qingyu also only produced a light green color. Lin Xian patted her shoulder. Okay. Next, Ling Ying. Chapter 1325. Ling Ying walked up. Ling Hai, who was not far away, stared at his daughter. He was a little worried. This was because his daughter was wind and dark. Dark was completely useless, so she could only use wind. Even if her results were good, it would not be much better than his. Ling Ying naturally knew that this could not be helped. This round of assessment was a test for martial artists with rare attributes. But, she had something unusual about her. Where? Dark attribute. Other people's dark attribute was useless, but her dark attribute contained dark energy, including Wu Yuhan's. Where did dark energy come from? It was a power that was discovered after one's dark attribute purity reached 100%. Lin Xian also had dark energy, but his dark energy was obtained from completing a mission. But it was the same, it did not matter. What was so powerful about dark energy? It could break through defenses. Even if it was a raw stone of strength, breaking through defenses would definitely increase one's strength. Ling Ying then condensed dark energy, and with the support of wind attribute, he threw a punch. Everyone, purple. Medium purple. What? Medium purple. Damn. Why? Why is she able to get a medium purple result? Is she stronger than Duan Ling Xiao? Impossible, we could feel it from the side. How can she be stronger than Duan Ling Xiao? Duan Ling Xiao has the lightning attribute, so he has the biggest advantage. How can he lose to her? She is indeed a goddess. This is unbelievable, she actually got such a high score. She has the highest score so far. Those experts were stunned. Ling Hai was stunned, and even Lin Xian was stunned. Dark energy. Lin Xian frowned, then his eyes lit up. It was definitely dark energy. Damn. He also had dark energy. It's dark energy. The legendary dark energy. What? Is it the kind of dark energy that can break through defenses that can only be comprehended with 100% dark attribute purity? That's right. This was the reason why the darkness attribute was rated as the strongest attribute after the time and space attributes. The darkness attribute's ability to break through defenses was terrifying to the extreme. However, there was no one in this world who could achieve 100% purity in any attribute. Wait. It's Lin Xian. That's right, it's Lin Xian. Don't forget about the Yixian group's attribute increasing potions. Since it can increase by 10%, I dare to believe that 10% is not the limit. So. Hiss. What is the background of this Yixian group? It was too terrifying. It could actually create an existence with 100% purity. No wonder this Lin Xian's strength is so strong, he must have increased his strength to the maximum. No wonder this Lin Xian's space is stronger than anyone else's space, so the main reason is this. Ling Ying's performance caused an uproar in an instant. The Arch Xian group had once again become a god in these people's hearts. Unfortunately, it would be difficult for them to obtain the attribute-boosting potion from the Yixian Corporation. Ling Ying was also shocked. She never thought that the dark force would have such an effect. Next, Han Chuxue got a light purple score, and Murongyu got a medium purple score. After all, she was the best, and she had the thunder attribute. Wu Yuhan, medium purple. Dark force. Xiao Xingyue, light purple. Feng Ling, medium purple. That's right, Feng Ling was the most unhappy. She also had the thunder attribute, but why couldn't she compare to Murongyu? Why was she just a little bit worse? If Murongyu could get a medium purple score, she could also get a medium purple score. However, she used the law of creation to increase her strength. She thought that with the law of creation, she could get the only deep purple score. How infuriating. There were two possible reasons for this. Firstly, Murongyu had a divine body. Her strength wasn't weak to begin with. Although the divine body didn't increase her strength, it still had some effect. Secondly, the purity of her lightning. Zhuge Feng only got a light purple score. After that, only one person, Chu He, got a medium purple score. No one else could get a medium purple score. Finally, it was the last person, Lin Xian. The one that everyone was paying the most attention to was none other than Lin Xian. He had created many legends, and he was the last one. Whether it was the people in front of the screen or the surrounding experts and contestants, they all stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian has the law of creation and the thunder attribute. His score won't be bad. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. Medium purple. That's right, he predicted that Lin Xian would get a medium purple score. After all, Feng Ling also had the law of creation and the thunder attribute. At that time, Feng Ling and Lin Xian were evenly matched, although Feng Ling admitted defeat. Lin Xian, you can do it. Lu Yufan, Yi, and the others looked at Lin Xian nervously. He should be very strong. Zi Qiuel looked at the screen and said calmly. Come on. Lan Xingxing ate potato chips while staring at the screen without blinking. Do you think Lin Xian can get a deep purple score? Yi Rinbing hugged little Tian Yi and looked at Ling Longshui. He's the only one who can possibly get a deep purple score. Ling Longshui was quite confident in Lin Xian. Big brother can definitely do it. Big brother, you can do it. Dragony flew around excitedly. If Lin Xian doesn't make any mistakes, the God's Awakening door will definitely go. However, is it a good thing for the God's Awakening door to go? Murong Yu pondered for a moment. Why isn't it a good thing? Luo Chenxi asked, puzzled. Because the mortality rate is very high. Forget it, let's not think about it. To him, this person's life is very important. It shouldn't be a problem. What do you think? Bai Xianxian asked. Ling Wuxin said, medium purple is the lowest. Deep purple is possible. Although she didn't want to admit it and hated him, this person was indeed something. In the 10th Fei God's temple, Xue Bingxin, Xue Binglan, and a group of beautiful ladies around Yi Rinbing were also watching. If Lin Xian can get a deep purple score, we must find a chance to eliminate him. Zhao Mengyue said indifferently. Lin Ye frowned slightly. Then I'll kill you immediately. He, you can try. Lin Xian walked to the front of the origin stone of strength. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. In the past, I needed to keep a low profile. However, reality doesn't allow me to do so. This time, all right, I won't keep a low profile in the future. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Then, lightning gathered in his right fist, followed by dark force. Dark force. Lin Xian has the dark attribute. Oh my god. How many attributes does Lin Xian have? From what I know, fire, wind, lightning, ice, time, space, and now, he has the dark attribute. Wait, could it be that he has other attributes? Could it be that he has all attributes? Hiss. Chapter 1326. That's right, Lin Xian's display of the power of darkness stunned everyone. What the fuck? In other words, Lin Xian didn't use his full strength during the competition. Feng Ling clenched her fists. Really, she really couldn't beat him. No. She had to win. She had to defeat him. And the only chance to defeat him was after coming out of the God's Awakening door. As long as she got more than Lin Xian in the God's Awakening door, she could defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Double my strength. That's right. He felt that it wasn't enough. Create the law, increase my strength. Lin Xian's punch looked very ordinary. It held the thunder and was entwined with the dark power. However, the power of this punch was enough to destroy anyone in the Great Void stage, as long as they were not in the Great Void stage with a very high star level. Lin Xian expressed that he had forgotten about the dark force. Otherwise, he would have used the dark force when he was fighting with Feng Ling. Now, he should be using his full strength, right? Other than not using any top-notch martial techniques, it was about time. Very strong. Come on. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This fist looked like it was just condensed energy, but in fact, it contained the power to kill a Great Void stage expert. Then, it landed on the power source stone. Boom, this fist, without talking about other things, just the power of this fist made everyone see that this fist was definitely stronger than anyone before. At that moment, some of the people nearby couldn't react and directly retreated. Those who reacted had to release their spiritual energy to block it. Hiss, so strong. Is this Lin Xian's true strength? He should be using his full strength, right? It should be. In this round of assessment, no one has a reason not to use their full strength. This will pull down points. I think this Lin Xian has a chance to hit a dark purple color. Really, I thought the strongest in this Tianwu conference was Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and the others. Who knew that Lin Xian would appear? In the next instant, the light flashed. Red, orange, red, green, blue, blue, purple. It was difficult for everyone to see the change in color, but it directly reached purple. It instantly reached dark purple. Looking at the violently flashing dark purple light, everyone's pupils shrank. Indeed. This Lin Xian is indeed the strongest. The power of the law of creation, purple lightning, and the dark energy, he should have hit a dark purple light. Wait, look at the power source stone. Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention to the raw stone of strength once again. What had happened? Cracks appeared on the origin stone of strength. Everyone's pupils shrank. What? The power source stone. I know the principle behind this power source stone. It will respond according to the attacker's realm. Simply put, in theory, even if a heavenly Tao realm strength were to land on it, the power source stone will be able to withstand it and then test the heavenly Tao realm's results. However, when the strength released by the power source stone is far lower than what it can handle, which is to say, exceeds its limit, it will be damaged. I also know that. Simply put, a heavenly venerable realm attack power source stone's limit is 200. A heavenly Tao realm attack's limit is 20,000, and when a heavenly venerable realm attack strength exceeds 200, the power source stone will be damaged. This Lin Xian actually reached such a heaven-defying level. Where did he get his strength from? Even if it's the law of creation, the dark energy, and purple lightning augmentation, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. The reason was simple. Lin Xian had even exchanged for a power source that doubled his strength. When the power of the three was doubled, it wasn't as simple as the power of the lightning being doubled. Bang! At the next instant, the power source stone exploded in front of everyone. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying by the blast of energy. So, an expert charged at Lin Xian and caught Lin Xian. Gulp! Everyone gulped a mouthful of saliva as their heads were filled with question marks. This is a fucking complete explosion. What kind of monster is this Lin Xian? WDNMD. Not only is this Lin Xian stronger than Murongyu and the other top-notch martial artists, but he's even stronger than them. If this isn't crushing, what is? If it was dark purple, it would only mean that Lin Xian was stronger than them. But now, it's crushing. When Duan Lingxiao and company saw this scene, they subconsciously clenched their fists. He was going to die. He was definitely going to die. If he did not die, there would be a person called Lin Xian standing above their heads for the rest of their lives. When they saw this scene, they had a feeling that even if they all entered the God's Awakening door and this Lin Xian did not enter the God's Awakening door, the things they obtained might not allow them to surpass Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was definitely going to die. No, they had to think of a way to get rid of this Lin Xian before he completely rose to power. They had to get rid of him. He was still a heavenly venerable, so there was still a chance. If he reached the absolute void stage, then the chances would be too slim. And he would definitely reach the heavenly Tao. If he reached the heavenly Tao, they would completely lose the chance to kill him. Fuck. Ling Ying saw this scene and immediately cursed. Big brother, when we met, you weren't as strong as them. How long has it been? How did you become like this? Wah. It was true. Perhaps in the past, Ling Ying felt extremely unhappy about being Lin Xian's girlfriend and being ruined by him. But now, she even had a feeling that she was no longer worthy of Lin Xian. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. He was really much stronger than she was. In the past, she did not think that there was anyone in this world who was so much stronger than her. Of course, she knew that there was always someone stronger than her, but she had never thought that there would be someone who was so much stronger than her. Previously, in the divine realm, they could still win and lose. But now, Murongyu felt that she was no longer Lin Xian's match. She was a strong woman. Even if Lin Xian was her man, she would not allow herself to be so much weaker than Lin Xian. She could not be in the limelight, but she could not admit defeat like this. She had to continue becoming stronger. And Lin Xian had become Murongyu's target. When Feng Ling saw this scene, she clenched her fists tightly. Previously, she felt that she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. Then, she realized that she was not as good as Lin Xian. Now, she was even wondering if she could surpass him and defeat him. It was too exaggerated. Lin Xian landed on the ground and looked at everyone. Can't take a beating. Lin Xian sighed. Everyone, so, it felt good to be pretentious. Chapter 13:27. Linglong Shui and the others watched this scene. I still underestimated him. Linglong Shui said helplessly. He really isn't simple, Yiren Bing said. Little Shi, who was in Linglong Shui's arms, was clapping happily. For some reason, maybe it was because she saw how dazzling Lin Xian was, and she was clapping for Lin Xian. Who knew? On the other side, Zhao Mengyue frowned as she looked at Lin Xian on the screen. She originally thought that Lin Xian could only be dark purple. She didn't expect him to directly destroy the origin stone of strength. Fuck. Linya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. He had already grown to such an extent. She was really happy for Lin Xian. In front of all the geniuses in the continent, he was already the most outstanding one. Linya was really proud of Lin Xian. Boss, should we make a move? Zhao Mengyue frowned. She was afraid that if she didn't make a move, when Lin Xian completely matured, she was afraid that, however, because Linya was here, she couldn't directly make a move on Lin Xian. She felt that the best outcome was that she could do her own thing, and Lin Xian wouldn't interfere with her. She also didn't have to deal with Lin Xian. She felt that this was the best outcome. Really, for some reason, she felt that if she made a move on Lin Xian, she would be the one to suffer. She always had this intuition. I won't make a move for now. But boss, didn't you just say that if Lin Xian's results were too good, you would make a move on him? Zhao Mengyue glanced at him and said, I said I won't make a move, so I won't make a move. Are you going to be disobedient or what? If you're disobedient, there are plenty of people to inherit the power in your body. I understand. Lin Xian had shocked everyone, but what could these people do? Lin Xian's martial arts competition had already shocked everyone. This seemed to be within reason. No. But you fucking destroyed the raw stone of power. What the fuck is this? This was much stronger than they had expected, much stronger than they had expected. Alright, the first round of the examination is over. Everyone's scores have been displayed on the big screen. Murong Feng said. Wait, I have a question. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what do you want? Lin Xian then said, it's true that I got the highest score, but I made an exception and completed this test. Shouldn't I get extra points? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the experts exchanged glances. In theory, there should be bonus points, but there was no such content. This, in theory, yes. But the rules don't have such content, and we can't change the rules at the last minute. So, we can't add points. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Then why did he work so hard? To act cool. That didn't seem too bad. All right. Then everyone get ready. We'll proceed with the second test of the second round according to the previous order, the defense test. Everyone, please take a look. Then, everyone's gaze gathered on a bed. There were handcuffs and shackles. It looked just like the place where an execution would take place. This is a modified hit bed. After you lie on it, the handcuffs and shackles will be fixed, and the electric shock will begin. The electric shock is divided into 21 levels. Just like the first round, the points will be the same. For every level of electric shock, you'll get 500 points. This electric shock will only cause pain on the spot, but it won't affect your body in any way. This electric shock simulates the power of heavenly thunder. Everyone was secretly astonished. When warriors advanced to the Great Void Realm and the Heavenly Tao Realm, they would attract heavenly punishment lightning. According to each warrior's talent, the number of heavenly thunder they attracted would be different. The more heaven-defying a warrior was, the more heavenly thunder they would attract. At most, it could reach 99 heaven-defying bolts of lightning. However, no one in history had experienced 99 bolts of heaven-defying lightning. Only you could withstand the heavenly thunder. Once you withstood all the heavenly thunder's power, you would have successfully advanced. And if you died under the heavenly thunder, it meant that you had failed. Therefore, this was like a test of the heavenly Tao. If you failed the test, you would die. If you passed, you would enter a powerful realm. Therefore, this round was meaningful. It was also a useful test for them. As for the problem of realms, you don't need to worry. The intensity is different. A 6-star Empyrean can withstand the power of a 6-star Empyrean, and a 5-star Empyrean can withstand the power of a 5-star Empyrean. We have already done the data comparison. In this round of test, you can lie on the bed and release all your strength to resist. But what I want to say is that the effect might not be great. This is because the electric shock's power is not an external strength, but an internal strength. It doesn't matter if you have an earth attribute or a metal attribute to increase your defense, the effect won't be great. What might be effective is the healing of water, light, and wood. Murong Feng said. As for how to judge whether or not you have finished, there will be a decibel detector beside your head. When the sound you make exceeds 30 decibels, it will be considered the end. At that time, the level you can withstand will be the level and the score will be the same. This decibel is not only the sound you make in your mouth due to the pain, but also the sound you make when your limbs collide with the jade bed. The sound you make when you shake your arms and the handcuffs will also be considered the final sound collected. Alright, is there anything you don't understand? Murong Feng swept his gaze across the crowd. These experts felt that this was necessary. When they heard that it was a test of defense, they were puzzled. So it was a test of lightning resistance. This was really necessary. Every child here would definitely be able to reach the Heavenly Tao Realm in the future. The Great Void Realm and the Heavenly Tao Realm both had tests of the thunder of heavenly punishment. It was a good opportunity for them to experience it in advance. Furthermore, from the looks of the Radiant Association, there might be something related to the thunder of heavenly punishment in the God's Awakening Door. Everyone shook their heads. Alright then. Feng Qingyu, you go first. Feng Qingyu shrunk his head. Ah! He was so miserable. He was the first one again. He was the guinea pig again. Then, Feng Qingyu walked over and laid there. His 4 limbs were handcuffed. The handcuffs and leg cuffs were specially made. They were unable to break free. Are you ready? Feng Qingyu took a deep breath. I'm ready. Begin, the first level. And, then, a weak sound came out from his throat. As the level of the electric shock slowly increased, Feng Qingyu's expression changed. His body unconsciously twisted slightly. Then, he released his spiritual energy. It was useful, but the effect wasn't too great. Finally, when the level reached the 13th level, the sound coming from his throat became louder. When the level reached the 14th level, he cried out in pain. It's over. Your final score is the 14th level. Your score is 7,000. Feng Qingyu walked over with his head covered in sweat. Next. Chapter 1328. To be honest, they hadn't tried it yet, but they were a little afraid when they saw Feng Qingyu's appearance. The people in front of their phones were watching with interest. In this round of assessment, they felt that it was very interesting. They were judging some people's movements, expressions, and so on. They felt that it was quite fun. I can't take it anymore. More than 10 people finished one after another. The best was Feng Qingyu, who was level 14. It really wasn't that easy. Then, Lingying kept pacing there. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Lin Xian glanced at Lingying. No, look at how they're lying there. They look so pathetic and ugly. I'll be as ugly as them when the time comes. Ah! Lin Xian, damn. This woman's brain was really wired differently from others. Lin Xian thought she was afraid, but she was afraid of embarrassing herself in front of these people. Damn. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her helplessly. Damn. Why are you rolling your eyes? Lingying glared at Lin Xian. Ahem, it's nothing. Humph. Lingying then rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. If you don't believe me, ask Xintong and the others if they're afraid. Lin Xian then looked at Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. It's okay. However, her eyes told Lin Xian that she was also a little afraid of embarrassing herself in front of everyone. But it was okay if everyone wanted to try, right? Wang Xintong. Ah. Yes. Wang Xintong then walked up. Good luck, you have the dual healing effect of water and light attributes. It shouldn't be too bad. Lin Xian looked at Wang Xintong and said. Yes, yes. Lin Xian was quite confident in Wang Xintong. This girl might not be strong, but her endurance was definitely not bad. Many men might not be able to beat her. Then, Wang Xintong lay on it. It was only when she reached level 10 that she gradually showed some signs. Even when she reached level 15, she didn't make more than 30 decibels. Wow, this beautiful girl is really amazing. There are so many men in front of her who are at most level 15, but she's able to endure until level 15. And she's at least level 16. She's going to break the record. Isn't this the pretty girl who only managed to get a light cyan color from before? I didn't expect her to be so weak, but her endurance. Really, I have to give her a big thumbs up. Where can she go? At level 16, Wang Xintong released light and water to heal. At level 18, she finally couldn't take it anymore. The sound of her hands being pulled and the sound of the handcuffs made her stop. Phew, Wang Xintong sat up, panting heavily. The hair in front of her forehead was already wet. So good. Lingying and the others exclaimed. It's really good. Wang Xintong then ran over and stood quietly. Duan Ling Xiao. In the end, Duan Ling Xiao stopped at level 19. How should it be said? In the eyes of the others, it was normal for him to reach level 19. Duan Ling Xiao was a little unhappy. He felt that it was reasonable for him to not be able to reach dark purple in strength. He couldn't increase it anymore. But for things like endurance, he could forcefully endure it. No matter what, he could continue to increase it. But at level 19, he really couldn't endure it anymore. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wu Yuhan, Xiao Xinyue, they were all level 17. There was nothing they could do about it. Although their battle prowess was strong, who would deliberately cultivate this kind of defensive endurance? They were confident that they could reach level 18 if they had water attribute healing, but they didn't. Feng Ling walked up and finally stopped at level 20. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A girl who had reached level 20 was able to suppress Duan Ling Xiao. What could Duan Ling Xiao do? This Feng Ling had the law of creation. What could he do? How could he compete? Murong Yu, level 21. Fuck. What's going on? Level 21. Fuck, level 21. A girl had reached level 21. She didn't create the law of creation, right? How could she reach level 21? This is too exaggerated. A girl reached level 21. Full marks. Can she endure it that much? Hiss, really, everyone knew that Murong Yu was strong. But strong was strong, it had nothing to do with endurance and defense. How could she last 30 seconds at level 21? There were only a few people present who knew about this, but Lin Xian knew. Divine body. That's right, divine body. This divine body was much stronger than any water attribute or wood attribute body. This was also within Murong Yu's expectations. Zhuge Feng stopped at level 18. It couldn't be helped. It was really difficult. In the end, it came to Lin Xian once again. Everyone's eyes gathered on Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was lying there. Let's start from level 15. Lin Xian said. Everyone, what the fuck? This Lin Xian. What's going on? Is he so pretentious? But I have to say, although he's pretentious, I think he's qualified. I used to think that he was a pretentious guy, but today I realized that he's qualified. He must have confidence in himself. Linglong Shui and the rest shook their heads helplessly. Okay, they were used to it. Are you sure? Don't you need a slow process of adaptation? Lin Xian shook his head. No need. Okay then. Since it's your request, we'll go straight to level 15. But if you can't endure the sudden pain and make a sound, then there won't be a second chance. Murong Feng reminded. Come on. Okay, counting down, 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the pain all over his body. He finally understood why so many men were placed at level 12 or 13. Level 15 was really too much. But to Lin Xian, it didn't matter too much. Level 16. Level 17. Level 18. Lin Xian adjusted his breathing. Suddenly, he thought of something. The law of destruction. Lin Xian directly used the law of destruction on himself and destroyed his pain nerves. It didn't matter to him if it was destroyed temporarily, but people couldn't be without pain nerves because it would affect other aspects. If the pain nerves were gone, the other nerves might not be able to transmit. Moreover, if you were injured in battle, you wouldn't know how serious your injuries were and wouldn't be able to react flexibly. It was very dangerous. Therefore, it needed to be preserved and couldn't be removed permanently. In any case, he had the law of creation. He could just restore it after he was done. Then, everyone was stunned. Why did Lin Xian's expression suddenly become so calm? Didn't you feel pain? Chapter 1329. Lin Xian knew that the pain from the lightning was harmless. If you fainted from the pain, it would be because your body was protecting you and making you lose consciousness. It wouldn't cause any harm to your body. Lin Xian knew that it wouldn't cause any harm to him, so he directly cut off the pain nerves. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Lin Xian just lay there like that, calmly looking at the clouds in the sky with his eyes wide open. Everyone. Level 20. When the pain reached level 20, Lin Xian's expression didn't change at all. Everyone was stunned. If he was faking it, and the intensity of the lightning suddenly increased, his expression didn't change at all. If he was faking it, how could he be faking it? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Gulp. What kind of monster is this Lin Xian? Why doesn't he have any expression of pain? He's already level 20. Murongyu also couldn't bear it when she reached level 20, but this Lin Xian's expression didn't change at all. The strength of his body couldn't have reached such a terrifying level, right? Although this is simulated lightning and there's a substantial difference between it and real lightning, the pain is still very real. Hiss. What kind of monster is this? That's right, Lin Xian was lying there, but once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Don't you fucking feel pain? Level 21. Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Level 21, the strongest level. Lin Xian didn't show any signs of pain. He was still lying there and blinking at the girls. Everyone. This was why the law of creation and the law of destruction were so powerful. Because these two great laws could be released according to one's will, as long as one's imagination was big enough, as long as it was within the scope of one's ability, then these two great laws could be used to great effect. Therefore, people who had these two laws had flexible minds and knew how to adapt to situations. For example, Murongyu had the law of destruction, but she couldn't think of Lin Xian's method. Okay. 30 seconds have passed. Murong Feng gulped as he looked at Lin Xian. Once again, Lin Xian had shocked everyone. How had he managed to hold himself back? It didn't seem like it. Could he not feel pain? This shouldn't be the case. Wait a minute, Uncle Murong. Is the CD bed broken? Why doesn't Lin Xian look like he's in pain? Duan Lingxiao couldn't take it anymore. Could this Lin Xian be any more heaven-defying? He had personally experienced this kind of pain, so he knew how unbearable it was. However, this Lin Xian was so calm and collected. Young Master Duan, why don't you try? Lin Xian turned to look at Duan Lingxiao and said. Let's try it. Duan Lingxiao then walked over and slowly reached out to touch the electroshock bed. The next moment, his entire body trembled and he quickly pulled his hand back. Fuck. It was so painful. How did this Lin Xian endure it? You said that they had the lightning attribute, so it was reasonable for them to be a little immune to this kind of electric shock. However, wasn't it too exaggerated for him to be completely immune? Duan Lingxiao's performance also made everyone understand that Lin Xian was enduring a great deal of pain, yet he was still able to act as if nothing had happened. His tone didn't even change. This person, fuck. Amazing. Can you tell what's the reason? Yi Renbing asked Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui shook her head. I can't tell. I don't understand. Logically speaking, he's also enduring this kind of intense electric shock. Could it be that he's immune to the power of lightning? It can't be, right? It shouldn't be. There should be some other reason. This kid really knows how to give people unexpected surprises. Lin Xian then stood up. Lin Xian, full marks for this round. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly, then he looked at his ranking. Second place. First place was Murongyu. However, the gap between him and Murongyu was very small. What Lin Xian wanted to do next was to see what the third round's content was. He wanted to see if he could use his ability to help Wang Xintong, who had a lower score, enter the top 10. Ling Ying and the others weren't too sure either, so he wanted to see what the third round's content was. Alright, everyone, rest for half a day. After dawn tomorrow, we'll announce the content of the third round. The North Pole summit is rather cold, so everyone should go down the mountain and rest. Murong Feng said. Then, everyone dispersed one after another. Let's go. Lin Xian and the girls released their spatial attribute and went down to a corner to take shelter from the wind. Once again, they set up a hot pot. Very happy. Then, Lin Xian used the law of creation to repair his pain nerves. The moment Lin Xian's pain nerves were repaired, he felt an electric current running through his body. Then, Lin Xian convulsed there. Girls, hey, big brother, are you okay? They hurriedly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the law of creation to repair his body. There was no other way. He had been up there for too long, so it was inevitable that there would be some residual electricity left in his body. I am fine, there's just a bit of electricity left. Big brother, why are you only reacting now? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian in confusion. The reaction arc is a bit slow. Lin Xian scratched his head. A day passed just like that. The content of the second day wasn't broadcasted, so the rest of the continent couldn't see it. Ning, you have to watch this Lin Xian carefully. In the Xiao family's tent, Xiao Zun looked at Xiao Runing and reminded her. Until now, he still thought that Lin Xian and Xiao Runing were a couple. Got it, Dad. I reckon that Lin Xian will have a lot of wives in the future. There's no other way. This kid is indeed outstanding, us old fellows can see it, but you have to fight for your future position. Xiao Zun warned again. Got it, Dad. Xiao Runing was helpless. She and Lin Xian weren't a real couple. Although the two of them had done it many times, they had never established a relationship, so they shouldn't be a couple, right? Sigh, so annoying. Let's go, the third round of the examination is about to begin. I don't know what the third round is about. When you were young, why didn't you participate in the Sky Martial Assembly and choose to be a teacher? Otherwise, you wouldn't be just a Sky Venerable now. Xiao Zun sighed. But what could he say about his daughter's choice? He just felt a bit unreconciled. His eldest daughter should have been able to reach a higher realm by now. It was just that being a teacher distracted him and wasted his time. I like that kind of life. Xiao Runing said. Sigh, let's go up and see what the content of this round of examination is. Let's see what kind of surprises this Lin Xian can bring us. At the top of the North Pole, everyone once again gathered there. Chapter 1330. It was the Radiant Association's idea to hold the Tianwu Conference at the North Pole. The previous two rounds had nothing to do with the North Pole. The third round's final test must be related to the North Pole. Lin Xian and the others looked at Murong Feng. They were looking forward to the third round's final test. Murong Feng, Duan Tianming, and the others looked at the crowd. Is everyone here? Duan Tianming asked. Then they nodded and everyone was here. Good. Since everyone is here, I'll talk about the content of the final round of the Tianwu Conference. Everyone looked at him nervously. Lin Xian was nervous because he wanted to give Wang Xintong and the others a chance to advance. Therefore, Lin Xian was concerned about whether the content of this round could help them. What was Duan Lingxiao and the others nervous about? This round must be the kind of content that could help them attack Lin Xian or obstruct him. Then Duan Tianming said, the content of the third round is to attack the demon race. What? Hearing Duan Tianming's words, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Attack the demon race. Attack the demon race in the third round. Duan Tianming smiled and said, of course, it's not to attack the demon race like the demon god temple. It's also not to attack the big forces of the demon race. What you need to do is to clear out all the demon race forces near the North Pole with 250 people. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Is it really enough to rely on just us? They looked at each other in astonishment. Then Duan Tianming said, there aren't many demon beasts in the North Pole. However, they threaten the safety of the people in Ice Sea City and the surrounding cities every day. There are even more cases of demon beasts invading human territory to attack humans than any other city. Originally, we planned to send troops to destroy this place. However, it just so happens that the Tianwu conference is around the time. Therefore, we'll leave it to you. There's no place more suitable for this test than here. Some people knew the North Pole quite well. What was the situation? Why was this place more suitable for their test? First of all, the North Pole was very big and very spacious. Although the terrain was complicated with ups and downs, it was much more comfortable than a forest in some aspects. Secondly, there were some Fey forces or races in the North Pole. Some of the Fey were nomadic and had no fixed abode to look for food. Some of the Fey were organized and even took human form to preside over the overall situation. This kind of Fey had basically taken root in the North Pole and even built houses and territories. Generally speaking, the territory of a race was a type of demonic beast. There could be many types of demonic beasts, and that was called power. This type was relatively strong. However, how strong could the strongest realm be? The Great Void stage was the limit. Furthermore, the other side would not be very high-level Great Void realm stars. Most of them were heavenly venerables at the peak. It was just that there were quite a few heavenly venerables. Some of the smaller ones were only at the domain realm. These were the main culprits of the disaster in Ice Sea City and other cities. They liked to eat human flesh. Sometimes, they would burrow into the ground and enter Ice Sea City and drag people away. Therefore, whenever a burrow appeared in Ice Sea City, it meant that someone had suffered. Then, there was a Fey God temple here. It was called the Ice God Temple, the second Fey God Temple. However, this Fey God Temple was very far away in the sea. Moreover, this Fey God Temple was usually more peaceful. Therefore, as long as this place was eradicated, the few cities here would be very safe. When the others heard the content of this test, they could not help but be shocked. The content of this test was somewhat dangerous. They could not help but worry about their children. Come, everyone, take this. Then, someone gave each of them a blueprint. Lin Xian glanced at it. There were some letters on it. Lin Xian did not understand the specific meaning. This is very important. I hope you can keep it in your interspatial rings. This is the distribution map of the nearby forces. We have divided it into a total of 300 large and small demon forces. They are divided into a total of 5 grades, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The lowest grade is B, and the leader is probably at the domain realm. It won't be a problem for you. The leaders of the A-grade forces are basically at the heavenly venerable realm, but it won't be too high. When it becomes an S-grade force, the number of heavenly venerables in the demon force will be quite high. When it becomes an SS and SSS rank force, there will be demon experts at the Great Void realm. We have already marked the location and letter rating of each force on the map. There are a total of 300 forces. There are about 15 SSS grade, 30 SSS grade, and 80 SSS grade. Everyone had a rough understanding of the surrounding 1,000 miles. Duan Lingxiao and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Beautiful. This was a free test. No matter where they were, where they went, and what they did, they were free. There was no problem even if they were to lie down and sleep. This also meant that they could make a move on this Lin Xian. They definitely could not kill Lin Xian. They did not dare to because they might be exposed. Moreover, their whereabouts might be seen by these experts. She did not know if they had the ability to do so. But to be safe, they definitely could not do so. Secondly, they were probably not Lin Xian's match. However, they could compete with Lin Xian. There would definitely be a test of results. As long as Lin Xian could not compete with them, his results would be pulled down step by step. Moreover, as the only content with a degree of freedom, this would definitely be the one that pulled down the most points. There was a chance. This. President of the Trial Union, isn't this test a little too dangerous? A parent of a student asked worriedly. It's very dangerous, but it's also not dangerous. You can completely understand it as your children going to the demonic beast domain to farm monsters to increase their realm. However, this time, it's targeted. Moreover, your children are not simple. Another point is that we have already marked the strength of the forces on the map. They are still very clear about their own strength. They can distinguish which forces can and cannot go. Then, Duan Tianming paused and continued, of course, if you really feel that it's dangerous, we will definitely not force you. You can give up, but I don't think any of you will give up. For those who were ranked low, this was their chance to make a comeback. Now, for those who were ranked high, it was even more impossible for them to give up. Moreover, you can form a team. There's no limit to the number of people in a team. Hearing this, they revealed shocked expressions. Of course, there are pros and cons to forming a team and not forming a team. What I'm going to say next are the rules. Chapter 1331. They only knew that there were a total of 300 large and small forces. Basically, the realm of each force's powerful figures. However, they had to pay attention to the rules. How to score and how much to score. Duan Tianming glanced at everyone and said, the rules are very simple. You will compete for the right to attack a total of 300 forces. The reward for destroying a B-grade force is 2,000 points, an A-grade force is 10,000 points, an S-grade force is 50,000 points, an SS-grade force is 100,000 points, and an SSS-grade force is 200,000 points. Hiss, hearing this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. B-grade forces were only worth 2,000 points while SSS-grade forces were worth 200,000 points. The difference between them was obvious. However, the most powerful B-grade forces were those in the domain realm. If you could destroy them with a wave of your hand, the 1,000 points would be obtained with a wave of your hand. As for SSS-grade forces, the most powerful ones were those in the Great Void realm. Their realms might not be too low. SS-grade forces had Great Void realm experts, but there might be more than one of them. To them, SSS rank was basically very difficult. Because they were all in the Heavenly Venerable realm. After all, it wasn't that easy to defeat a Great Void realm expert. Moreover, the risk of losing their lives was extremely high. This left them with more choices. If they wanted to get more points, that would be S-grade forces. Although the points were high, in terms of danger, it wasn't as high as SS or SSS grade forces. Competition. There were a total of 250 people and 300 forces. The A-grade forces would have 10,000 points and the S-grade forces would have 50,000 points. As for B-grade forces, the points were too little. Although it was very simple, however, you can choose to form a team. However, if you choose to form a team, for example, if you form a team of 5 and annihilate an S-rank organization, then the 50,000 points of the S-rank organization will be divided equally among the 5 of you. If you're alone, the points will be yours alone. Duan Lingxiao said. Therefore, this was the benefits of forming a team, and each person had their own benefits. It was safe to form a team. However, if the points were divided, each person might have less points. However, it was dangerous to have more points. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. If it was an individual, he would choose to join a B-grade force. There were so many B-grade forces. Very few would choose to join a B-grade force. If one joined a B-grade force, it would be 2,000 points. It seemed that the points weren't too low. However, it was a long journey. The furthest two of these forces were thousands of kilometers away. It would be best to attack a powerful force. Although it would be dangerous, there would be more points. In this round, it was really going to be a competition that would pull down points. Maybe if you fight one less force and they fight one more force, they will have tens of thousands more than you. But at the same time, the competition was great. Then I'd like to ask, what if we attack a certain force together? How do you calculate the points? Feng Qinghao then asked. That's a good question. At that time, each of you will have a locator installed on your body. We will be able to see your location and see who came first and who came later. At that time, you will need to keep the demon crystals of one or several leaders of each force so that we can identify which force you destroyed. One more thing. Duan Tianming glanced at the crowd and said, which force will be destroyed in the end? We will judge based on each of you and your team's route, the time you stay in a certain force, and the demon crystal of the leader of the corresponding force. You are forbidden to kill each other for demon crystals. If you are discovered, you will be disqualified immediately. Originally, this should also be a part of the assessment. However, I do not wish for some of you to not attack the demon clan and only think of picking up ready-made items to attack your own people. Therefore, this aspect is forbidden. Of course, it is not a problem for you to fight for the force. For example, if Team A wants to go to a certain S-grade force, and Team B wants to go too. If you all go, who will take down the force in the end will depend on who has the leader's demon crystal. If it is in Team A's hands, then it will be Team A's points. Team B will only be working for Team A. However, during this period, if the demon crystal is in someone's hands, as long as you touch it, you will not be able to snatch it again. If you are discovered, report it directly with your mobile phone. After we verify, you will be disqualified immediately. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. They were really considerate. Duan Lingxiao's lips curled. Although they were not allowed to kill each other, stopping them was not a problem. Moreover, if they competed with each other and went to a force together, whoever killed the leader and took out the demon crystal would get it. Then, this could effectively prevent them from scoring and waste their time. Now, if a team had the spatial attribute, it was definitely good news. It could save a lot of time on the road. However, we rather encourage you to compete with each other and not kill each other. We rather encourage you to fight for a force together. This way, it will also increase the difficulty for everyone and increase the places you can train. Therefore, when the time comes, each of you will be able to obtain a map. Just download it on your mobile phone. Duan Tianming then continued, this map will be the map on the paper in your hands. It will mark the points of each force, as well as each of your whereabouts, including your name. It can even search for your name, location, and distance. Including if you destroy a force, you need to make a selection on your mobile phone and mark it. When the time comes, take out the leader's demon crystal. This way, we will know that the force was destroyed by you. It can also let others know that the force is gone, saving time. If you do not mark it, even if you have the leader's demon crystal, it will be considered that you did not defeat the force. Everyone, Duan Lingxiao's eyes lit up. This was another piece of good news. When the time comes, each of you will also receive a teleportation crystal. This is used to protect you. I don't need to explain the use of the teleportation crystal. If you use it when you encounter danger, you will come here. At the same time, it means that you have lost your qualifications and the points you have obtained will be reset to 0. In addition, this operation will last for a total of 15 days. In these 15 days, arrange for rest and battle reasonably. I hope that nothing will happen to you. Also, pay attention to the time. If no one comes here in the morning after 15 days, it will be considered the same. Now, I will give you 1 day to find someone to team up with. You can also act alone. Tomorrow, gather here 3 hours early and we will record it for you. Then, everyone dispersed. To team up or alone? This was a question, but most people would definitely choose to team up. Why? It was safe, and they could attack a powerful force. Although they needed to split the points equally, the total points were high. Moreover, spatial attribute martial artists were definitely the most popular. 15 days, there was a time limit. Some forces were very close, and there might be a few or a dozen within a radius of 10 miles, but some might be hundreds of miles away. The time spent on the road was all points. And spatial attribute was definitely useful. Chapter 1332. With their cultivation at the Empyrean realm, it was difficult for them to do a spatial leap of more than 100 kilometers, but it was definitely not a problem for them to do tens of kilometers. At the Great Void realm, they could do it more than 100 kilometers. At the Heavenly Tao realm, they could do it thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. And time was extremely important for the third round of tests. Don't underestimate the fact that they had half a month. They might have to spend more than half of their time on the road. They might even need a day or two to take down powerful demon factions. As long as they did not have absolute strength, what could they do with just a few people? Lin Xian and company gathered together. What do we do? Ling Ying asked as he sat there, swinging his legs. Form a team, Lin Xian said. Form a team. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. You, me, little Chushue, little Xinyue, little Yuyu, little Yuhan, and little Shintong should be powerful enough. Together, we should be one of the few that can challenge an SSS-ranked faction, right? Don't bother with SSS-ranked factions. We don't know how many Great Void Realm experts there are. SS is enough. SSS-ranked factions are too dangerous. Ling Ying rolled his eyes as he said. If you don't want to fight, others will. Lin Xian said. Who? Who can fight? Yes. Lin Xian pursed his lips. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao had already walked towards Feng Ling. Miss Feng, let's cooperate. Duan Lingxiao said with a smile. Feng Ling had a space. Although Xiao Yun also had a space among them, Feng Ling's strength was obvious. With her, she was more useful than Xiao Yun and company. Feng Ling frowned slightly. There's no need. I'll be with my brother and the rest. Duan Lingxiao then said with a smile, there's no need to be with them, right? They aren't weak either. What are you trying to say? Feng Ling shot a glance at Duan Lingxiao. Let's cooperate. Look, what's the lineup on Lin Xian's side? Other than that Wang Xintong who's slightly weaker, which one of them is weak? With the few of them in a team, do you think the 7 of them can take up 7 spots in the top 10? Upon hearing this, Feng Ling took a look. That was a possibility. The 7 of them were too strong. If they formed a team, they might really occupy 7 spots in the top 10. Then, there would only be 3 spots left. It was really hard to say if she would be able to fight for one. After all, it was only 15 days, besides, it's not like we can't add you, Feng Qinghao and Feng Qingyu. Besides, our team has Chu He and Qi Tianqing. Feng Ling furrowed her brows and began to think. Chu He and Duan Ling Xiao had top-notch strength. Including her brother, and Qi Tianqing, they could be considered as the top 5. There was also Xiao Yun, Su Jiming, and Qin Ming. These 3 were also very strong existences. And her brother Feng Qinghao, 8 people, their lineup might not necessarily be inferior to Lin Xian's lineup. Moreover, we can stop Lin Xian and the others. Stop them for what? Think about it. The 7 of them occupy 7 spots. It's very possible that we can stop Lin Xian from entering the God's Awakening door. In this way, won't you shorten the gap between you and Lin Xian? When you come out, Lin Xian might not be your opponent. Feng Ling pondered for a moment. Don't think that I don't know that you're also targeting Lin Xian. So we're on the same side, isn't that right? Feng Ling snorted coldly. I won't do such a despicable thing. Miss Feng, I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. Despicable? How are we despicable? My father already said that we can't kill each other in this competition, but we can compete with the same faction. We can even compete with each other. When we stop Lin Xian, we'll just be fighting with the other factions. There's no need for any schemes or tricks. Feng Ling pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable. Are you sure you can beat them? We have 9 people in our team. Can't we beat the 7 of them? On this point, Duan Lingxiao was quite confident. Although they were strong, their team wasn't weak either. They had more people than them. They might not win, but they might not lose. All right. I'll join. Feng Ling nodded. With the 3 from the Feng family joining, we'll be like a tiger with wings. But with 9 people, when the time comes, the 9 of us can even try to become an SSS rank force. Only Lin Xian's team and us can try to become an SSS rank force. The strongest are basically in our 2 teams. Duan Lingxiao said. We can try. What was the strength of the human race over the demon race? It was the laws and the territory. Only a small number of demons had laws and territory. Relatively speaking, once a human reached this level, they would be able to comprehend them. It was just a matter of whether their comprehension was strong or weak. For the demon race, only geniuses like Linglong Shui and Yiren Bing could have them. The few of them could make use of this gap to reduce the disparity in strength. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, the 9 of us will form a team. Duan Lingxiao smiled. I need the leader. You'll be the leader. Duan Lingxiao asked. Forget it. I don't like to command. You'll be the leader. Then it's settled. I'm happy to work with you. Duan Lingxiao smiled and extended his hand to Feng Ling. Feng Ling didn't extend her hand. She turned around and said, I'm only working with you to prevent Lin Xian's team from entering the God's Awakening door. I'm only working with you to fight for a chance for my brother, and me to enter the God's Awakening door. Once it's done, all 9 of us will enter. Duan Lingxiao smiled. Lin Xian's team of 7 had formed a team. They were quite enjoying the time of working together. Mainly, Lin Xian's territory and Wang Xintong's territory would directly reduce the disparity. One would reduce the opponent's realm while the other would increase their realm, forming a team. Lin Xian walked to Zhuge Feng's side and asked. Zhuge Feng smiled and said, Forget it. I won't form a team. I'll do it alone. You'll do it alone. Are you sure? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Zhuge Feng nodded. I'll do it alone. I won't drag you guys down. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. This Zhuge Feng probably had some plan. All right. Then I'll see you at the God's Awakening door. Ha ha ha, good. See you at the God's Awakening door. What did it mean to do it alone? It meant that they had given up on SS, SSS, or even S-rank forces. The others were in despair. Damn it. Some of the strongest people had fucking teamed up with each other. What could they do about it? Damn it. What were they regretting now? Why couldn't their results in the first 2 rounds be better? However, the only good news was that they had formed a team and had more people. If things went well, the points they would get wouldn't be much higher than theirs. A day passed just like that. The next morning arrived quickly. Chapter 1333. Everyone gathered at the peak of the North Pole once again. They were preparing for the final round of assessment in 15 days. Lin Xian had never seen an assessment that lasted for 15 days. It was really an eye-opener. But it should be quite meaningful. Sighed, when he thought about how Lin Xian hadn't touched any of the girls around him for the next half a month, plus the previous week, he felt wronged. He wouldn't be able to touch any of them for the next half a month. How could he touch any of them if he stayed with them for the next half a month? Unless Lin Xian wanted to die. Then, the information of each of them, whether they were acting alone or in a team, and who were the members of the team were all done. Then, everyone's information and the team's information were all entered into the system. This is each of your phones. The phones only have a few functions, which is to check the map and check everyone's location and whether their forces have been attacked. It's considered as your support function. This is a teleportation crystal for each of you. This is a life-saving tool for you. We've understood that there aren't any demonic beasts in this area. Therefore, you can use the teleportation crystal to escape without any pressure. Again, whoever uses it will be eliminated. After a pause, he continued, also, this is the breath-holding pill developed by the 3 major forces. For 6 hours after taking it, you can breathe underwater. Even the surface of the water is no different from the surface. Because there are forces at the bottom of the sea, you can take this breath-holding pill. Each of you can take at most 3. Duan Tianming glanced at everyone and said. As Duan Lingxiao's father, Duan Tianming would definitely side with his son. But what was the use of siding with his son? He couldn't open a back door. When he knew about his son's plan and the information of the team members, what should he say? Screw it. If they didn't mess with Lin Xian and the others, with their combined strength, it would be very terrifying. Perhaps the few people with lower scores would be brought up in this round. In other words, the 7 of them had a higher chance of entering the God's Awakening door. This was the same as Duan Lingxiao's thought. There was no choice because they were too strong. Especially in the test 2 days ago, Lin Xian displayed inhuman abilities. If they were not strong, then there was no need to worry about this. Therefore, if they didn't do anything, the 7 of them would advance to the next round and there would only be 3 spots left. At this stage, Feng Ling's score was even higher than Duan Lingxiao's, Chu He's score wasn't too far behind, and Qi Tianqing and Zhuge Feng's scores weren't too far behind either. Feng Qinghao was not too far off. It was even possible that eliminating a single B-rank organization would determine their final 3 positions. There were 4 people who were very close to Duan Lingxiao, and one of them even had a higher score than Duan Lingxiao. With the space and the creation of the wind chimes, if there were no special circumstances, Duanling Xiao would only be able to fight for the last two places. Naturally, he did not have much confidence in winning. In that case, they might as well work together and drag Lin Xian and the others down while they climb up. Dragging Lin Xian and the others into the water might seem like Duanling Zhao's idea, but it was actually good news for Chu He, Qi Tianqing, Feng Qinghao, and even Zhuge Feng who didn't join them. This was good news for wind chimes. They were not fools. They all knew that Lin Xian and the others were very strong, so why would they still want to join? Because they knew that this was their chance. All right. I don't have anything else to say. It's now 5:50 in the morning. 15 days later, gather here at 6 o'clock in the morning. You'll fail if you're late by even a second. Now, everyone can set off. I've prepared a car for you to speed up your journey. This is the only way we can shorten your journey. Good luck. Then, the 250 people sped off in all directions. There were all sorts of big and small forces in all directions. They must have already discussed which force to go to last night. There would definitely be people from different teams going to the same force. At this time, it would depend on their choice. Would they fight for it directly, or would they change their strategy for the sake of stability? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Then, the 7 of them took out some sort of weapon that looked like a jet launcher at the same time. Everyone was stunned. What is this? I don't know. Damn. They can fly. And they're so fast. This is definitely much better than using a car. There are many places where cars can't be driven. They have to take a detour or even abandon the car. They can just fly over. There's no need to take a detour. They have the space attribute, but you can't keep using the space attribute. You have to consume your spiritual power, and the process of recovering your spiritual power is very long. Therefore, during this time, you still need other things to travel. Even if they have 2 space attribute martial artists, if you want to attack a more powerful demon race organization, you're in a hurry and your spiritual power is used up. If Lin Xian or Murong didn't have enough spiritual power, would you dare to attack them? You definitely wouldn't. They only have half a day. They definitely didn't have time to prepare these things. Could it be that they prepared it in advance? That's impossible. Who would prepare this thing in advance? Could it be that they already knew the contents of the 3rd round of assessment? Many people looked at Murong Feng and the others in confusion. I can only say that it's impossible for them to know the contents of the 3rd round of assessment. As for this rocket launcher, I can only think of, last night, Lin Xian used the law of creation to create it. Murong Feng said. Hiss, they took a deep breath. This is really a genius. He can even think of this. Actually, it's not difficult to think of it, but if they really think in this direction, then their team's advantage will be reflected. Then, everyone looked at Feng Ling and Duanling Zhao's team. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Damn it. Why didn't she think of using the law of creation to create a tool in advance? Feng Ling, you come too. Duanling Xiao said. Okay. Then, Feng Ling released the law of creation and began to create. They were already 1 step behind, but where were they behind? Feng Ling's spiritual power. After Lin Xian and the others rushed over, Lin Xian directly released his space energy. They were already dozens of kilometers away, and then continued to use the rocket launcher to hurry on their way. As for Feng Ling's side, she created on the spot, causing her spiritual power to not be much, so she was short of Lin Xian and the others by dozens of kilometers. Obviously, Lin Xian and the others were going to an S-rank force at the very least, and it might even be an SS-rank force. The nearest S rank or SS rank force was nearly 100 kilometers away, so when they started fighting, Lin Xian's team would have already finished off a force. It's fine. We have 15 days, so we're not in a hurry. Duan Lingxiao glanced at the map on his phone and searched for Lin Xian's location. They were already dozens of kilometers away. Look at their location. They might want to make a move on this S rank or SS rank force. The few of them began to research. Obviously, Lin Xian was their biggest enemy. Chapter 1334. This might be their advantage. They could see the route of whoever they paid attention to. They had the initiative and could formulate a plan. These experts were only paying attention to Lin Xian's team, Feng Ling's team, and Zhuge Feng's team. There were other strong teams as well, but as long as Lin Xian's or Duan Lingxiao's teams weren't completely wiped out, it would be difficult for them to enter the top 10 unless a miracle happened. However, it didn't mean that it was impossible. That was because this round was really going to pull their points apart. There are only 3 S rank forces and 2 SS rank forces over there. Moreover, they will be the first to rush over. Therefore, the 3 S rank forces and 2 SS rank forces over there might be taken over by their team. Qi Tianqing said faintly. The SS rank forces have a higher void stage expert. It's very dangerous. However, since we plan to go to the SS rank forces, Lin Xian's team won't give up. Su Jiming said. The higher void stage experts were very strong. They were around 5 or 6 stars in the heavenly venerable realm. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't fight against a higher void stage expert. How could a few top geniuses with various laws, domains, and attributes not be able to fight against a higher void stage expert? It would be fine as long as the higher void stage expert didn't have a high star level. Then, they glanced at the map. If we move forward, we will reach the monster race forces in the sea. Among the forces in the sea, the one in front is an SSS rank force. I don't think they will dare to go there. On the right side, there are more A and B rank forces. On the left side, there are more S rank and above forces. Therefore, after they defeat the 5 forces here, they will most likely go left. Chu he said. Then it's very clear. In 15 days, we don't need to go head-to-head with them for the time being. We will develop ourselves, but we also need to stop them. If we go left, there shouldn't be a third group faster than us. Moreover, we also have 2 spatial attribute martial artists, Xiao Yun and Feng Ling. Although we fell behind in the beginning, we won't be too far behind in the future. Duan Lingxiao said. Chu He and some other powerful ones didn't have spatial attribute. Chu He had time. Yes, we will go left. After they finish fighting, they will find that the forces with high points on the left side have already been defeated by us. In fact, we have even gone to other places. In this way, they can only take a longer route while we have the initiative. Qin Ming nodded and said. Good. Is the wind chime ready? They looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling nodded. Everyone, equip yourselves and set off. Then, the team of 9 rushed out. Feng Ling's team and Lin Xian's team are heading in the same direction. Looks like it's clear. Those experts said after seeing this scene. Yes, one of the 2 teams has 7 people, while the other has 9 people. It depends on which team will stand out. Either one team stands out, or the 2 teams will kill each other, and the others will benefit from it. However, I think the former is more likely, but the latter is also not small. These 2 teams will obstruct each other and go in one direction, causing the others in the other directions to be more comfortable. The 2 biggest competitors are gone. Yes, the former is more likely. However, comparing the strength of these two teams, it's hard to say. One team has 9 people, while the other team has 7 people. If the points are split evenly, Lin Xian's team will definitely have the advantage. However, if they want to obstruct each other, 9 people are still stronger than 7 people. They are all top-notch. With 2 more laws, 2 more domains, and a few more elemental powers, the difference is quite big. Although they have Lin Xian, Murongyu, and the others who are not weak, the other team has Feng Ling, Duan Ling Xiao, Qi Tianqing, Chu He, and Feng Qinghao. They are not weak either. Interesting. Sigh. It's a pity. If it's possible, I really hope that these children can go to the God's Awakening door. However, the rules are as such. I don't know what secrets are in the God's Awakening door. It's clearly a huge improvement for humans, but why can only 10 people go every 5 years? Is it because of the high mortality rate? Lin Xian, Duan Ling Zhao's team is coming in our direction. In the air, Ling Ying took out her phone and took a look. Then, she saw this scene. I guessed it. They can either absolutely avoid us or compete with us to the end. It seems that they have chosen the latter. Lin Xian said. The strength of the 9 of them combined is definitely not weak. Especially with Feng Ling joining them, it's a huge improvement for them. Space and creation have gained a lot of unknowns. Murongyu said. It's fine. Lin Xian glanced at his phone and said, they plan to go to our left. Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Then what should we do? Our original plan was to go to the left after finishing the 5 on this side. The right side is full of A and B rank forces. Only by going to the left side will there be S and SS rank forces. They attacked the left side and kept going left. We will keep eating their tail gas and gradually fall into a disadvantage. Do we have to spend a long time choosing another direction? Go back again or go to the side? Ling Ying asked. The 300 forces would form a square, with the peak of the North Pole in the middle. Lin Xian and the others were going to the upper left corner of the square. Further ahead was the C, which was the SSS rank. If they went to the right, there would be B and A rank forces. If they went left, there would be S and SS rank forces along the way. Or they could go to the other 2 corners, midway, and so on. However, if they went to the other 2 corners, they would have to walk a long way. It was equivalent to walking from the peak of the North Pole to where they were now. About half a day. 12 hours. Then, we'll go to the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ah. An SSS rank force. The girls were stunned for a moment. Although an SSS rank force was indeed their mission target, an SSS rank force was indeed too dangerous. An SS rank force would probably have 1 or 2 virtuous void stage experts, but an SSS rank force might have at least 3 virtuous void stage experts, or even more than 10 virtuous void stage experts. Therefore, although there was an SSS rank force, it wasn't a good choice. The mortality rate was too high. Moreover, one shouldn't underestimate the powerful demonic beasts in the sea. There were many powerful demonic beasts on this continent, but the number of powerful demonic beasts in the endless deep sea wasn't any less than on the continent. This was because the sea was too big. There might even be empire-like existences of the demon race in the sea. They were extremely terrifying. However, most of them lived in the sea and didn't care about worldly affairs. This was because the sea wasn't smaller than the land. Moreover, in the deep sea, there were many demonic beasts with long lifespans and unimaginable strength. Although this place wasn't the endless deep sea, it still wouldn't be too weak. Once you're in the sea, even if you're an SS or SSS level underwater force, how can you be sure that you won't encounter a stronger force in the sea? Chapter 1335. Lin Xian and the rest quickly arrived at the nearest S-rank force. The 5 forces here should have been dealt with by them. With a glance, other than Duan Lingxiao's team rushing towards the forces on their left, no one else came here. This was because they knew that coming here was purely a suicide mission. They couldn't compete with Lin Xian and the rest, so what was the point of coming here? They might as well go to other places. I wonder what kind of clan this is. Lin Xian looked at the territory in the distance. What did it look like? The surface of this territory was made of buildings, but they were relatively simple houses. As an S-rank force, they lived in such a place. If they could build simple houses, it wouldn't be simple. After all, S-rank forces had many heavenly venerables. As for the demon clan, as long as they could reach the heavenly venerables level, they could basically transform into human form. It depended on whether they were willing to do so. It took a long time to transform into human form. During this time, they would be in danger and very weak. This was also why many heavenly venerables and even great virtual realm demon beasts still looked like demon beasts. They didn't even transform into human form. That was because they didn't choose to transform into human form. This is the Snow Wind Leopard clan. Wu Yuhan looked at a ferocious snow-white leopard demon beast from afar and said, "It's a type of demon beast that can release cold energy. As a leopard, it's very fast. I've checked in advance. They're a demon beast clan that's more dangerous to Ice Sea City and the surrounding cities. The S-rank force's leader is a heavenly venerate, and his realm should be higher than ours. The number of heavenly venerables should be at least 10 to 20. Xiao Xinyue said. That's fine. Lin Xian even wants to go to an SSS rank force. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. I say, you guys, no matter what I do, you have to scold me. Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. This girl needs to be taught a lesson. He must find a chance to teach her a lesson. Humph. Then what's our plan of action? Murong Yu asked. It's just an S-rank organization. There's no need for a plan. The 7 of us will just go ahead and fight. An S-rank organization isn't worth wasting our time on. Lin Xian cracked his neck. All right. Then, the 7 of them walked towards the Snow Gale Leopard clan. Roar! A Snow Gale Leopard outside the territory roared angrily at them, and then a terrifying blue energy surged towards them. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and easily blocked that power. Law of Destruction. Boom! In the next instant, the Blizzard Leopard was annihilated. Who is it? There was a commotion here, followed by an angry roar from inside. One figure after another flashed out. Human. The person who spoke was obviously the leader of the Snow Gale Leopards. He looked like a middle-aged man who had yet to fully transform. There were still some leopard patterns on his skin, and his eyes were the eyes of a leopard, similar to a cat's. It was quite scary. Then, his gaze landed on Wang Xintong and the other 6 girls, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but lick his lips. What beautiful human beauties. I can't bear to kill you all. The man licked his lips and stared at them with greed. Disgusting. Just kill them. Wu Yuhan said indifferently. There was no other way. How could these men who had transformed into human form not be interested in beautiful women? Not to mention beauties of their level. The demon race was the same as the human race. It would be fine if you didn't transform into a human. But if you did, you would definitely like a woman who looked like a human. You couldn't possibly like all kinds of strange demon beasts who hadn't transformed, right? Lin Xian checked. The strongest vegetable was a 7-star heavenly venerable. It seemed that a 7-star heavenly venerable wasn't weak. This was only an S-rank organization. At least, there weren't many 7-star heavenly venerables among the 250 of them. Lin Xian then said, "Stop talking nonsense. Just kill them." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 10 minutes later, they slaughtered this place and moved on to the next S-rank organization. In a short span of 2 hours, they had already destroyed 3 S-rank organizations. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao and the rest had just destroyed an S-rank organization. They've already destroyed 3. They glanced at their phones. The map showed that they had already destroyed 3 organizations. There are still 15 days left. Don't be anxious. Let's maintain our best condition. Don't let anyone get hurt. That's the most important thing. Duan Lingxiao said. Yes. Once someone is seriously injured, it will directly implicate the entire group. We'd rather be a little slower to ensure everyone's safety. Lin Xian and the rest are in such a hurry. Humph. I want to see how they're going to leave after destroying the 5 organizations here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest arrived near the first S-rank organization. It should be around here, right? Why don't I see it? Wang Xintong looked around. It's true. I don't see it. Xiao Xinyue looked at the map and said, it's around here. As an SS rank organization, they already have great void stage cultivators. There might even be more than one. Their territory definitely won't be too bad. Lin Xian said, let's look around. These are all investigated by human powerhouses. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Then, Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and probed. This is, Han Chushue discovered something. Then, she probed in the snow and pulled out a human skull. Then, she hurriedly threw it out. Lin Xian glanced and said, there's an entrance on the slope in front. Then, they walked over. This assessment was actually equivalent to an opportunity for them to grind their levels. Under normal circumstances, each of them would have to increase their levels by at least 1 star. No, at least 2 stars. This was because they were going to face a bunch of domain stage cultivators, heavenly venerables, and even great void stage cultivators. They arrived at the slope. This was a huge underground palace. There were 2 demonic beasts lying at the entrance of this underground palace. As the leader of a great void stage organization, you couldn't look at this place as an ordinary place to grind monsters. This was definitely an orderly organization. Law of Destruction. Lin Xian stood there and silently released the Law of Destruction. Then, he instantly killed the 2 demonic beasts. They didn't even make a sound. They died silently just like that. This was also why the Law of Destruction was so powerful. Wind-chasing tiger. Murongyu frowned slightly. This place is actually the home of the wind-chasing tiger clan. This wind-chasing tiger is much stronger than that snow-wind leopard. But we still have to go in. Let's go. Following which, they entered the underground palace. Chapter 1336. In the underground palace, there were ice crystals everywhere. To be honest, it was quite beautiful. One had to be wary of the wind-chasing tiger. Firstly, tigers were relatively strong creatures. Any demon that was related to tigers would be relatively strong in the same realm and bloodline. The wind-chasing tiger's bloodline was relatively strong. Otherwise, it would not have been able to reach the great virtual realm. Most importantly, the wind-chasing tiger's speed was extremely fast. Speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in the world of martial arts. This sentence made sense. The Yao clan rarely had the ability to control space and time. To Lin Xian and the others, the greatest threat wasn't the so-called most destructive lightning or ice, but the power of wind or darkness. The wind-chasing tiger clan probably had this kind of power. It was not that they could not defeat them, but they had to be extra vigilant and extra careful. At this moment, in the depths of the underground palace, there was a very beautiful place. There were tables and chairs with all kinds of meat and fruits on the tables and chairs. All kinds of fish. There were even some internal organs. It was unknown if they were animal organs or human organs. In this large space, there were about 40 to 50 wind-chasing tigers who had already taken human form. At this moment, a middle-aged man was hugging two pretty girls from the wind-seeking tiger clan in his arms. They were drinking to their heart's content. "Big brother, today is your birthday. This is a gift I specially prepared for you." A slightly younger man offered a heart with both hands. "Oh. This is the heart of a human heavenly venerable. It's a great tonic. A few days ago, I specially left for the human race's ice snow city. Then, I targeted a heavenly venerable, assassinated him, and took his heart." The wind-chasing tiger elder brother laughed. "Second brother, you're too kind. The fact that my wind-seeking tiger clan was able to reach such heights under Big Brother's leadership and even advance to the great virtual stage with Big Brother's help. Compared to what Big Brother has done, what I've done is nothing but insignificant. Ha ha ha, reward. She'll reward you." Then, the wind-chasing tiger elder brother pushed the girl in his arms to his second brother. "Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother, when are we going to attack Ice Snow City?" someone asked. "It's too difficult. Although most of the people in Ice Snow City are trash, they have a large population and many experts. It's only possible if I can reach the Heavenly Tao realm one day. If not, it's absolutely impossible. It would be great if Lord Demon God could launch an attack. To be honest, the human race's territory is really prosperous. It's much better than our place. It's hard to even find food in our place." Big Brother Hui thought for a while and said, "This is the Monster God Temple's business. If the Monster God Temple doesn't give the order, it's impossible for us to do anything. But Big Brother, it seems that humans have been coming to the North Pole recently. What's the matter?" Huer asked. "I'm not sure. It seems to be some young humans. If they dare to come here and I run into them, I'll kill them." Hui sneered. "Big Brother is mighty. A toast to Big Brother." Immediately, a group of people began to lick it. "Oh no, oh no." At this moment, a person ran in from outside. "Why are you so flustered?" Hui frowned, and his face was full of displeasure. Today was his birthday, and he was still so flustered. Wasn't that a slap to his face? "Big Brother, there are humans outside who have broken in. They have already killed many of our brothers." That person pointed outside and shouted. "What?" Everyone stood up one after another. "What? Humans? What realm are they in?" They seem to be celestial venerables." Hui and Huer both heaved a sigh of relief. "Celestial venerables? Celestial venerables dare to come here?" They heaved a sigh of relief and then revealed a surprised expression. They had higher void here. Why did a few celestial venerables dare to come here? In the beginning, they were shocked. Damn! Someone actually dared to come here. What kind of powerhouse could it be? Then, celestial venerables? Bang! At this moment, a few figures flew in and crashed into the wall of this space. Then, they vomited blood and died. Where are the strong ones? Why aren't there any strong ones? A voice sounded, and then Lin Xian's group of 7 walked in. The moment Ling Ying's group of 6 came in, Hui, Huer, and the others' eyes lit up. Strong ones. The strong ones you want are here. Huer's aura erupted. Second brother, don't hurt these women. Hui hurriedly said. Understood, big brother. Huer's eyes also lit up when he saw these girls. There was no other way. This was a man. I say, you men are really disgusting. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hey, the scope of your attacks is too wide. Lin Xian said helplessly. Humph. Hui, Huer, and the rest of the powerhouses here were stunned. They still had the mood to chat. Attack. Xintong. Roger. Then, Wang Xintong released her domain and raised their realm. Lin Xian probed for a bit. Hui was at level 2 Great Void stage, and Huer was at level 1 Great Void stage. Not much use. Realm reduction domain. Lin Xian then released his domain. In the next instant, the 2 Great Void stage powerhouses became Heavenly Venerable Realm. Under the enhancement of Wang Xintong's domain, Lin Xian's realm was raised to 9 stars Heavenly Venerable Realm. That's right, Wang Xintong could raise their realm by 3 stars, but Lin Xian suppressed it by 3 stars. In an instant, the gap of 6 stars was closed. Law of Destruction. Lin Xian released his power. Law of Destruction. At the same time, Murongyu released her power. Murongyu released it on the weak ones around her, while Lin Xian released it on the 2 Great Void stage powerhouses. Puff! In an instant, the two's law of destruction became invincible. The people in the entire space were either dead or seriously injured. Hui and Huer were dumbfounded. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. I'll leave it to you guys. Lin Xian's face was slightly pale. He had used up a lot of his spiritual power. Okay. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, they rushed forward. An SS rank force is only a so-so. Let's go and finish off the other one. Then, we'll go to the SSS rank force. Lin Xian stood up. Are we really going? This SSS rank force might even have Great Void stage 5 stars and above. Your law of destruction and domain should be effective against Great Void stage 5 stars and above. Ling Ying said worriedly. Lin Xian said, we haven't unleashed our true strength since the start of the battle. We haven't even made a move yet. I feel that an SSS rank organization is not only good for us, it's also an opportunity to train us. Isn't that right? Moreover, we have teleportation crystals and space attributes. They definitely don't have space. If we can't beat them, we can just run. Alright then. Let's go. Chapter 1337. It didn't take long for them to finish off another SS rank force. How can Lin Xian and the others be so fast? Duan Ling Xiao and the others had just finished off the third force. Then, they looked again and saw that the 5 forces on Lin Xian's side had already been finished off. Previously, they had only been left behind by 1 force. After the battle, they were left behind by 2 forces. Previously, it could be explained that they were left behind by 1 force. However, in this battle, they had already finished off 5 forces, and there were even 2 SS rank forces. Instead, they were left behind by 1 more force. There was no other way. Lin Xian, Murongyu, and Wang Xintong's combined strength was too brainless. The virtuous stage seemed very powerful. Then, Wang Xintong's domain increased while Lin Xian's domain decreased. They directly broke the law and started fighting. It was too brainless. Unless the virtuous stage's star level was relatively high, otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to withstand a beating. It's too fast. However, by the time they rush over to our side, we have already taken down this place. They will have to waste a lot of time again. We can still be on par with them. Duan Lingxiao said. Wait, look at their route. Suddenly, Xiaoyan frowned. Then, they looked at the route Lin Xian and the others were taking. Because Lin Xian had directly released a space attribute, a space jump of tens of kilometers, causing their position to change very obviously on the phone's map. They originally thought that after Lin Xian and the others had finished off the 5 forces here, the best choice left for them was to go left. If they didn't want to compete with them, they could choose to return to the other direction. However, no matter what, it would waste a lot of time for Lin Xian and the others. However, the direction they are going is the sea. Seeing this scene, Feng Ling and the others were shocked. In this direction, there are only 2 SSS rank forces in this region of the sea. They are going to the SSS rank forces. Although an SSS rank organization was one of their mission objectives, under normal circumstances, only their team and Lin Xian's team had the qualifications to challenge an SSS rank organization. However, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't choose to challenge an SSS rank organization. Even if you had the spatial attribute and could run, you would still lose your life if you weren't careful. There was a high chance that you would be putting yourself in danger. Even if you managed to escape, you would be wasting a lot of time and energy. Therefore, Winchim and the others would never choose an SSS rank faction. However, when they saw Lin Xian's choice, they went straight to an SSS rank faction. Wasn't this fucking scary? They actually chose to join an SSS rank organization. This was something they hadn't expected. Isn't this too crazy? An SSS rank force would have at least 5 great ethereal stage martial artists, and there would definitely be at least 1 great ethereal stage 5-star martial artist. How are they going to fight? They're not even on the same level as SS. They're just throwing their lives away. Even though that was what they said, they were still panicking. What if they were to defeat an SSS rank force? If they were defeated, they would be finished. A difference of 200,000 points. If they were to defeat an SSS rank force, they wouldn't be able to make up for the difference by fighting S and SS rank forces normally. This was forcing them to attack an SSS rank force. On the other side, those experts also saw Lin Xian and the others' actions. They're going to join an SSS rank force at the bottom of the sea. Murong Feng and the others frowned. This group of children is really crazy. It's very dangerous, but they shouldn't be impulsive children. Since they're going, they must be confident. They didn't even spend a day to deal with those 5 forces. This is enough to prove their strength. However, an SSS rank force, and an SSS rank force at that, would be a bit difficult. Why was it so difficult to join an SSS rank force at the bottom of the sea? Even if they had taken pills and were walking on water as if it was flat ground, the resistance of the water was the biggest problem in a battle at the bottom of the sea. One must know that those existences at the bottom of the sea had already adapted to it, but it was difficult for them to adapt. With this little bit of resistance, their every step and every attack was different from when they were on the ground. Even the calculation of damage was different. Therefore, the risk factor was very high. However, since we've opened the SSS rank force to the public, aren't we waiting for these children to bring us a surprise? Perhaps they can really bring us a surprise. Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the seaside. It's getting dark. Should we wait for dawn or? Xiao Xinyue asked. Let's wait for dusk. Anyway, we're at the bottom of the sea. Dawn and dusk are the same. Lin Xian said. Let's rest for 2 hours and recover. What awaits us is no less dangerous than the few virtuous stage experts we encountered in Tianhua City. Murong Yu said. Actually, it's indeed dangerous, but there's one good news. It was very dangerous at that time because there was a virtuous stage expert with spatial attribute. At the bottom of the sea, at least we received news that the demon race doesn't have time and space, the two most dangerous attributes. For us, it's better to be careful. Lin Xian said. That's true. Also, be careful of the dark attribute power. It might exist. The rest should basically be water attribute power. After all, they live at the bottom of the sea and most of them are water attribute. Our lightning is more effective against water, especially in water. The effect will be even greater. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Water is conductive. Even our lightning attribute power, which has a very small range, can be expanded by more than 10 times under the sea. This is also good news, but similarly, the other party might also have lightning. Little Yu, you're in charge of protecting them. Murong Yu nodded. Okay. They had to have someone in charge of protecting them when facing an SSS rank force. It was too dangerous. And the attribute that was best protected was definitely time or space. The protection of these two powers was the most direct. I still have Little Yuhan. Little Yingying will be in charge of attacking, Little Xintong will protect, and Little Xinyue and Little Chushue will control. Okay. They nodded. Then, the 7 of them sat there and rested. Han Chushue turned on her phone and took a look. We're attacking an SSS rank force. Feng Ling's team will probably attack as well. Their team isn't weak either. They're not much weaker than us when facing an SSS rank force. However, only when we take down an SSS rank force will they be able to attack. Lin Xian. Time slowly passed, and the 7 of them gradually recovered to their peak state. I'm still a bit away from leveling up. Murong Yu said. And, if there's a chance, let Little Yu level up first. This way, our strength will increase again. Let's go, let's hurry. So that the distance between the two SSS rank forces in front of them wasn't far. It was about a few dozen kilometers. The closest one was about 100 kilometers away from the coast. Lin Xian directly released a space attribute to shorten the distance by a few dozen kilometers. Then, they used the aircraft to fly. At the same time, Lin Xian replenished his spiritual energy. Chapter 1338. Soon, they arrived at their destination. They were all celestial venerables and could walk in the air at a faster speed. However, the reason why they had to use aircraft was because walking in the air consumed spiritual power. They needed to be in peak condition for the upcoming battle, so they would rather be slower. It didn't matter. This should be the place, right? They looked at their phones and then landed on the sea. It should be around here. Will our clothes get wet if we go into the water? Wang Xintong shrunk her head. Their clothes would be wet in the water and stick to their bodies. Not only would it be a little revealing, but it would also affect their combat ability. It can't be. This pill seems to be able to condense an aura outside our bodies to isolate us from the water. Lin Xian said. Then, they took the pill. Let's go. Splash, then, the 7 of them dived into the water. What made Lin Xian feel that it was quite amazing was that after consuming this pill, they could really breathe in the water. It was as if there was an additional aura around each of their bodies, isolating them from the water. It was a strange feeling. They were clearly in the water, but they did not know how to breathe. Other than some water pressure and resistance, there was nothing else. Even their clothes were not wet, and their phones were fine. They landed at the bottom of the sea a few thousand meters deep. They looked around. It's so beautiful. Wang Xintong could not help but exclaim. It's really beautiful. They looked around with shining eyes. They, including Lin Xian, rarely came into contact with the sea. It was everyone's first time coming to the bottom of the sea. In the past, they only saw how beautiful the sea was on TV. But now, it was really beautiful. All kinds of colorful sea creatures were swimming around. The colorful coral reefs decorated the sea bed beautifully. They did not know where the light came from, but it seemed to be emitted by some reefs. Perhaps it was deliberately made. Anyway, it was shining. Wow, wow, wow. It's so big. It's so big. Ling Ying pointed at a whale in the distance and exclaimed. That should be a whale. It shouldn't be a monster, right? I don't think so. It's so magical. For a moment, they seemed to have forgotten what they were here for. There would always be some fishes circling around them. He was an old pervert. Every girl had some fishes circling around them, but Lin Xian had no fishes around him. It's kissing me. Wang Xintong stretched out her hand. A fish was kissing her hand. Lin Xian, fuck. I say, ladies, we're here for serious business. Lin Xian said. Yes, yes. Then, the girls came back to their senses and looked around. Over there. Their gazes landed on a location far away. There seemed to be a building there. That's right, it wasn't a reef, but a building. Maybe. Let's take a look. Then, the few of them quietly moved closer to him. It's so big. They then stared at the palace in shock. That's right, it was a palace at the bottom of the sea. Thinking about it, it was normal. There were so many great virtual realm cultivators, maybe even dozens of heavenly venerables, and countless existences below the heavenly venerables. Wasn't it normal for there to be a majestic palace in a place where they had lived for many years? They seemed to be fighting. Everyone hid behind the coral reef and looked at the huge palace. In front of the palace, they could see that there were two groups of people. Half of them were in human form, and the other half were demons. One of them was a cyan-colored flood dragon. The bigger ones were tens of meters long, while the smaller ones were over 10 meters long. This was the force in front of the main hole. On the other side, the demons at the back were ocean blue flood dragons. That's right, not a dragon, just a flood dragon. The difference between a flood dragon and a dragon was too big. One side is a green blood flood dragon, and the other blue one should be a blue lightning flood dragon. Murong Yu was extremely knowledgeable. They seemed to be fighting. The two strongest factions in this area should be the two SSS rank factions we're going to, right? For them to fight, it means that their factions are close. Could it be, the two SSS rank factions we're going to are fighting each other? Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Seems like it. Wang Xintong opened her mouth. Damn. That's good. Let them fight. Let's be the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and clam fight. That's good. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. They were also secretly shocked. Damn. Wasn't their luck too good? That's right. Their luck was really good. Shoo, let's watch slowly. Your blue lightning flood dragon clan is really ambitious. You actually want to swallow my green blood flood dragon. An old man angrily pointed at the people in front of him. When things compete, the winner is king, and the weak are eliminated. Your green blood flood dragon clan is declining, so it's normal for my blue lightning flood dragon to destroy you. On the other side, a man with lightning wrapped around his hand looked at them with a cold smile. The reason why they were able to fight the green blood flood dragon was very simple. In this huge area, there were only the kings of the two clans. Whoever destroyed them would dominate this area. Not long ago, the strongest member of the green blood flood dragon clan was on the way to the North Sea Sky region and was swallowed by a powerful demon beast. Now that the strongest member of the green blood flood dragon clan was gone, how could they not attack? Then let's give it a try. Fight! Then, Lin Xian and the others hid there and watched the shocking battle. These two clans should have sent out their strongest fighters, right? There are about 6 or 7 great virtual realm cultivators, more than 50 heavenly venerables, and more than 300 meters of domain. They're really not weak. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Moreover, one side has lightning, and the other side has darkness. If we fight normally, it'll be quite difficult, Ling Ying said. Who's to blame? It's their fault for fighting, right? Wow, so strong. These two great virtual realm cultivators are probably great virtual realm 7 stars, right? Lin Xian opened his mouth. They were even stronger than he had expected. Terrifying shockwaves hit the water, and all the creatures in the surroundings fled. Lin Xian and the others watched the show from behind. Time slowly passed, and the experts of the two clans died one after another, and it was obvious that the cyan blood evil flood dragon died faster. When would the green blood flood dragon be completely destroyed? It was when the great virtual realm 7 stars was destroyed. When the great virtual realm 7 stars was destroyed, it proved that the green blood flood dragon was gone. Plop, the green blood flood dragon transformed into its original form, and then its body was penetrated by a sword. It fell to the ground, bleeding. Damn! We can't waste our experience. Let's do it. Okay. Little Yu, I'll leave that to you. Then, Murong-Yu released the law of destruction, and the green blood flood dragon died before it could say anything. Murong-Yu advanced. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, they rushed over. Who's there? Chapter 1339. The sudden arrival of these people stunned them for a moment. The blue lightning flood dragons didn't know how the strongest expert of the cyan blood evil flood dragon clan died. They originally wanted to trample on him, so how did he die? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Xian's group of 7 landed in the middle of them. We are friends of the blue blood flood dragons. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying and the others were stunned for a moment. They thought that they would attack directly, but now. Lin Xian's words stunned them for a moment. Then they understood. If they joined as a third party, they might suffer the joint attack of the blue lightning flood dragons and the blue blood flood dragons. But now, Lin Xian cleverly said that they were helpers of the blue blood flood dragons. In this case, they could join forces with the blue blood flood dragons to destroy the blue lightning flood dragons or greatly damage their morale. Wouldn't that be perfect? Why didn't they choose to stand on the side of the blue lightning flood dragons who already had the advantage? It was very simple. The blue lightning flood dragons already had the advantage. If they stood on their side, then the blue blood flood dragons would be easily destroyed, and the blue lightning flood dragons would lose very little. At that time, they might have to deal with an SSS rank force with the blue lightning flood dragons at their peak. But if they joined the blue blood flood dragons, although they were at a disadvantage, with their support, they could make up for the gap between the two clans even if they didn't go all out. In this way, the blue blood flood dragons would be weakened, and the blue lightning flood dragons would also be weakened. Wouldn't that be perfect? The blue blood flood dragons were stunned for a moment. They're helpers. How come they didn't know that they had helpers? But who cares? They said they were helpers, so they were helping them now. Who cared if they had other aspects? If they didn't have helpers, then the blue blood flood dragons would die. Wasn't it a good thing to have helpers? Thank you, everyone. Another 6 stars of the Great Void stage looked at Lin Xian and the others and said gratefully. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the blue lightning flood dragons in front of him. TSK, a few heavenly venerables dare to come here to die. The 7 Great Void stage patriarch of the blue lightning flood dragons sneered and looked at Lin Xian and the others. Only an Empyrean. The cyan blood demon flood dragon and the others looked at Lin Xian's group. What was the use of 7 Empyreans? However, it was a good thing that someone was willing to help. Really? Is the Empyrean realm useless? Lin Xian smirked. Xan Tong. Got it. Then, Wang Xintong released her domain. Law of Destruction. Lin Xian and Murongyu released their spells at the same time. Then, over a dozen Empyreans in the blue lightning flood dragon instantly died. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of power was this? The eyes of the cyan blood evil flood dragon clan widened. This looks very powerful. All clansmen, heed my command. Counterattack. Yes. Blue lightning flood dragon clan, kill them. Let's kill those 7 people first. Yes. A great battle was about to break out. Lin Xian's group of 7 maintained their formation and cooperated with each other, causing quite a bit of trouble for the blue lightning flood dragon clan. You guys go and stop the 6 stars of the cyan blood demon flood dragon. Leave these humans to me. The 7 stars of the Great Void stage blue lightning flood dragon charged toward Lin Xian and the others. Truth be told, Lin Xian and the others would have a hard time fighting a 7 stars Great Void stage cultivator. It was not impossible, but there was clearly a 6 stars Great Void stage cultivator beside them. Why did they have to fight a 7 stars Great Void stage cultivator? Leave this 6 stars of the Great Void stage to us. You go and fight a 7 stars of the Great Void stage. Lin Xian shouted to the cyan blood demon flood dragon powerhouse. Okay. If 7 Empyreans could stop a 6 stars of the Great Void stage, it would be very useful. Then, they would exchange opponents. Realm Reduction Domain. Following that, Lin Xian directly released his domain on the 6 stars of the Great Void stage powerhouse. His realm was known to 3 stars of the Great Void stage. As for Lin Xian, under the amplification of Wang Xintong, he was a 9 stars of the Empyrean realm. The gap between them wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, they could still fight. That was because everyone had been buffed. Begin. Whoosh, time slowly passed, and more people from both sides died. Although Lin Xian and the others helped, the cyan blood demon flood dragon clan was still losing. That was because Lin Xian and the others didn't use their full strength at all. Lin Xian and the others' goal was to narrow the gap between the 2 sides. Only then would the blue lightning flood dragon be unable to crush the cyan blood demon flood dragon. In this way, both sides would be able to exhaust the other side's strength to the greatest extent. When the time came, Lin Xian and the others would have to spend less effort and reduce the difficulty. On the other hand, the 6 stars of the Great Void stage that Lin Xian and the others were facing didn't kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't need to. The 7 of them used Lin Xian and Murongyu's space to stall for time. To the cyan blood demon flood dragon clan, they were extremely satisfied that these people who appeared out of nowhere could stall a powerful 6 stars of the Great Void stage for them. They even dared to say that if no one could stall the 6 stars of the Great Void stage, they would have already lost. Bang! In the end, the 6 stars of the Great Void stage was finally heavily injured by the 7 stars of the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon and fell to the ground. Lin Xian glanced at them. It seemed like both sides were almost dead. It wasn't that easy for the 7 stars of the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon to kill a 6 stars of the Great Void stage. He probably didn't have much spiritual power left. Arg, die for me! The Blue Lightning Flood Dragon clan leader roared. His aura surged, and lightning instantly engulfed several Great Void stage Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragons, causing them to be severely injured and sent flying. Attack! Lin Xian ordered. Roger. In the next instant, they activated their amplification domain and Lin Xian's realm reduction domain again. After that, Lin Xian created a law to amplify Murong Yu's spatial lock. Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan directly condensed the power of darkness and instantly killed the 6 stars of the Great Void stage that they had exhausted all of their spiritual power. Meanwhile, Lin Xian directly rushed to the 6 stars of the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon and directly killed him. What? Following that, Lin Xian's aura soared. 7 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Those from the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon clan were dumbfounded. Those from the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon clan were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't they here to help them? Why did they attack their own people? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Following that, he released the Law of Destruction. Those heavily injured Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragons were instantly killed by Lin Xian's Law of Destruction. 8 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. That's right. Lin Xian was already close to advancing. After killing a 6 stars of the Great Void stage, 7 or 8 5 stars of the Great Void stage, and a Heavenly Venerable who had just reached the Heavenly Venerable Realm, it wasn't difficult for him to advance to the 8 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Realm Reduction, 10,000 Lightning Heavenly Prison. Strength doubled. Amplification of the Law of Creation. Boom! 8 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. With Wang Xintong's 3 stars amplification, Lin Xian's cultivation was close to the Great Void stage. Of course, Wang Xintong's strength didn't increase by 3 stars, but Lin Xian's strength doubled. That was definitely the Great Void stage. Chapter 1340. The Blue Lightning Flood Dragon Patriarch was at the 7 stars of the Great Void stage. He was only at the 4 stars of the Great Void stage. Lin Xian had the cultivation of the Great Void stage. With the enhancement of a divine rank martial skill, wasn't it easy to severely injure a 4 stars of the Great Void stage? The Blue Lightning Flood Dragon Patriarch's pupils suddenly constricted. However, he couldn't dodge at all. This was in the water. He couldn't make it in time. Puff, the terrifying thunder and lightning sent him, along with many of the surrounding Blue Lightning Flood Dragons, flying. Those with lower realms were instantly killed, and those with higher realms were directly injured. Law of Destruction. Bang! In the next moment, the heart of the Tier 7 expert exploded. Instant kill. This was the opportunity Lin Xian had been waiting for. Run! Run! When the remaining Blue Lightning Flood Dragons saw their patriarch die so inexplicably, they scattered and fled. The Cyan Blood Flood Dragon behind them stared at Lin Xian and the others in shock. Let's deal with this place first. Okay. 3 hours later, the 7 of them lay on an island on the sea to rest. They were exhausted. They were really exhausted. If these two forces hadn't just started fighting, it would have been very tiring for us to fight. Xiao Xinhua said. It's okay. It's mainly because we've been releasing our spirit energy to act. Lin Xian. That's true, but it's really difficult. Even if that Tier 7 Great Void Stage expert wasn't in his peak state and you found an opportunity to instantly kill him, the remaining ones were also very difficult for us to fight. Lin Xian nodded. After all, a few heavenly venerables fighting a few Great Void Stage experts was really not bragging. It was very, very difficult. However, these were not the top Great Void Stage experts, so they could fight. I'll go mark the map. Lin Xian sat up and marked the information of destroying these two SSS rank forces. When this information was marked, the others were stunned when they saw the map. What? They destroyed the two SSS rank forces here. Duan Lingxiao and the others took a look and were almost scared to death. They're all destroyed. They came over to take a look. Could it be fake? Impossible, unless they want to be eliminated. Duan Lingxiao frowned. Two SSS rank organizations, that's 400,000 points, 400,000 points. Caw caw caw, they clenched their fists tightly. Go. Let's go to an SSS rank organization as well. Feng Ling said decisively. Are you really going? Of course. Otherwise, how could he catch up with 400,000 points? If they can fight, why can't we? Good. Let's go. Go directly to an SSS rank organization. Otherwise, the 7 of them will directly pass this round and obtain the qualifications to enter the God's Awakening door. On the other side, the experts were also shocked when they saw the news. When they saw Lin Xian and the others heading towards the SSS rank faction, they were quite surprised. Then, they marked the SSS rank faction and destroyed both of them. What the fuck? They definitely wouldn't think that this was fake news, because fake news would be disqualified. Master. Far away in the heavenly palace of the Northern Sea region, a woman knelt respectfully before another woman. This place was the second demon god temple of the demon god temple. This was an island in the sky far away in the Northern Sea region, which was also the sea region. This island was too big and too bright. Sometimes, it felt like the sun rising from the north. Although the first demon god temple and the 10th demon god temple weren't ranked in terms of strength, the second demon god temple was indeed a very strong demon god temple. Among the 10 demon god temples, it should be ranked in the top 3. Yirenbing's demon god temple couldn't be compared to the second demon god temple. Of course, in terms of demon god strength, Yirenbing wasn't much weaker. After all, she was a dragon. And she was a legitimate dragon. However, the demon god of the second demon god temple also had a bloodline that wasn't inferior to dragons. Dark Phoenix. The Phoenix was a bloodline that was on par with dragons, and the Dark Phoenix was also a type of phoenix, just like how the Night Shadow Dragon was a type of dragon. It was the same principle, just that the phoenix had fewer branches. The second demon god temple was isolated from the rest of the world and had been slowly developing. Moreover, it didn't attack the human race. Therefore, after so many years, the second demon god temple's power was unimaginable. It had been developing without any consumption, so it was definitely unimaginable. Speak. On the fiery red throne, a woman in a white and pink dress sat with her legs crossed. Her elbows rested on the edge of the throne, and she rested her chin on her hand. In terms of temperament, she was definitely an explosive beauty. In terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yi Renbing and Linglong Shui. In terms of figure, she was indescribably beautiful. Great. Another top-grade beauty. Especially her legs, with boots, they were simply invincible. As for her eyes, when they were open, they were a normal color, but occasionally, her pupils would turn fiery red. The human race is wantonly killing several hundred of our demon race's forces in the North Pole. We just received news that the cyan blood flood dragon and blue lightning flood dragon in the sea have been exterminated. Oh. Her lips didn't move, but her ethereal voice was heard. Are the human race so impudent now? No, they're holding the human race's Sky Marshal Assembly. This is a test. Pfft, she sneered. Using the demon race's various clans as a test. The human race is really something. Also, the Myriad Demon Alliance's third elder sent a message, indicating that Master must do something. The woman slowly stood up. Do I need them to tell me what to do? Her tone was completely aloof, as if she despised the world. It was even more disdainful than Yiren Bing. Then Master means, the woman waved her hand, and a mirror image appeared in front of her. The image showed two groups of people, Lin Xian's group and Duan Lingxiao's group. One side was wantonly slaughtering, while the other side was sitting there roasting meat and eating seafood. When her gaze fell on Lin Xian's face, her pupils suddenly shrank. Her calm expression revealed her emotions. He is. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian, who was surrounded by beauties. Lin Xian, the main culprit who obstructed the demon god temple's operations many times. Even the 10th demon god Yiren Bing of the demon god temple turned to the human race because of him, and began to oppose the Myriad Demon Alliance. The woman's beautiful eyes were fixed on him, her pupils flashing violently. Her emotions seemed to be a bit unstable. Master. The woman came back to her senses. What about the people next to him? They seem to be his women. Kill them all for this sovereign. The woman said indifferently, then sat back down. What about Lin Xian? Bring him back. Yes. Wait. She held the woman in her mouth. Master, what are your orders? Don't kill them. Destroy their faces. This subordinate understands. Chapter 1341. Lin Xian and the 6 girls were lying on the beach, resting and chatting. Let's rest here for a day. Lin Xian said. Are you sure? Lin Xian smiled and said, we killed 2 SSS rank factions. Isn't that enough for us to rest for a day? Feng Ling's team also went to the SSS rank faction. Murong Yu glanced at her phone and said. If they want to go, let them be. Do you think they can be faster than us? Don't be careless and lose. I won't. Lin Xian shrugged. Then you can't go to the next place without recovering your spiritual power, right? Moreover, after dealing with these 2 SSS rank factions, we can go to the SSS rank factions. There won't be so much pressure. Lin Xian said. And, that's true. We have to see the situation of the other team. In any case, we're definitely far ahead. We've already made up for Xintong's points. Xiao Xinyue said. I'm sorry for dragging everyone down. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. What are you talking about? We're a team. If it weren't for your powerful domain, we wouldn't have the capital to attack the SSS rank factions. Ling Ying said. Yes. You're an indispensable member of our team. Lin Xian pinched Wang Xintong's pink cheeks, causing her to blush. Hey, hey, hey. The lobster is cooked. Lin Xian, give me some vinegar. Ling Ying suddenly said. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and a bowl of vinegar appeared. Then, they surrounded the lobster and ate happily. Logically speaking, they might be under great pressure, but they were eating seafood so comfortably, there was no one else like them. Time slowly passed. They lay there and waited for dawn. Lin Xian, what kind of world do you think the God's awakening door will be? Ling Ying lay beside Lin Xian and looked up at the stars. How would I know? It definitely won't be simple. Wu Yuhan said indifferently. I'm just letting you imagine. Let's use your intelligence. Since we're bored, let's brag, right? Ling Ying said with a smile. Lin Xian looked up at the stars. I think that since this world hid the God's awakening door so well, it must be a world that will shock everyone. Combined with our previous challenges, the lightning resistance test, and strength test, it might be related to the God's awakening door. Who knows? There might have a lot of heavenly punishment lightning there. And we might even have to withstand it. That makes sense. It might be a small world. Murong Yu said. It must be a small world. This small world might even have some sort of laws and rules. These rules are definitely different from the world we are in right now. Since there are so many opportunities and spiritual items there, it proves that there must be life there. Chen Feng was shocked. Han Chushue said. But I heard that the world in the God's awakening door might even allow people to obtain new attributes, or even laws, or even domains. Laws and domains might be explainable. It's also possible for you to comprehend a twin laws. But attributes, why would you obtain new attributes? It's even possible for time and space. This doesn't make sense. Wang Xintong said softly. That's true. Attributes are innate and can only increase the purity. It's impossible to obtain new attributes. Even if you have the lightning attribute and absorb a large amount of fire attribute spiritual items, it can only increase your realm. You won't be able to obtain the ability to release fire. Other than poison, no one can obtain new attributes. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Lin Xian was able to obtain attributes because of the system. But it was impossible for everyone who entered the God's awakening door to have a heaven-defying system like him, right? That was impossible. That was true. How could one obtain new attributes? There must be something inside that will give people a huge shock. I'm looking forward to it, Wu Yuhan said with a slight smirk. Obviously, his sister had come out. After resting for another hour, the sun had risen. Let's go. We should go to the next place. Lin Xian looked at the time. Where are we going? Lin Xian said with a smile, go back the way we came. Damn. We have to walk so much again. Ling Ying shrunk his head. There's no other way. We're already so far ahead. It's best if we don't clash with Feng Ling's team. Moreover, it's disadvantageous for us to head north. We should choose the safest way and avoid them. This way, they won't be able to catch up with us. Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, let's go back the way we came. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the rest sat on the back of a mountain and ate delicious food. It's good to have the creation attribute. You can create whatever you want to eat. I want 2 mutton skewers. Ling Ying extended his hand to Lin Xian. Here you go. Lin Xian decisively created 2 mutton skewers for her. Needless to say, the creation attribute was really useful. Lin Xian took a look at his phone. They've defeated an SSS-ranked organization. We've defeated 2. They've defeated 5 SSS-ranked organizations. We've defeated 7. They've defeated a total of 19 SSS-ranked organizations. We've defeated 23. Now, we're leading by a lot. That's right. Ever since Lin Xian and the others had defeated 2 SSS rank factions, they had not gone looking for another SSS rank faction. On the other hand, Winchim and the others had only defeated an SSS rank faction to test the waters. It wasn't that they couldn't fight SSS ranked organizations anymore. They just needed to fight weaker ones to recuperate. Of course, they could see how big the gap was between them and Lin Xian's team. Although it didn't indicate which team defeated which organization, they were paying attention to Lin Xian's team's whereabouts. They also roughly knew how many points they were behind Lin Xian's team in this round. It wasn't that they didn't have a chance. It was only 4 days. There were still 11 days left. They couldn't be anxious. Once they were anxious, if any of the 9 of them lost their ability to fight or needed to recuperate for a period of time, it would be devastating. If they really couldn't do it, they could fight another SSS-ranked organization. That way, the gap between them would be very, very small. Feng Ling, we should go to Lin Xian's team. Duan Lingxiao said. That's right. At this rate, the gap between us will only remain the same or even grow bigger. Unless we can stop Lin Xian's group, the possibility of us turning the tables is not high. Alternatively, we can continue to attack SSS rank organizations, but the difficulty will be even higher. Qi Tianqing said. Feng Ling looked at the gap between them. Let's go. Let's go to Lin Xian's team and clear out the other organizations along the way. Okay. Chapter 1342. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were lying there, chatting leisurely. The cooperation of the 7 of them, how should one describe it? They were really stronger than the 9 people on Feng Ling's side. There was a deep tacit understanding between the 7 of them, and they trusted each other very much. They did not have any vigilance against anyone, nor did they need to. However, it was different for Feng Ling's side. Although they were all teammates. God knows what your teammate was thinking. What were they afraid of? They were afraid that they would deliberately kill someone during the battle. In that case, they would be able to split the points from 9 people to 8 people, or even 7 people. There was no other way. This was reality. This was where the difference between the 2 teams lay. In the battles over the past few days, Lin Xian was an 8-star Heavenly Venerable. The others were at least 6-star Heavenly Venerable. Only Wang Xintong was a 6-star Heavenly Venerable. As for the others, Wu Yuhan and Han Chuxue were 8-star Heavenly Venerable. The others were 7-star Heavenly Venerable. They had all improved. Otherwise, Murong Yu's cultivation should have been the highest. However, because she hadn't cultivated with Lin Xian for half a year in the Divine Realm, her cultivation had fallen behind. However, because she had been desperately trying to improve herself during this period, she was now a 7 stars Heavenly Venerate. That wasn't low. As for Lin Xian, his luck was better. He had a cheat, so he improved faster than Murong Yu. I'm almost at the 8-star Heavenly Venerable realm. Maybe after 15 days of this assessment, I can advance to the Great Void realm. Ling Ying said excitedly. Don't think about it. The 10-star Heavenly Venerable realm and the Great Void realm have too much experience. It's probably not something that can be improved during this assessment. Lin Xian poured cold water on her. I don't need you to say that. I'm just looking forward to it, can't I? Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Really, time passed so quickly. When she met Lin Xian, he was still at the Mystic Heaven realm. At that time, Lin Xian was even weaker. What about now? In such a short period of time, each of them had almost reached the absolute void stage. Lin Xian had also become more powerful than them. Unless we keep fighting SSS rank forces and kill more Great Void stage cultivators, the possibility is not high. Han Chuxue said indifferently. Patter, Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Smoking. You're still smoking. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. In the past, this guy didn't smoke at all. When did he start smoking? Although the frequency wasn't high, he didn't like men who smoked. Don't you think I look cool when I smoke? Toei. They rolled their eyes. Little Shintong, go ahead. Smoking is bad for your health. Lin Xian, I'm already a celestial venerable, why would it harm my health? At this moment, Lin Xian and the others' eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, they all stood up subconsciously and stared into the distance. They didn't see anyone, but they felt that something was wrong. Moreover, they all sensed the aura that was revealed in that instant. Swish swish swish, everyone took out their own spirit artifacts and stood there, back to back, looking in all directions. Their tacit understanding was very deep. In the next instant, a force enveloped them. Lin Xian and Murongyu had spatial attributes, so they could instantly sense that this was the spatial attribute spatial seal. Moreover, this realm was at least 6 stars of the Great Void Stage. A 6-star Great Void Stage enemy attacked them. Who was it? Really, Lin Xian couldn't think of who would attack them. The Evil Fiend Hole. They were all members of the Evil Fiend Hole now. How could it be the Evil Fiend Hole? Demons? It couldn't be, right? He provoked the demons in Tianhua City and Lin and City. The demons here were also arranged. Who are you? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Really, to him, he wasn't afraid of the opponent's realm being high. He was only afraid of the opponent's spatial and temporal attributes. If he encountered an opponent with these two attributes, no matter how high his realm was, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. It would be difficult for him to die. Perhaps he couldn't sense it because he was spatial or temporal, but when his opponent was of these two attributes, he would understand how terrifying these two attributes were. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a woman, and she was wearing a veil. Lin Xian subconsciously used his Eye of Cave Spirit to investigate. Indeed, according to the degree of spatial power released just now, her realm was at least 6 stars of the Great Void Stage. Sending a 6-star Great Void Stage spatial warrior to kill him was considered a big deal. Don't just look at how many Great Void Stage experts they killed. There were even 7 stars of the Great Void Stage, but those Great Void Stage demonic beasts weren't important. As for these 6 stars of the Great Void Stage, they definitely had a high status in the entire demonic race. As they were too rare, and at 6-star Great Void Stage, they weren't far from the Heavenly Tao realm. The 7 of them stared at the woman. She was a demon, so they could sense her aura. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape because she was spatial. She had directly released a spatial seal, giving them no chance to escape. They couldn't use teleportation crystals either. Which demon god temple are you from? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. She didn't speak. Lin Xian and Ling Ying exchanged glances. Begin. All right. Shua, Wang Xintong instantly released her domain, raising their realms. As for Lin Xian, he was an 8-star heavenly venerable, raising his strength to near the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian's strength doubled, his aura reaching the Great Void Stage. The woman suddenly frowned. Indeed, you are an existence that can pose a threat to the demon race. Just a mere heavenly venerable can augment the strength of an entire group. As for you, an 8-star heavenly venerable, you can augment your cultivation to the Great Void Stage. The woman looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn it, there's more. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian roared as he released his domain. The woman's cultivation level was reduced by 3 stars, leaving her with a cultivation level of the Great Void Stage. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It's no wonder you heavenly venerables can kill a Great Void Stage 7-star. So that's how it is. She was enlightened. Do you think you can escape with just a 2-star difference? Lin Xian sneered as his aura surged. Spatial seal. Lin Xian directly released a spatial seal on the woman. Then, do you think you can seal me? She then released her aura, and in the next moment, the calmness on her face disappeared. Why couldn't she break through the spatial seal released by this person? It was very simple. The realm was just a 2-star difference. Lin Xian's spatial purity was definitely not something she could compare to. Coupled with the augmentation of Lin Xian's nomological laws, she couldn't compare. You came here without investigating anything. Should I say you're stupid or stupid? Myriad Thunder Heavenly Prison. Ha. Chapter 1343. The 6 stars of the Great Void stage was too powerful. However, she definitely didn't even investigate Lin Xian and the others, or rather, she didn't put much effort into it. She only thought that they were in the Celestial Venerable Realm, and perhaps slightly more powerful Celestial Venerable Realm cultivators. So what if they killed level 6 or level 7 Great Virtual Realm cultivators? As long as they send out a slightly more powerful Great Void stage cultivator, they should be fine, right? In fact, that was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, if this woman made a move, Lin Xian and the others might be instantly killed. However, she didn't have any killing intent towards them. She was ordered to come and take Lin Xian away, and then destroy the faces of these women while she was at it. In fact, sometimes killing someone was easier than hurting them. For example, she came over and directly released a spatial seal, and then a spatial explosion. Most likely, other than Lin Xian, everyone else present might be instantly killed, and Lin Xian and the others might not even have time to release any power. However, she underestimated Lin Xian and the others, and she didn't have absolute killing intent, but no matter what, she had already lost her chance. As long as she released a domain for Lin Xian and Wang Xintong, then at least she would definitely not be able to crush Lin Xian and the others. To Lin Xian, the difference of 2 stars was nothing at all. Boom! Terrifying lightning power bombarded the vicinity of the woman. Moreover, Lin Xian released a spatial seal. In terms of spatial power, Lin Xian, who was now about 1 star of the Great Void stage, was definitely not weaker than this woman who had already reached 3 stars of the Great Void stage. Therefore, she couldn't break free from Lin Xian's spatial seal in a short time. Then, the power of a divine rank martial skill landed firmly on her body just like that. The dust slowly dispersed, and the woman half knelt there with blood at the corner of her mouth. Whoosh! At the same time, a saint-rank spirit weapon appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and he directly appeared beside the woman with a flash, and then placed his sword across her neck. At the same time, another woman appeared in the distance. No matter how careless they were, they couldn't have just sent a Great Void stage 6 star, even if it was a space. Somewhat interesting. The woman's mouth curved slightly, and then she appeared beside them. Following that, her aura surged, and spatial power was released, once again enveloping everyone together. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Fuck! Another space. 9 stars of the Great Void stage. Is this a fight? Is she determined to kill them? Chief, Lin Xian held his sword horizontally, and a trace of blood appeared on the woman's neck. She's your companion. Let us go, or I'll kill her. Lin Xian glared viciously at the woman. Who do you think I'm faster kill? With a wave of her hand, Murong and the others suddenly broke through Lin Xian's spatial energy and appeared in front of the woman. Then, 6 daggers flew out and hovered next to their faces. However, these 6 kill void stage experts kill them. Kill, so what? Even if they couldn't fight, they wouldn't yell and scream in this situation. Either they believed in Lin Xian, or they would all die together. What was the point? It was better than yelling here and making Lin Xian lose his composure, right? You can try. And don't even think about using space to take her away. Although your cultivation is high, you might not be able to beat me in terms of space. Do you believe me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the woman. Do it. The woman controlled by Lin Xian frowned slightly, then shouted. The woman controlling Murongyu and the others also frowned slightly. Hurry up. Don't fucking scream. Lin Xian gave the woman a tight slap. Her cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's, but her life was in Lin Xian's hands. Moreover, Lin Xian would definitely be faster than her if he attacked. Because this sword that could take her life at any time had already caused her neck to bleed. Let's take a step back. I won't kill them, so you let her go. The woman looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He could tell that the relationship between these two women was pretty good. Even if they weren't sisters, they should have been friends for many years. Bai Luo. The woman controlled by Lin Xian frowned suddenly. The demon god had ordered them to destroy their faces. If she couldn't do it for her life, then both of them might. Let her go. Lin Xian said. Then she withdrew her space power. Murongyu and the others' auras surged as they landed beside Lin Xian. You can let her go now. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Heavily injure yourself. Lin Xian said. The woman laughed. Then, she gathered a force in her right hand and slammed it on her chest without any hesitation. Puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she staggered and half knelt on the ground. It wasn't a problem for her to be heavily injured. Lin Xian and the others wouldn't kill her. At most, they would fail the mission and escape. But she couldn't die. The woman controlled by Lin Xian gritted her teeth. Lin Xian was speechless. How ruthless. All right, I only have one question now. Which demon god temple are you from? Lin Xian looked at them. You'll know when you come with me. The woman said. Do you take me for a fool? Tell me. Aren't you going back on your word? You should first, cough cough, let her go. The woman looked at Lin Xian with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Tell me. Lin Xian said coldly. She clenched her fists. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. Lin Xian raised his head to take a look, and his pupils shrank abruptly. This wasn't a fucking heavenly Dao realm. What the hell? What the hell was this? The woman in the void raised her hand. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the heavily injured woman vanished. Following that, he appeared beside her. Incompetent and indecisive. To be threatened by a few Empyreans, you have truly embarrassed the demon god. The two women lowered their heads. Lin Xian. Ling Ying and company subconsciously approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fists. System. System. Was there anything in his system? Apparently, there wasn't. At the next instant, the woman raised her hand and sent Murongyu and company flying. When the snowstorm in front of Murongyu and company vanished, they realized that Lin Xian had vanished. Lin Xian. They searched for Lin Xian with all their might, but they could not find any trace of him. What do we do? Contact the three factions. All right. They did not know why, but clearly, they did not want to kill Lin Xian. This was because if they wanted to kill Lin Xian, they could have done so directly. He was at the heavenly Dao realm. They could easily die. Therefore, Lin Xian should be fine for the time being, right? Chapter 1344. At that moment, Lin Xian was sitting on a beautiful snowbird as he sped through the sky. Beside him were the three women. Lin Xian was impressed. Which faction was this? Even the heavenly Tao realm was mobilized. What the hell? Furthermore, this direction was very far. They were not heading inland, but somewhere even more remote. The North Pole was already the northernmost part of the continent. It was the northernmost place humans could come into contact with. But now, where was the place further north? Lin Xian was completely clueless about this. He had no idea. Furthermore, the three women did not control him at all. They did not even tie him up. But on second thought, it made no difference whether he was tied up or not. There was a heavenly Tao here, so he could not stir up any trouble. Where are you taking me? Lin Xian asked with a frown. The second Fey God Temple. The heavenly Tao realm woman said indifferently. It was different if the two women did not say anything in the past. Now that Lin Xian was in their hands, there was no need to hide certain matters. The second Fey God Temple? Lin Xian knitted his brows tightly. Fuck. This second Fey God Temple. He did not have any hostile relationship with it, right? Could it be that the SSS-ranked faction they destroyed was from the second Fey God Temple? That was not right either. They should have killed him directly. Why would they bring him to the second Fey God Temple? Lin Xian took out his cell phone. Shwa, the next instant, his cell phone appeared in the heavenly Tao realm woman's hand. I'm only sending a message to my women. Lin Xian said. The woman did not say a word, nor did she pass the cell phone to Lin Xian. Left Protector, the mission His Excellency the Fey God gave us, that's your mission. My mission is to keep you alive and take Lin Xian away. Your mission has not been completed, so how His Excellency deals with you is your own business. The woman said indifferently. We understand. Lin Xian frowned. Is your Fey God a woman? Lin Xian asked. They looked at Lin Xian. Lord Demon God didn't let us touch you, so you don't have to worry about your safety for now. The woman of the heavenly law said indifferently. I'm not worried about my own safety. Women. Could it be that between them, maybe? Although the possibility was low, Lin Xian was not afraid of women. If worse comes to worst, I'll teach you a lesson with my pink spray. Hey. Lin Xian looked at the heavenly Tao woman. Since you won't send it to me, then help me send a message to my women. Tell them that I'm fine and ask them to continue doing what they should be doing. Lin Xian said. The woman didn't give Lin Xian any reaction. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you believe that I'm friends with your demon god? Lin Xian said arrogantly. The woman glanced at Lin Xian. Then, he decisively turned back. Lin Xian, fine. Lin Xian closed his eyes and released the law of creation. How could he forget about his law of creation? Then, he directly released the law of creation, typed a message, and sent it out with his phone. Although the phone was in the woman's hands, Lin Xian's law of creation was omnipotent. The woman frowned as she felt a force. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, What did you do? Nothing, I just sent a message to my women. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. The woman glanced at Lin Xian's phone and threw it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian had an intuition that he should be fine. If something really happened, they would have already done it. It should be because he was valuable to them that they spared his life. What did Lin Xian discover? These people didn't do anything to him, and their attitude seemed pretty good. On the other side, Murongyu received a message from Lin Xian. Lin Xian wants us to continue with the assessment. What? They all gathered around and saw the message Lin Xian sent them. That means Lin Xian will be fine. Possibly. Murong nodded. Then let's believe in him. Xiao Xinhua said. Murong glanced at the women and said, okay. Since Lin Xian isn't here, we'll add his share and complete the third round of assessment. He'll be fine. They chose to believe in Lin Xian. If Lin Xian didn't say this, they would be very worried. But since Lin Xian said it, they chose to believe in him. Time slowly passed, and the sky slowly darkened. A huge island in the sky appeared in front of Lin Xian. This island in the sky was much bigger than Yirenbing's. Moreover, it was actually flickering with a fiery red light in the dark night. This island was above the sea, and the flickering light shone on the surface of the sea, making it sparkle. I say, why are you looking for me? I'm just a puny heavenly venerable. There's nothing that you can set your eyes on. Moreover, I'm still participating in the Tianwu conference. Can't you let me go earlier? Lin Xian sat there helplessly. The woman from Heavenly Law frowned. It was true. Along the way, his mouth hadn't stopped. He had been blabbering all the way. If it weren't for the fact that her demon god seemed to be interested in this Lin Xian, she would have already made a move on him. Moreover, her demon god had specially instructed her not to hurt this person called Lin Xian. Therefore, it was obvious that her demon god valued him. She ignored Lin Xian. Whoosh, following which, they landed on the huge island in the sky. Lin Xian looked around. It was a very beautiful place. Their demon god was definitely a woman. Because everyone that Lin Xian could see was a woman. Just like Yirenbing's 10th demon god temple, a place where women lived didn't like men here. Or, this demon god was a man. He was an old pervert. Therefore, the entire island was filled with women. They were all his women. This was also possible. However, if it was a man, Lin Xian felt that he was finished. Follow me. The woman from Heavenly Law glanced at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian helplessly followed behind her. Then, they entered a very large and luxurious hall. Lin Xian looked at the huge hall and was secretly speechless. Panic. Lin Xian didn't understand why. This was clearly a very nerve-wracking situation. A human being caught alone in the demon god temple should be very nervous, right? However, Lin Xian inexplicably didn't panic. He also didn't understand why. At that moment, in front of Lin Xian was a throne. A tall and slender woman was standing there with her back facing him. She was wearing a white dress with cherry blossoms on it. Lord Demon God, I've brought him. The woman from Heavenly Law bowed respectfully and said. Chapter 1345. Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. Tell me, why did they capture me and not tie me up or kill me? What do they want to do? To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't know what was going on. Fuck. He was really drunk. He didn't know if this matter would cause them to lose the qualification to enter the God's Awakening door. No. He had to choose to believe in Murong Yu and the rest. Even if Lin Xian wasn't there, the 6 of them definitely wouldn't be weak. Moreover, they had the advantage. And Feng Ling's team needed 9 people to share the experience. All of you can leave. It was a very charming, very noble, and somewhat ethereal voice that came from the void. It felt as if the person was right in front of you, but the voice seemed to come from all directions. Of course, Lin Xian knew that some very powerful people could be like this. Lin Xian was really drunk. Yes. Then, the few women left and slowly closed the door of the hall. Lin Xian frowned and raised his head to look at the noble woman in the white and cherry-pink dress in front of him. This woman's waist was simply too devilish. It was even slimmer than Xiao Linglong and the rest's waists. But how should he put it? It couldn't be said that her figure was better than Xiao Linglong and the rest. It could only be said that this person was slightly slimmer, and very tall. Although it was only the back view, it was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. In front of him, the woman slowly turned around and casually sat on the throne. She crossed her legs, revealing a pair of extremely beautiful long legs. Then, she leaned her elbows on the edge of the throne and supported her cheeks. Those ordinary eyes turned fiery red when she saw Lin Xian, as if they were burning with flames. Lin Xian, so beautiful. Really, Lin Xian was used to all kinds of top-quality women. His immunity to beautiful women was still very high. But in the end, he still lost. Her beautiful hair was as soft as feathers. Her green eyes were like the waves of the night sea. There was a faint but enchanting white mist, which made her even more charming. Cherry lips, willowy eyebrows, white skin, and a delicate oval face. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a human at all. You couldn't say that this woman was as beautiful as Linglong Shui and the rest. It could only be said that each had their own merits. Bing Lingyue was cold, but to her friends, she had Lin Ye's gentleness, intelligence, and elegance. Linglong Shui, but she and Bing Lingyue were two different temperaments. Bing Lingyue was a good wife and mother, Lingyue, goddess. Of course, she was also changing into a good wife and mother. And what about Yiren Bing? Elegance and scary. The woman in front of them gave off a different feeling. Her every move was a little like Yiren Bing's, unrestrained and casual. But she was different from Yiren Bing. Her eyes were full of contempt. She had a more arrogant heart than Yiren Bing. It was as if everything was as light as a feather in her eyes, not worth mentioning. She might even have a superior attitude. Everything had to submit to her. Yiren Bing was very domineering, but she might not just be domineering. She might be right. For example, if Yiren Bing asked someone to do something, she would think that it was her order and that it was something that they should do. If you had any opinions, you could raise them. She would think about it. But what about her? Lin Xian felt that when she asked someone to do something, they shouldn't raise any opinions. They should just do it. She was right. There was no need for anyone to refute her. Anyway, that was what Lin Xian felt when he saw her. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward: unlock all attributes and obtain Dark Evil Fire. Mission time limit: 3 months. Mission punishment: kill the host. Of course, target's favorability: 0 to 93. Lin Xian, what the hell? Lin Xian wasn't surprised that he triggered the mission. It was normal for such a beautiful woman to trigger the mission. At the same time, triggering the mission meant that he might not be in danger. But that might not be the case. Yiren Bing also triggered the mission. But if Lin Xian didn't control it properly and didn't use the pink spray, he would have died. As for the reward, Lin Xian didn't care that much. Because to be honest, Lin Xian realized that other than his cultivation level, he didn't seem to lack anything. However, there was one thing that Lin Xian had never seen before, and that was favorable impression points. What did that mean? Favorability from 0 to 93. What did that mean? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't favorability be fixed at a certain point and then increase or decrease to a certain value? Now, what was the situation with 0 to 93? Favorability of 0 was a very dangerous level. But generally speaking, if there was a threat to one's life, the favorability must be below 0. It was only possible if it was a negative number. A favorability of 0 meant that there wasn't much of a threat to one's life. And what was the level of 93 favorability? Lin Ye's favorability towards Lin Xian was 97. Once the favorability reached 90, what was the level? Life and death together. Simply put, she could even be willing to die with you. If you died, she could even be willing to die with you. She could even be willing to die for you. This was the level of a favorability of 90 and above. There were a few girls around Lin Xian who had already reached 90. Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Lin Ye, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Wang Xintong. They had all reached this level. The other girls all had favorability of 80 and above. With 80 favorability, there was a high chance that they would be willing to die for you. As for Yi Rinbing, her favorability towards Lin Xian was slightly lower. After all, they had only known each other for a short time. But she had also reached 89. And this woman's favorability, Lin Xian frowned. 0 to 93. Didn't that mean that her favorability towards him was at least 0 and at most 93? Then why was it like this? How could a favorable impression be so erratic? You're really trash. Huang Shi rested her chin on her hand and looked at Lin Xian. She let out a lazy, ethereal, and noble voice. Lin Xian. What the hell? She called him trash the moment they met. Yes, he was indeed trash to a powerhouse of this level. But wasn't it a bit wrong for her to call him trash? May I know why Senior has brought me here? You don't recognize me. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Xian frowned. We haven't even met before. How can we know each other? Pfft, she sneered. As expected, a scumbag will always be a scumbag. Even if he's not the previous him, he still can't escape the definition of a scumbag. I think Senior's words are a bit wrong. You can call me a scumbag, but you can't call me a scumbag. There's a difference between a scumbag and a scumbag. Moreover, I'm not a scumbag. Lin Xian indicated that he shouldn't be a scumbag. Of course, in some aspects, he was. But he really intended to be responsible for all the girls around him and not abandon them. Chapter 1346. Huang Shi stood up slowly and walked toward Lin Xian step by step. Lin Xian frowned. How should he put it? He couldn't understand what this woman was saying at all. However, Lin Xian felt that he wasn't in any danger. Anyway, that was what he felt. Huang Shi walked in front of Lin Xian. The two of them were very close. This woman was so tall that she was almost as tall as Lin Xian. Although she was wearing very special high heels, she was definitely more than 1.7 meters tall. She had a very special fragrance on her body. Do you know how much I hate you? Her deep pupils were a fiery red, as if they were burning with flames. She stared straight into Lin Xian's eyes, not avoiding his gaze at all. Instead, Lin Xian was a little afraid of her gaze. Lin Xian. Hate me? Big sister. What did I do? Can't you make things clearer? Ridiculous. She saw Lin Xian's evasive gaze and sneered again. Then, she walked slowly and said, It's been 800 years. It's been 800 years. It's not a long time. To the demon race, 800 years is just the blink of an eye. But to me, every day is torture. As for you, you coward, you don't know anything. She stopped and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. No. Senior, did you catch the wrong person? Lin Xian asked in confusion. This had nothing to do with him at all. Did she fucking catch the wrong person? Coward. She sneered. Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian frowned. What the hell was this? Lin Xian frowned. Senior, why did you catch me? If there's really nothing else, I hope you can let me go. I still have very important things to do. I will definitely thank you in the future. Lin Xian cupped his fists. You want to find your woman? Yes. Men. Then, a woman appeared beside her. Go get rid of those people. Huang Shi said indifferently. Yes. What? Lin Xian shouted. How dare you? Lin Xian's brows furrowed as a vicious aura surged from his body. Huang Shi's footsteps paused as she looked at Lin Xian. I don't dare. Do it. Yes. In the next moment, Lin Xian's aura surged. If you dare, I'll fight you to the death. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you are at the Heavenly Tao realm. I can similarly kill you at the Heavenly Tao realm as a Heavenly Venerable. Do you believe me? You want to kill me? The woman looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. You tried to kill my men first, so I'll definitely kill you. Lin Xian might not have the ability to do so, but he would do it at all costs. When he went crazy, no one could compare to him. All right. I want to see what qualifications you have to make a move. Come on. Huang Shi stood in front of Lin Xian. Shua, lightning coiled around Lin Xian's body. Huang Shi extended her hand and flicked it slightly. The lightning around Lin Xian vanished. She shook her head. You want to kill me with just this? What a joke. She returned to her throne and sat down. If there's anything you need me to do, tell me. I only wish that you won't touch anyone around me. You are very strong, but I also have existences around me that aren't weaker than you. If they come, you might not be their match. Lin Xian said as he stared at her. The corners of Huang Shi's mouth curled up as she laughed. You may leave. Yes. The woman vanished from her spot. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. You should go and rest as well. Come to the back garden when it's dark. Lin Xian frowned. What was she up to? All right. Lin Xian walked out. Outside, the sky was already bright. When Lin Xian walked out, a young lady brought him to a certain room. Huang Shi stood up and gazed into the distance. 800 years ago, when you found out that I was a demon, you despised me for being a demon and left me. In the end, you chose a human empress. I can understand that. After all, in your eyes, the human race and the demon race are on opposite sides. However, her body was surrounded by hostility as her eyes narrowed. Today, 800 years later, you have more than one demon woman by your side. Lin Mo, you are really a hypocrite. She clenched her fists tightly as her delicate body trembled slightly. There was anger and sadness. Her eyes were actually filled with tears. Previously, she didn't know who he was because she had been staying here. Only when she saw him in the mirror did she know. After knowing, she sent people to investigate. Including Linglong Shui, Yi Rinbing, and the others, she already knew. In these 800 years, I have been here. You can't imagine how long these short 800 years have been. I joined the 10,000 Demon Alliance. I wanted to make hypocritical creatures like humans disappear from this world. Cowards like humans don't deserve to live on this continent, but, later, she found out that she couldn't do it. This was also why in the end, Ice Sea City didn't have the demon god temple to organize millions of demon beasts to attack. She hated this person. She hated him so much that she wanted to kill him. She even wanted to cut him into pieces, but, we'll give you one more chance this time. This is the last chance. I hope that this time, you won't disappoint me. She gradually loosened her clenched fists. I want to ask, do you know who I am? Lin Xian followed a beautiful girl in front of him and asked. I don't know. The girl said indifferently. Then why did your demon god capture me? She didn't kill me. She didn't even hit me. Why? I don't know. Lin Xian scratched his head. Then, who is she? Lord Demon God. I know it's your Lord Demon God. I want to know why she called me a coward and wanted to kill the women around me. Why? I don't know. Lin Xian, ah. What the hell? We're here. She brought Lin Xian to a room and opened the door for Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked in. This room was very big and beautiful. It was as big as the first floor of a large villa. When did I meet your Lord Demon God? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. Then, the girl closed the door and left. I give up. I really give up. Lin Xian kept pacing in the room. Then, he lay on the huge bed and took out his phone. However, he realized that there was no signal in this place. Following that, Lin Xian released the law of creation in an attempt to create a signal. However, he discovered that there was a force in this huge room that actually isolated his power. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed and then lay on the bed in a daze. What was going on? Did he find the wrong person? She shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, right? She knew him. When did this happen? Annoying. Chapter 1347. Lin Xian was very helpless. He couldn't even chat with the girls. It was good that he didn't talk. He didn't want to disturb them. He hoped that they would be fine. Then, they could lift him up. Lin Xian felt that he trusted them. He helplessly took a shower. Then, he lay on the bed and watched TV. The TV wasn't connected to the internet. Lin Xian watched cartoons that didn't use the internet. Damn it. Lin Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He walked around the huge island. Fortunately, the girls' attitude towards him was quite good. They didn't force Lin Xian to stay in the room. However, there were always two girls who followed Lin Xian all the time. They told Lin Xian that he couldn't go anywhere. It was beautiful, but Lin Xian wanted to play with his phone. However, they didn't let him play with it. As for Lin Xian's phone, they didn't take it. They knew that this person had the law of creation. They just had to keep an eye on him. This place was very beautiful. Lin Xian could even fish. However, he wasn't in the mood. He just wanted to play with his phone, chat with the girls, and report that he was safe. He couldn't play in that room, but he could do it in other places. However, he couldn't do it at all. The people following him wouldn't let him fish at all. How could he fish? He wasn't in the mood at all. Lin Xian was still worried about Ling Ying. He was also confused here. In the end, Lin Xian went back to his room in anger and fell asleep. Damn it. Can't I sleep? The sky gradually darkened. Tonight, this beautiful island was even more beautiful. It was decorated a little. There were even some ribbons and lights. It was just that there weren't many of them. However, they still decorated this beautiful island. Huang Shi walked out. Tonight, she was unbelievably beautiful. She was wearing a light white dress that looked like a luxurious dress. It was really slim-fitting. Her S-shaped curves were simply invincible. She was wearing high heels, and because one side of her dress was slit, it revealed her straight, slender, and fair legs. You could tell that she had put a lot of effort into dressing up tonight. Her hair, her nails, her skin, and even her face and long eyelashes had all been dolled up carefully. She smelled so good that it was as if he was going to die. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes swept over. "Isn't it too much?" she said faintly. "At Master's request, we specially dressed up very little." The girl lowered her head and said, "I said, it's too much." After saying that, Huang Shi walked forward. "Yes, I understand." Then, she quickly sent people to reduce the number. Then, Huang Shi took a look. This would make people feel that she didn't specially ask her people to decorate this place so that it wouldn't appear so exaggerated and deliberate. "Master, is there anything else?" The girl walked by Huang Shi's side respectfully. Huang Shi arrived at the exquisite and beautiful back garden. At this moment, there were also some colored ribbons, small colored lanterns, and other things in the back garden. At night, it was extremely beautiful, and it was definitely meticulously arranged. The place made the light of every colored lantern especially perfect. Then, there was a table in the beautiful back garden. On the table, there were delicious dishes that looked one after another. There were even dozens of girls who were busy here. Some were dressing up, and some were just decorating that dish to make it look more beautiful and more appetizing. Huang Shi frowned slightly. "There's still too much here." "Yes. Reduce the number of dishes here." "Master, do you think this is to your liking?" Huang Shi walked over and tasted the dishes. "Is the taste too strong?" Huang Shi asked. "No, Master. The taste of the dishes here. I specially sent people to catch a top human chef. According to this top chef, the amount of seasoning is increased according to the common taste of the human race." Huang Shi nodded. Even though she didn't care about him and hated him so much, from the way she put in so much effort today, it could be seen how high that person's position in her heart was. In the past, would she have considered these things? She slowly stretched out her hand and said lightly, "The wind tonight is a little strong. I'll ask the Great Elder to cast the spell. And the moon tonight, it doesn't look bright enough and there aren't enough stars. I'll ask the Great Elder to solve it." "Okay." Huang Shi then sat there and moved her slender index finger slightly. Then, two girls came over and massaged her shoulders. She glanced at them and said, "This wine is also from the human race, right?" "Yes, I specially bought it from the human race at a high price." Huang Shi stretched out her hand and a girl poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Huang Shi. Huang Shi shook it slightly and took a sip. She couldn't help but frown. She had never drunk such a thing before. She had always drunk wine brewed by her own people, other races, and even the elves. That was what was called wine, but this bottle of wine that cost a human 1,000,000 yuan, why was it so disgusting? "Master, is the taste wrong? It said that the rich humans like to drink this red wine. Maybe I'm not used to it. He should like to drink it." Huang Shi supported her cheek with one hand and tapped the other rhythmically with her slender and fair fingers. "Is the room ready?" she asked again. "Yes, it's ready. The bath water has always been at room temperature. The 7-colored flower petals are also ready. Also, the pink light that Master ordered has been installed." Huang Shi was speechless. She sent people to investigate. Did all the men in the modern era like that kind of style? But it didn't matter. She gave him a chance, and at the same time, she gave herself a chance. She hoped to do her best. These girls didn't know what their demon god wanted to do, but they could guess what it was. Of course, they were shocked. This little human wasn't very handsome, and his cultivation wasn't that heaven-defying. He wasn't that outstanding, so why did their demon god fall in love with such a person? They really didn't understand. But there must be a reason, so they didn't dare to ask. At this time, the wind became weaker, and it was a gentle breeze. It was very comfortable, and the slight dark clouds in the sky disappeared. More and more stars peeked out, and the moon became brighter. It's about time. Huang Shi glanced at the height of the moon, and then said lightly. Do you want me to invite young Master Lin? Huang Shi shook her head. Let him come. Then, time slowly passed. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, Huang Shi sat here and waited for 2 hours. She came at 7 in the evening, and now it was already 9. The group of girls beside her just stood there. Damn it. He's not coming. Huang Shi frowned. She told him to come at night, but he still didn't come after waiting for so long. Was he purposely angering her to go against her? Bring him here. Huang Shi said. Yes. It just feels like ordinary seafood. There's no difference. Huang Shi, then, she gave the girl beside her a look. That girl quickly poured red wine for Lin Xian and Huang Shi. Young Master Lin, this is the red wine we bought from the human race. It costs 1 million per bottle. Huang Shi heaved a sigh of relief. This should be okay, right? Lin Xian looked at the red wine bottle in the girl's hand and couldn't help but cough. What? Just 1 million per bottle. What's wrong with that? Sister, this red wine can't even be called red wine. It can only be called a beverage. You spent 1 million on something that costs 8 to 10 yuan per bottle. Did you guys get cheated? Really, this was the so-called red wine that cost a few yuan per bottle. It even tasted a little sweet. Huang Shi, she lost her face. She, a demon god, lost all her face. Ah! She glanced at the girl and the girl quickly lowered her head. Despicable humans. So cunning. They lied to her. Lin Xian, all right. I'll eat. You are not allowed to eat. I've eaten all the dishes that were specially prepared for me. Bang! She smashed the table with her palm. I already said that I didn't make it especially for you. Lin Xian, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Okay. He nodded. Huang Shi exhaled and then waved her hand. A girl walked over. You have 2 hours. If you can't make 20 dishes, you can be killed. Huang Shi said indifferently. Lin Xian, yes. Huang Shi glanced at the ground and then looked at Lin Xian. What do you want to eat? This sovereign will let them cook. No, there must be. Lin Xian, then I want to eat beef fried noodles, medium spicy. Huang Shi, what else? Seafood noodles, more seafood. What else? Coca-Cola. Bang! Huang Shi smashed the edge of the chair she was sitting on and then stood up, scaring Lin Xian. Is that all you want? Huang Shi's voice was a little angry. To be precise, it was a little resentful. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment and then shrank his head. He was a little scared and said weakly, No, I like this. Didn't you ask me what I like to eat? Huang Shi took a deep breath. Do it. Yes. Another girl who was waiting for orders hurriedly walked away. No, senior, I want to know what you want to do. If you have something to say, just tell me. If I agree, I agree. If I don't agree, I'd rather die than submit. Can't we talk frankly? Lin Xian. He felt that she liked him or cared about him. Her favorability was also 0 to 93. However, Lin Xian couldn't be sure. Like? Then why was there a possibility that her favorability was 0? This sovereign just wants to treat you to something. Then why? Shut up. Huang Shi shouted. Lin Xian, aw. She's crazy. Then the two of them were silent for a while. That, Lin Xian said weakly. Speak. Are you lusting after my body? Lin Xian asked softly. After saying that, he was already prepared to be beaten. Huang Shi was slightly stunned. She didn't say anything. After a while, she looked at the starry sky and said, the stars have changed. As expected, that slut is still that slut. Ah. Lin Xian scratched his head. Do you want to remember the past? Huang Shi looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian frowned. The past? What do you mean? The past life. Huang Shi said. Lin Xian, what the hell? The past life. He knew that things like cultivation were especially mysterious. However, Lin Xian had never come into contact with things like past and present lives. He didn't even know whether such things existed or where people went after death. Lin Xian didn't know all of these. However, if this was the case, Lin Xian might be able to explain some things. Why was it that he didn't know her at all, but she seemed to have a good relationship with him, as if they had known each other for a long time? She even treated him to a big meal and deliberately dressed up. Could it be that he really had a past life? Were they lovers in his past life? Lin Xian transmigrated from Earth. Therefore, he had the right to believe in such things. Including. Lin Xian thought of Bing Lingyue. Didn't this empress also make him feel baffled? It was just that, he was here in his past life, then on Earth in his next life, and returned here in this life. Was it like this? Damn. If that was the case, Lin Xian felt that he was somewhat invincible. You know me in my past life, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Then I don't want to remember. Lin Xian shook his head. Huang Shi frowned. Why? Chapter 1350. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He was completely at ease. Although he couldn't remember, he was sure that he was fine. Wow! What kind of dog was he in his previous life? What kind of people did he date? One was a demon god, and the other was the empress. Amazing! But thinking about it, it didn't seem that bad now. He had demon gods, goddesses, and so on. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's very simple. The memories of this life are simply too troublesome. I've only lived for a few years, and I already have so many troubles. If there's another life, won't I be worried to death? You're still as smart as ever. Huang Shi glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat on the stone bench and said, thank you for the compliment. You think this lord is complimenting you? Lin Xian, Huang Shi also sat over there. Cough, cough, Lin Xian coughed and looked at Huang Shi. Damn it. Lin Xian was originally panicking to death, but now he wasn't panicking at all. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and gently pressed on Huang Shi's hand. He could clearly feel that Huang Shi trembled slightly, but other than that, she didn't have any other reaction. So, we were lovers before. Huang Shi said faintly, yes. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. But you abandoned me after having sex with me. Lin Xian, Shua, Lin Xian instantly retracted his hand. What the hell? Does this have to be so fucking exciting? What the hell is she doing? She couldn't have, that, big sister, listen to me. Either you found the wrong person, or even if it is, it's him, not me. Please don't misunderstand. He is him, and I am me. We're not the same person. That person is a retard, an idiot, a beast. Senior, you abandoned such a beautiful woman, you must be blind. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Damn it. Lin Xian's survival instinct was extremely strong as he cursed. Huang Shi. Huang Shi frowned slightly. What he said actually made sense. He was himself, and the current Lin Xian was Lin Xian. They were the same person, but not the same person. If his memories could come back, he would want his past memories, then they would be the same person. But he didn't want that. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian as though she was thinking of a reason. Get up. Huang Shi said faintly, then turned around and walked forward. What? Follow me to a place. Lin Xian then followed behind her. Lin Xian didn't panic at first, but when he heard her say that her predecessor had abandoned her, he was really scared to death again. No wonder her favorability towards him was 0 to 93. Lin Xian was afraid that because of his wrong words or something, her favorability would be reduced to 0. Perhaps she would do something crazy. It was really hard to say. Senior. Huang Shi walked forward without saying anything. Speaking of which, in the past. Ah Pui, not me, but that person in the past. Other than being a blind person, what else was he like? Lin Xian asked. Although he didn't want to know about those memories, he was still quite curious. Lin Xian's question pulled Huang Shi's thoughts back to more than 800 years ago. Her footsteps stopped. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Very talented, very warm, very carefree, Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was really good. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to pursue such a person. Very heartless. Lin Xian, we're here. Huang Shi looked ahead. Lin Xian looked over. It was a stone, a rather large stone. Its surface was very smooth and it was sitting there. Obviously, Huang Shi had moved it over from somewhere. However, it could be seen that this stone was very carefully protected by her. It wouldn't be blown by the wind, nor would it be hit by the rain, nor would it be exposed to the sun. Lin Xian walked over. There were 2 palm prints on the stone. Other than the palm prints, there were also some sword marks. This is the place where we first met, in the immortal ocean. At that time, I was seriously injured and it was you who saved me. This is also the place where we swore an oath of undying love. At the same time, it was also the place where you left me. It was also the place where you attacked me. Lin Xian, wow. Huang Shi turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Then, she raised her hand and Lin Xian flew over. Following which, his hand directly pressed into the palm prints. When Lin Xian's hand pressed into one of the palm prints, a golden radiance flickered. At the same time, Lin Xian's hair and clothes fluttered wildly. He slowly closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, the golden radiance disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had changed. His aura had also completely changed. Huang Shi stood there quietly and looked at him. Lin Xian, no. He withdrew his hand and straightened his body with his back facing Huang Shi. What? You don't even want to look at me. Are you feeling guilty or disgusted? Huang Shi's cold voice came from behind. However, he could feel that there was a faint tremor in her voice. Lin Mo slowly turned around. He was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was him. It was the same soul, just different memories. It was just that Lin Xian temporarily controlled Lin Xian's body, or rather, his previous body. Cici, Lin Mo looked at her. Don't call me that. It's disgusting. Huang Shi said coldly. Lin Mo laughed bitterly and self-deprecatingly. So many years have passed. Some things should be put down. I've left long ago. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at his palm. In this life, No. I'm not me. I'm not me anymore. I'm still very weak. Don't tell me you want to kill him. I want to kill him. He's you and you're him. He's not me. The one talking to you now is me. Lin Mo said. Coward. Seeing a coward like you again really disgusts me to the extreme. Huang Shi said leisurely. Lin Mo sat on the rock and slowly said, I'm sorry. I don't need you to say that. Chapter 1351. Lin Xian was really dumbfounded. When he pressed his hand into that handprint, he didn't know anything. It was as if his brain had crashed at that moment. It was as if he had skipped that period of time. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't have any recollection of it. By the time he regained his senses and opened his eyes, the woman was already hugging him. Lin Xian could feel the softness of her body, as well as the invincible fragrance of her body. Damn it! Did the heavens have to play with him like this? Lin Xian then raised his hand. His hand wanted to hug this woman in the air, but Yi Tianyi hesitated because he didn't dare. In the end, Lin Xian's hand still hugged her waist. Huang Shi's delicate body was slightly trembling. Her words just now seemed very cold and ruthless, but was it true? It wasn't true. If she was really ruthless, she wouldn't have waited here for 800 years. She wouldn't have waited for Lin Xian to appear and she wouldn't have let Lin Xian live. He disappeared. She didn't know if what he said before he left was true or false, but she was willing to treat it as true. In Huang Shi's eyes, even if you lied to me, please don't tell me. Please lie to me forever. Huang Shi gradually recovered and then her body slowly moved back. Her hand didn't move away from Lin Xian's body and Lin Xian's hand didn't move away from her waist. They just stared at each other like this. Lin Xian didn't dare to look at her after glancing at her. Lin Xian was always a little afraid of this woman. Her kind of scaring was different from Yi Rinbing. Yi Rinbing deliberately scared you, but she might really scare you. To put it simply, after they got to know each other, Yi Rinbing might say that she wanted to kill you, but she might really do it. You're crying. Lin Xian looked at Huang Shi in shock. Damn. What just happened? Why was she crying? Huang Shi let go of Lin Xian's hand and turned her face to the side. No, I was blinded by the wind and sand. She said indifferently. Lin Xian, wow. I've seen this line 10,000 times in 10,000 TV dramas. Huang Shi, your hand. She said. Lin Xian quickly let go. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, I was worried that you would take things too hard and jump down. That's why I grabbed you. Let's go back. The food should be almost ready. Huang Shi said indifferently and walked away. Okay. Lin Xian caught up with her. You haven't told me what happened just now. I'm fine. Something must have happened. Scram. Oh, then I won't say anything. Lin Xian immediately cowered. Huang Shi also gradually recovered from her earlier emotions. Lin Mo was already in the past. He and Lin Xian were the same person, but also not the same person. If he could obtain Lin Mo's memories, then they would be the same person. However, he had said that he didn't want the current him to remember the past. The current Lin Xian also didn't want to remember the past. Chapter 1352. Humans could be reincarnated after death, animals could be reincarnated as well. Life could be reincarnated after death. This was a rule that no one could understand. No one knew where to reincarnate or how to reincarnate, but it was a rule that existed. It was possible that some people would reincarnate the next day after death. They might no longer be human and enter another world. It was also possible that they would reincarnate after hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. It was uncertain. Therefore, why did Bing Lingyue put him into a slumber? However, Huang Shi was different. Her lifespan was destined to be hundreds of thousands of years. Her bloodline and talent were there for all to see. She was willing to wait. In fact, in terms of pain, Huang Shi was probably in more pain. Huang Shi knew that Lin Mo had died inside after entering. Therefore, he could not enter. It's very dangerous inside. It's best you don't enter. I know it's very dangerous. It's more dangerous than you imagine, said Huang Shi. Lin Xian frowned. Do you know something about it? Do you know what's inside the door of God's awakening? Lin Xian asked in astonishment. Huang Shi shook her head. I don't know. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. She even regretted something. What was she regretting? She would let him know about the past and present. Therefore, Huang Shi's petite body released a terrifying force as Lin Xian watched her helplessly. What are you doing? Time. Reversal. Schwa. At the next instant, the scene around the duo changed as they appeared beside the table. The dishes on the table were still the same as before. Lin Xian was sitting there, looking at the lobster. Time reversal is the highest level power of the time attribute. It's normal for you to stop time, but it's really difficult for you to reverse time. For example, could Lin Xian's time attribute reverse time? Yes. A few seconds. Furthermore, the range was only that large. He was the only one in the group. It was too difficult. Without reaching the heavenly Tao realm, there was really no way to truly release time reversal. Huang Shi sat there, gasping for breath. She turned back time. Although it wasn't long, it was very difficult. She was a releaser, and she had also gone back in time, but she could still remember those things. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to what was happening. He was truly being pushed back by this force over time. Simply put, reversing time also meant rewriting the future. However, in this short period of time, Lin Xian's future was still fine. Turning back time was only one of the reasons. She regretted telling Lin Xian about her past life. No, to be precise, she only told him that they knew each other in their past lives, which made him realize that there was a past life. She didn't want to anymore. It's not bad. Lin Xian said after taking a bite of the lobster. Lin Xian frowned. What's wrong with you?